Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and you can see I'm already seated in the courtroom. Let's put our background on here. Welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. Welcome to all my patrons, members, subscribers, any locals in chat. If you don't know anything about this case, don't worry. You could just read the description box. Locals, by that I mean Florida. This case happened in Florida. And it happened in 2015, and finally now there's a trial, and we're going to watch day 2 together. If you missed day 1, I've linked it in the description box for you. That was supposed to be trial prep, and I thought today was going to be opening statements, but it ended up being trial prep, a crazy video we watched together, like wow, that the defendant was appealing, to the public to help her raise funds. That was quite something that we saw. I time-stamped it for you, and then opening statements had started. So we watched the opening statements, and the very first witness, which was Frank Merritt, someone who used to work with Michael Shaver. So what we're going to do now is start watching day 2. As you know, we intentionally start with a delay so that we can skip over any fluff. I will do my very best today to catch the moments where they do that white noise. When it's when they say sidebar, okay, can we approach? And then they make this loud sound. I'll try my very best to mute that for you. I boosted the sound and everything. I've also linked the original stream if you want to go check it out without any commentary. Today's media provider is Law and Crime for this trial. And so that is linked for you. All right, now let me put myself here in the corner. Okay, over here. And let's see.
2020 CF 2361, State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver. With the parties present, please identify themselves for the record.
Amatuccio for the State of Florida. Bruce Weston for the state.
Jeffrey Wiggs on behalf of Laurie Shaver. Ms. Shaver is seated to my right.
Ms. Shaver, please state your full legal name and raise your right hand.
Laurie Filmer, previously known as Laurie Shaver.
You solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. All right, are there any preliminary matters before we call the jurors in?
What? raise your hand, and if you give any testimony today, is she going to testify today? What did we just hear? Oh my goodness. No spoilers, please. Okay, we don't want spoilers. We want to watch this as if we are live together. But we're watching it now, experiencing it together now. If you've just come over from wherever else, thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Okay, so, whoa. You see, I think she's going to testify. Whenever it may be. I don't know if it's today, but we shall see.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Judge, you may recall back when the state had filed their motion to allow the deceased father, Mr. Shaver's father, attend the trial, sit through the trial. We had invoked the rule of sequestration at that stage. We'd asked the state to advise, the court directed that they advise Mr. Shaver that he was not to be making any statements. So at that stage, the rule had been invoked. Yesterday, throughout the trial, the state has had present a good many of their witnesses here observing the openings and the testimony of the foremost witness at that date. So we ask that these witnesses that have been present, that they be excluded, barred from testimony, and that the state thereupon now advise the remaining witnesses not to not that they would advise them about the rule of sequestration having been invoked.
I don't recall you invoking the rule.
Pardon me?
I don't recall you invoking the rule.
Yes, I did. I did right at that stage. I said, Judge, we're invoking the rule of sequestration. We'd ask the court and we'd ask the state to instruct the father that the rule's invoked and he's not to speak to anybody at that stage, and for purposes at this time the rule of sequestration.
The motion you invoke the rule, or you invoke the rule in court?
I invoked it here before the court.
All right.
Mr. Wiggs invoked the rule during the perpetuation of the testimony of Jessica Holcomb, because we had technically started the trial at that stage. When we put her on, he said that he wanted to invoke the rule then. And the rule has been invoked. I've informed all the witnesses that they are not to discuss anything that has gone on in this case. And the only listed witness that is testifying that has been present is Laurie Shaver, the witness that you said was allowed to be here.
There were witnesses on newsreels last night watching the news. The rule had been invoked. Witnesses were present in the courtroom yesterday, and that was specifically regarding Mr. Shaver. We weren't talking to Ms. Holcomb. Ms. Holcomb was released from her state.
What other witnesses specifically were present that you're concerned about?
Ms. Shaver, yes.
Okay.
Who was present?
Sharon Shaver. It was noted in the opening statement that Sharon Shaver would be testifying, Bryan Shaver, Stacie Shaver, and I did see Tamara Dale here yesterday along with many CSI agents. And I cannot identify the CSI agents because I was not there on scene. So how would I be able to distinguish who is going to be testifying and who was sitting in the courtroom yesterday?
Your Honor, Tamara Dale was not here. Sharon Shaver is the decedent's mother. I listed her as someone that you might hear referenced, but she is not testifying. She was listed as a B witness. The CSI individuals that are here are all CSI individuals that were not even working with the sheriff's office at the time of the discovery of Michael Shaver's body in the backyard. None of them are listed witnesses. They are CSI agents that are allowed to be here to observe court process as a learning tool, and there's nothing to prevent people that aren't witnesses and that weren't even with the sheriff's office at the time of this investigation of being present.
It sounds like the individuals that were present are not being called to testify. Is that correct, Mr. Amatuccio?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Who was it the state's acknowledging was present?
Laurie Shaver.
Nobody else.
No witness that's being called has been in this courtroom in violation of the law.
Okay, and nobody's watched the news?
I can't control that.
Well,
I've told the witnesses that they can't discuss the matters that happen in court.
So they're not to be present in court. They're not to discuss any testimony or with any other witness.
we have screenshots, Judge, of people that listed witnesses on
Yeah, and these aren't really good. I guess my concern was during open.
It's literally the defendant speaking. Yeah, she's complaining about who was in the courtroom yesterday, and she doesn't want certain ones in the courtroom, right? Is that what I'm gathering? But it's her speaking. I saw Ellie B from Tennessee say, "Is that her speaking?" Yes. It's Laurie Leigh Shaver speaking. She's on trial for the murder of her husband, and his name was Michael Shaver, and it occurred between November 7th and 10th of 2015. She was arrested in 2020. She paid her bail amount of $50,000, and she's been at home ever since. So now she's on trial. Oh my goodness. Stefan says, I hope the witnesses didn't watch Wig's infomercial. Right, okay, so.
And in statements, Mr. Baskley stated that we would hear from the mother, the father. The father, we had the motion hearing on. The mother, the brother, the sister, and they were all sitting in the courtroom yesterday.
The brother and the sister were not in the courtroom. They were sitting outside the courtroom the entire time.
So,
Judge, I would just, in an abundance of caution, I would suggest when the witnesses approach that the court make an inquiry whether or not they've spoken to anybody or watched anything on TV to assure that there was no violation of the rule. And for any lack of confusion at this state, again, we'd invoke the rule of sequestration, ask the state to advise the witnesses.
The court to inquire of every witness or
each witness that takes a stand, whether or not they've spoken to anybody, whether they were in the courtroom yesterday. And if they were, and they were listed, they should be
Sir,
barred.
you're making the allegation that there were individuals in the courtroom that should not have been in the courtroom. You tell me who you're concerned about, Mr. Wiggs.
Well, my client just advised the court, the mother and Tamara Dale, we suggest, was present, and
Bryan Shaver.
Bryan Shaver.
Stacie Shaver was here.
Shaver.
Okay, so Bryan Shaver, Stacie Shaver, and Sharon Shaver. Who else?
Tamara Dale.
Okay, those 4 individuals.
Pardon me?
The court will inquire of those 4 individuals then.
You want me to bring this Bryan Shaver and Stacie Turner in right now, Judge?
Are the other individuals present as Tamara Dale's here?
She's not here. She hasn't been here at all this week because she's not testifying until later. And as I said, Sharon Shaver is not testifying.
All right, well, let's bring them in and the court can make the appropriate inquiry.
Okay, let's go forward a little bit.
Stacie.
Bryan Shaver has not arrived yet this morning. I thought he had. Where would you like?
How about the podium, Ms. Turner? This shouldn't take very long. Okay, please state your name for the record.
Stacie Turner.
Okay, and spell your full name?
Stacie Turner.
Okay. All right, and were you instructed not to discuss your testimony with anyone?
Yes.
Okay, and have you discussed your testimony with anyone?
No.
Were you in the courtroom yesterday?
No, I was not.
Okay, and have you viewed or been influenced by any media reports, newspaper, TV, otherwise?
No, the very end of a story was on this morning, but I did not see it. I just heard Laurie's name mentioned.
Yes, ma'am. All right, State, do you wish to inquire? Okay, Mr. Wiggs?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, are you satisfied with the responses, sir? Okay, and again, please continue. The rule is invoked. It remains invoked. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone. Do not view any media concerning the case. Do not do any research concerning the case.
Yes, sir.
All right, and please remain outside the courtroom.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, anything further? Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Is there anyone else present that is of concern?
I can double check to see if Bryan.
If you would, sir. Thank you.
Retro AI unleashed. He's like, you go, judge, no nonsense, right? He's just like, okay, let's sort this out, bring them in. Did you watch anything? Did you see anything? Did you say anything? Were you in the courtroom? No. Okay.
He's not here. I'll make sure we try to fit that in.
Then the court will inquire as to the other 3 named individuals as they arrived, and they are Sharon Shaver, Bryan Shaver, and Tamara Dale.
Very well.
Sharon Shaver is not testifying.
Okay.
Okay,
Then she's not of concern, so just Bryan Shaver and Tamara Dale.
very well.
All right.
Judge, I have one other matter.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because we've been drawn up to the bench a few times, and
Is it the standing objection that you'd like to make?
well, yeah, I want to make it very clear for the record, see where we're going to proceed on this, but I want to make it very clear. And I'm going to hand the court the prior decisions, which the state has copies of. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You see some cover notes on the first page, and that's just an outline of the Smith versus Carlisle decision and the Volker decision. Both cases are attached. We got drawn into this because there was earlier talk about the concept of inference stacking. Mr. Amatuccio and I addressed the matter, and there was some argument that took place about it. I went back and I knew the rule had been changed, but I wanted to see how it was changed, and I came upon the Smith versus Carlisle decision, and that decision is cited at 378 Southern 3rd, 1213. It's a 2024 decision. It looks like out of the first DCA. What the case did was it broke all the history down, and going back to Knight and Sims and Law, and going back to the Bush decision, which had revoked the concept of inference stacking. What it said was, yeah, the inference stacking doctrine is gone. And it went back and it said, what thus is imposed is the decision of Volcker versus Combined Insurance, and that site is 73 Southern 2nd, 403, Supreme Court decision back from 1954. And in it, it makes this statement: stacking one inference upon another as a method of establishing an ultimate fact ordinarily should not be indulged in unless the first inference meets a test which may be analogized to the criminal rule concerning circumstantial evidence, only if the prior or basic inference is established to the exclusion of any other reasonable theory. Now, when I'm drawn up to the court, I've advised the court and I've advised the state, what's the primary inference that you're trying to stack this inference on top of? And Mr. Camuccio's argument has repeatedly been, make your motion for a JOA at the end of the trial. Well, to follow Mr. Camuccio's logic would do away with 90.401 relevance, and it would do away with 90.403 whether there's any prejudice by the inference to be drawn. So everything that Mr. Camuccio would propose through any proposed circumstantial evidence would be relevant in the mind of the state, and the defense would be required just at the conclusion of the case to move for a judgment of acquittal. So I think that the state would need to verify the inference that they're building, their primary inference that they're offering any substantive evidence. That's what the case would suggest. Further, Judge, I provided the court the motion to exclude digital data which had been filed in this case and to strike the business record certifications. In it, and this, we got drawn into this at the bench the other day, the state had spoken about they were in possession of business records from Facebook and that they were verified and that they were to be offered, and that all these inferences could be drawn that this was Laurie Shaver. You may recall in our prior hearings, Mr. Camuccio was advised in the court, Mr. Wiggs can't just introduce a business record and assume he's just going to get the evidence and the documents into evidence. What I did for the state, and the memorandum you'll see, was I set forth all the known predicates for the introduction of digital data. It's not sufficient just for one party to object on predicate without offering and showing the opposing party what the predicate is. So in there, you'll see I'd cited Monceau, State versus Love, a number of cases as to how the predicate was established in other cases. I'd also asserted cases that dealing with confirmation of the data and how matters had to be authenticated to show reliability.
I'm just going to pause quickly there. Sorry about that. AC says, I'm sorry. He is word salading horde. And Pernille says, he wants her acquitted? Sounds like it. I'm still trying to gather myself. What is the goal? What is the goal here? Is it to get her acquitted? Let's see how this goes.
You could not just introduce a business record and say the predicate's met. The state went beyond that later, you may recall, and it filed a request for a summary to be introduced into evidence. I advised the court that what the state was doing was the state was going to try to stack inferences and conclusions within it that did not constitute a business record, and the case that I cited in the primary motion was Yisrael, Supreme Court decision, where an after arrest document generated in preparation of litigation was not a business record, and clearly outlined that case and discussed it for the court openly. Now, none of this was contested in the hearing. Nothing was contested. We introduced it in the form, likewise, with digital data, testimony of Richard Connor, the predicate standards. The state just kind of covered their eyes on it, I think, thinking they're going to show up and just say, well, here's a business record and here's the inferences we conclude from it. Now, again, that brings us back to Carlisle and relationship with the digital data. So I supply that to the court instead of having to approach at all stages, advising the court that when we call them out or call the state out as to relevance, that's the authority that the defense is relied upon. That's the obligation for the court to inquire. When we talk about digital data in reference to that, those are the predicates that are set forth before the court and the state, and ask that the court hold the state to their predicate requirements as set forth by the court. So with those, Judge, we just preserve the record and ask that the court enforce the law and call the state out on these issues. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. State's response.
Your Honor, these issues have already been litigated. You've already made your rulings. I will point out, as I did up at the bench yesterday, that the defense, first of all, is relying on a civil case, Larry D. Smith versus Carlisle Industrial Brake and Friction, is not a criminal case. The case that it refers to being Bolter v. Combined Insurance Company, once again, is not a criminal case, but the case that he cites clearly talks about how the Florida Supreme Court in Bush has done away with this standard that the state must do away with any reasonable hypothesis of innocence, and a conviction can stand based on circumstantial evidence alone. So their reliance on this civil case is misplaced. It's not saying what he says. The case that this court needs to rely on is the Supreme Court's decision in Bush. But all these other issues have been litigated. We have rulings. You've done orders. And simply rehashing all of this is inappropriate.
Judge, if I may, just respond to that. Judge, you have not signed an order saying the state has a right to avoid any predicate obligation. But I just read to the court what the Smith decision said. And the Smith decision said, a test which may be analogized to the criminal court. So while it was a civil case, they were relying on the standard to be imposed in a criminal case. So the state miscites one, that the court has never entered an order saying you can avoid any predicate obligation, state. The obligations are still in place, and those obligations are set forth in the memorandum to exclude the digital data. They're also set forth in Smith versus Carlisle and Volcker. And that's plain, it's on paper, and the court could not, even if it wanted to, state, Mr. Amatuccio, don't worry about 90.401, everything's relevant. Don't worry about 90.403, it doesn't matter if anything prejudices the defense. Everything's got to be analogized when it's tendered to the court.
All right, anything further? All right, thank you. Are we ready for the jury? All right, please call in the jurors. Thank you.
We got a little bit of a hot mic there. Oh my, it's like, okay, are we done? Can we bring in the jury? Okay, thank you. Let's do that. Like, wow. Okay, so welcome. If you're only joining now, welcome to day 2. Please like and share so others can also find us, as we are live, obviously later than the court feed actually starts. So we can skip over coffee breaks and lunch breaks, which is always very nice. Yeah, AC is like, hot mic. There's a bit of a hot mic there. Okay, so now they're going to bring in the jury. And let's get that first witness of day 2 on the stand.
I don't know.
Just write it on.
I see that all of the members of the jury have returned and are seated in the jury box. Thank you again for your time and patience this morning. State, you may proceed.
The state calls Rita Merritt.
it's got a hot mic here, with the defense. Eileen says, I love a hot mic moment, right? We're like, okay, we're listening now. So they just called Rita Merritt, and yesterday there was a witness on the stand called Frank Merritt, so I would assume it's his wife, but let's see. Frank Merritt used to work with Michael Shaver.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable and let me know when you're ready to go. Good morning. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Rita Merritt, Ritamerritt.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Merritt.
Good morning.
You're a little soft-spoken, and we're trying to make sure that that microphone picks up everything you say. So you can lean in and talk a little bit about it. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Rita Merritt.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
I did.
How did you know him?
Through my husband, Frank Merritt.
And how long did you know him?
For about 6 months or so.
And were your families friendly? Did you socialize together?
Yes, sir, a couple times.
And did you ever go over to his house, to Michael Shaver's house, to visit or socialize with Michael Shaver, his wife, and their kids?
Yes, sir.
And did you socialize at other locations other than either of your homes?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever met Laurie Shaver?
Yes, sir.
And did you meet her through Michael and your husband?
Yes, sir.
Do you see her and recognize her in the court today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point her out and describe something she's wearing?
The tan jacket.
Now, did you meet Michael or Laurie first?
Actually, I met them together.
And I want to take you back to November 7th of 2015. Did you see Michael and Laurie Shaver that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry. And where did you see them?
At the Florida Flywheelers show.
What kind of event was that?
It was an event that had like old steam engines and tractors and kind of like a swap meet type of place.
Who all was there as far as your family and their family?
Mike and Laurie, their 2 kids, Aiden and Isabel, my husband Frank, my daughter Carly, and myself.
And did you see Michael and Laurie Shaver interacting together?
Yes, sir, when we first got there.
And what was the demeanor of those individuals while you were there?
Objection. Just calling the witness to speculate on the mental process of another individual.
It's an individual's lay opinion of another individual's demeanor. So,
Who caused their mental impression?
all right, overruled. You may answer.
Describe their demeanor.
It seemed to be there was some tension between them.
Why would you say that?
Well, when we got there, we met up, and it was like, I don't know what happened. They just were their friendly selves.
Now, at some point, did Mike, Laurie, and their kids leave without you and your husband and your daughter?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you guys arrived separately in different vehicles.
Yes.
Now, on that day, was that the last time that you either spoke or saw Michael Shaver?
Yes.
When you were over at their house, did you ever observe anything that was being utilized as a fire pit?
No.
In the backyard, was there an area where the family had started some sort of construction of something that they wanted to put in there?
Mike had talked about digging a duck pond. They had ducks and chickens and stuff, and he had talked about digging a duck pond for his ducks.
And had that excavation, had that hole started to be dug while you were over there socializing?
The last time we were there was in September, the last time I was there, and I don't believe at that time that he had started it, but we did talk about it.
I have nothing further at this time, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Yes, may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Now, ma'am, you testified that y'all socialized, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You never observed a murder, correct?
I'm sorry?
You never observed a homicide.
No, sir.
Okay. Most you're saying is y'all went out to some truck show, I believe, and that somebody was in a bad mood?
Yes.
Okay. That would cause you to speculate about their mental thoughts, correct?
Objection.
No, sir.
No? Did somebody say I'm in a bad mood?
No, sir.
Okay. Did it occur to you somebody may have health issues?
Health issues? No, sir.
How was the temperature?
It was early in the morning, so it wasn't that warm then, but as the day went by, it got pretty heated, yes.
Very hot, did it not?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So your conclusion, somebody was in a bad mood, doesn't take into consideration other factors such as correct? Health issues, temperature outside, correct?
Correct.
And they surely don't relate to any homicide that was committed, correct?
I would say no.
Thank you.
Any follow-up? May the witness be excused from her subpoena? Okay. Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Your Honor, can Mr. Wiggs and I approach real quick?
Yes, sir.
Ooh, I just saved your eardrums. They're gonna do the white noise. Okay, that was pretty quick. So that would have been on November 7th of 2015 when Rita Merritt and Frank Merritt last saw Michael Shaver alive. They're actually, as far as I understand from the timeline, the last two people to see him alive, other than, of course, Laurie. So, okay, let me just turn the sound off for you and make sure that we skip this white noise here.
Good morning.
Judge, can we approach this momentarily?
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that.
Were you just taking notes? Are you feeling well today? Okay. Any follow-up questions? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, sir. Please state your full legal name.
John Adrian Borglum.
Please spell your full name.
John Adrian, B as in boy, Orglum as in Mary.
All right, please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm John Borglum.
And did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Michael Shaver?
So I was Michael's leader at Disney for a few years. He actually worked for me on two occasions. First time was when he was in his fourth year of his apprenticeship in a monorail shop. So that was from roughly August of 13 through August of 14. And then in 2014, he transferred to Epcot when he completed his apprenticeship. I also transferred to Epcot in April of 2015, and that's where Mike worked for me again.
When you refer to yourself as his leader, is that basically a supervisor?
Yes, sir.
And in order to work as a mechanic at Disney, what did he have to do to get that position?
So Mike actually completed a 4-year apprenticeship as a mechanical apprentice in order to be able to work at Disney, and then also complete an exam in order to be able to work as a attractions mechanic in one of our attractions.
And how was he performing as an employee?
Mike actually performed really well. Was not happy on a personal aspect when he transferred to Epcot from the monorails, because I was at monorails, I wanted to keep him. But I was really happy when I transferred to Epcot and he was once again working for me.
And when in the course of the time that you were supervising him, was there ever any discussions of his advancement within the program?
Yes.
Judge, hearsay.
Objection, sir.
Hearsay.
All right. Overruled.
So I was actually, in late 2015, I was actually ready to promote Mike to a work foreman position, which would have involved a pay raise, and that was primarily due to his work ethic and the way he was respected by the teams.
And had you made him aware of that consideration?
Yes, sir.
Now, as a mechanic at Disney, well, specifically when he went through the apprenticeship program, was he issued tools by Disney?
So there is a small set of tools that are issued by Disney. It's just a standard set that they're issued. However, each cast member is allowed the opportunity in order to be able to purchase and bring in their own set of tools. So those tools are can also be generic ones or specific for whatever task it is that they are performing in the attractions.
And even the tools issued by Disney once he completes the apprenticeship program, do they then belong to the individual?
That I don't recall.
Now, does Disney maintain records of employment that include absences, whether or not someone called in sick, didn't call in when they were absent, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go ahead and show defense what has previously been marked as State's Exhibit U, proper business record certification, business records from Walt Disney work, Michael Shaver.
I'm just quickly going to pause for a second. Diana says, I love your coverage of these cases. Thank you so much. And for being a member for 5 months. Thank you so much to everyone that's joining membership today and sending stickers and all the things. I really appreciate it. I try to wave so I don't interrupt too much, right? So, okay. So this guy was Michael's leader at Disney and was going to promote him to foreman. And he was looking forward to that promotion, higher salary and all of that. Also, I saw Rob, you asked earlier, what is the motive? We can only speculate, but if I had to guess, based on what we read yesterday from that probable cause affidavit, Michael Shaver had told one of his friends that Laurie's after his life insurance. So it could be financial and probably a mix of control and jealousy and all sorts of things like that, right? But at this point, of course, we can only speculate what the motive could be. And of course, Laurie Shaver is innocent till proven guilty. We're on day 2. This trial is set to last about 2 weeks, okay? So let's keep going here. John Borglum.
Judge, we're going to object to the objection, or to the certification, excuse me. The records are just improper bolstering at this stage. They're not relevant, probative. This witness has no probative testimony other than to try to bolster a man who's not here before. It's not probative pursuant to Smith versus Carlisle and Volker as well that I've cited to the court.
All right, State's response.
Any sort of objection to the business record certification is untimely, as not done for the business record certifications board. These Disney records were not done prior to trial, and we are going to be talking about his attendance records, which are contained within.
It does not alleviate the relevancy, whether or not there's an objection made prior to trial or not. The state still has to show the probative value, regardless of whether they want to introduce it. Under Smith versus Carlisle and Volker, it's not probative evidence to just bring a man in and try to bolster somebody's testimony to try to throw some ammunition out there on behalf of the state. Again, it's not probative in any matter.
Anything further?
No, sir.
Objections overruled.
States move in States U into evidence as States number 9.
And States U will be admitted into evidence as States number 9.
Now, Mr. Borglum, prior to your testimony here today, have you gone back and reviewed Mr. Shaver's attendance records during the time frame that he was working at Disney?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right. Now, I want to take you back to November of 2015. Was Michael Shaver scheduled to work on November 10th, 2015?
Yes, he was.
And, Your Honor, I would ask at this time to publish the contents of States number 9 to the jury.
whether he was supposed to show up for work one particular day does not alleviate or does not answer the question.
Can we approach?
All right, let's have a sidebar. Thank you.
Okay. There we go. Back.
Borglum, I'll direct your attention to the page that's numbered on the bottom as 986. Do you have that page in front of you?
Almost.
Okay.
986.
Now, on November 10th, 2015, was Mr. Shaver scheduled for work?
Yes, he was.
And did he show for his scheduled work?
November 10th, he's actually documented as a no-call, no-show, which means, so no-call, no-show means he was scheduled for work and he did not call in, whether it be call sick, call whatever, in order to let us know he was not coming into work.
And what was his next shift after November 10th, 2015?
So it would have been November 10th, which actually would have been his first day coming back to work after his 2 days off. So November 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th. So there's 4 consecutive no-call, no-shows.
And all of those are reflected in the records that you're referring to there?
Yes, sir.
And the going back through his attendance at Disney, had he ever no-call, no-show for work before November of 2015?
No, he had not.
I'll just quickly go through those records, appearing on page 97, 98, 99, 990, 991. The first entry there on page 991 as far as the time frame that Mr. Shaver was working with Disney, where there was something on his attendance.
The one for 926?
On
top one?
The date on 991 showing
the date on 991, the very first entry is 8/31/2009.
So in that 6-year period prior to November of 2015, no call, no shows.
That is correct.
Once Mr. Shaver had failed to appear for work and didn't call in, first of all, was that concerning and unusual to you based on his prior experience?
Yes, it was.
And so what did you do?
So the first night, I would have actually asked the team members who know Mike best if they knew something was going on, if he had reached out to any of them, and I would have sent him a text message.
Did you ever call him on the phone?
Not the first night.
And how were you communicating with him then?
At that time, it was via text message.
And did he or someone in possession of his phone correspond back with you?
On the 13th was actually when I received a text back, because by the 13th that had been 3 consecutive no-call, no-shows. By Disney policy, 3 consecutive no-call, no-shows. It is a automatic termination of employment with a company. So I had been texting and trying to call his cell phone in order to find out what was going on, as well as if there was issues in order to offer assistance, because Disney does have Disney Assistance Program where if things are coming up, we're able to help out, especially for outstanding employees. So I had reached out to Mike, and on the 13th is when I got a text message back. The text message stated along the lines of...
Objection. Judge, we approach.
All right, sidebar, please.
Damn, this defense is keeping everyone busy, hey.
Please proceed. Thank you.
What was the response that you received?
So the response I received back was, having issues at home in Georgia right now, either fire me or I'll quit. I'm not coming back to work.
And his personal property, being the tools, were still at Disney?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever come back to get those?
No, he did not.
Did you ever reach out to Laurie Shaver to ask her what to do about the tools?
No, I did not reach out to Laurie. I still continue to try to reach out to Mike. Part of the process that we have with the company when somebody leaves the company, whether on their own volition or whether they were terminated, is their tools are their property. So we do not maintain or keep their property. So we make every effort in order to return the property back to them. Since Mike's toolbox was in the attraction, made every effort in order to return the toolbox. At that time, it was actually shortly after that, so it would have been early December, is when I received a snapshot of a message that Frank Merritt had received in order to turn the toolbox over to Frank.
Now, have you seen or actually spoken with Michael Shaver since November 7th of 2015?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Mr. Borglum, tell us about your IT experience.
IT experience, very minimal.
Do you? Do you hold any kind of degree in IT?
No, sir.
Okay. And when you say you received a message, you don't know who you received the message from, do you?
Other than the fact it comes up on the phone as the message for the caller ID showed it was Mike Shaver's cell phone.
Okay. Do you know where that was sent from?
No, sir.
Do you know what router it was sent from?
No, sir.
Do you know what Michael Shaver was doing 24 hours before he last showed up for work?
No, sir.
Do you know who he was with
No, sir.
the last 24 hours?
No, sir.
Do you know who was with Michael Shaver the last 24 hours?
No, sir.
Do you know where Michael Shaver was at?
No, sir. I do not. I would have assumed he would have been at home, but no.
That's your assumption, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, aside from the records that were introduced, did Michael have any complaints at work?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there a Kendall Davidowski? Somebody was dating at work?
There is a Kendall Davidowski at Disney, but I don't know whether he was dating her or not.
Do you know if she had filed any complaints against her?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So you don't know if those are a complete statement of all the records on file with Disney, do you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And you don't know who Kendall Davidowski is?
I know who Kendall Davidowski is. She also worked for me during a period of time.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not Mr. Shaver had a relationship with her?
No, sir.
Okay.
Oh dear, he's grilling this guy. Thank you so much. Overprotected 1111. Angel says, "Hi Grizzlies, I cheated this morning and started watching somewhere else." He said, "I will say nothing about it, but Miss G's commentary." Thank you so much for being here. Doesn't matter wherever you watch, your seat will always be saved over here. Okay, thank you for being here. Really appreciate that. Okay, let's continue here. Like, do you have a degree? In IT? He's like, no, sir.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. State?
Maybe.
All right. You may step down from the witness stand. You're released from further testimony, sir. Thank you and have a good day.
They call Brendon Burns.
Files are still there. Yes, thank you.
Forward a little bit for us.
Name, please.
My name is Brendon Robert Burns. It's Brenden, Robert, Robeert, Burns, Burns.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Why don't you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Again, my name is Brendon Burns. I'm an airline pilot by trade, but at the time I was a aircraft mechanic.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
And how did you first meet Michael Shaver?
As I was an aircraft mechanic at Warbird Adventures in Kissimmee, Mike came in as a volunteer to help work on some aircraft projects, race airplane, etc.
And when you say he came in as a volunteer, what type of role was he wanting to volunteer to do?
As an aircraft mechanic, I guess any tasks associated with working on our race airplane, mainly.
And that area where he started to volunteer, did you start a friendship with Michael Shaver?
I did, yes.
And through that, did you meet his wife, Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I did.
Do you see her in the courtroom today? Can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
Yes, I do. She's wearing a tan coat.
Now, what types of things would Michael Shaver do for this reason?
Honestly, whatever was requested of him. One of the first things I remember him being sort of assigned to was we were building a new canopy for the race airplane, so he was molding some styrofoam for a mold of the canopy. That was one of the first things I remember.
And were there times that his wife, Laurie Shaver, would also participate in the activities of this race team?
Yes.
And how would that come about?
Well, Laurie would attend the races, and she helped out in the merchandise booth. We sold T-shirts, hats, and other paraphernalia.
Did you ever go over to their home to visit or socialize?
Yes, I did.
And was there a period of time, in case I didn't ask, what was the period of time that you knew and were friends with Michael Shaver?
I believe it was late 2012 or early 2013 through fall of 2015.
And was there a period of time you were friends with Michael that he had moved out of the home and was living at the hangar?
Yes, yes.
What time frame was that?
He lived in the hangar, I want to say it was late 2014 or early 2015.
And during that time, was he separated from you?
Yes.
During that time that he was living at the hangar, did Michael Shaver start dating someone else?
Yes.
And who was that?
Her name was Kendall.
And was that somebody that also worked at Disney, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
After a period of time, did you see Laurie Shaver start coming back to the hangar when Michael was living there?
Yes, I did.
And what types of things would she do when she would return to the hangar where Michael was staying and living?
Well, I saw her talk to Mike outside. One time there was some pizzas in the break room, and I asked, and someone said that Laurie had bought pizzas for the race team.
And after this period of time, in the summer of 2015, did Michael Shaver leave the hangar and return to live at the Merritt home?
Yes, he did.
Are you Facebook friends with Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
And have you, during the time that you've been friends and since his disappearance, been able to look at the pictures and things that have been posted on his Facebook?
Yes.
And during this time, I'm showing the defense what has been previously been marked for identification. It states V of Facebook records with appropriate business record certification, as well as 2 individual photographs labeled states X and states W.
Sure, the sound is a lot better today, but there's still a lot of like that white noise, that background noise. Sorry about that. We rely on the court feeds. I boosted it as much as I can. Thank you so much all for being here, watching day 2 with me of this absolutely crazy trial. Like, wow. Yesterday we read the probable cause affidavit, and my goodness, if you missed that, go and check that out after this, because it's like every page just gets worse and worse. Like, you can't even believe what you're reading. So yeah, I'm keen to see what they say now about the Facebook messages, because by the allegations in the PCA, Laurie Shaver was impersonating her husband, who was buried in the backyard under the fire pit, like the fire pit that she then put in afterwards, right? And so she was telling people that Michael was stalking her, and she was sending messages on Facebook or text messages to friends and family, just here and there, just so that they can think that he's still alive and well and just doesn't want to see anyone, right? Oh my goodness. So let's see what they say here.
Please approach.
Mr. White wants to approach.
All right. Sidebar, please.
I told you I'm going to be on high alert today to save you from the sidebar. So let's just...
Meta, the state removed states B, the Facebook records of Michael Shaver into evidence at states number 10.
All right, States V will be admitted into evidence of States number 10.
Yes, same objection, Judge.
All right, sir, overruled.
Now, Mr. Burns, I'm showing you a photograph taken from those records that has been labeled as states W. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And first of all, who is that a photograph of?
That's Mike Shaver.
And how do you recognize that photograph?
I recognize this photograph because I took this photograph.
And what was the circumstances that you took that photograph?
Mike and I were fishing behind my house that I lived at the time.
And when would that event have occurred?
This was in June of 2014, I believe.
And after you took that photograph, did you share that with Michael Shaver?
I'm sure I did, either via text or I tagged him on Facebook.
And at that time, did you have a working phone number for Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
And what was that phone number?
It's...
Do you have it on your phone?
It's on my phone.
Looking at your phone and the entry that you have on your phone help refresh your memory about what his phone number was?
Yeah.
Did you ever change it at any time during your friendship since you had that number programmed and up till today?
I have not.
Okay. Can you go ahead and look at it, please?
Sure. The phone number that I have for Mike Shaver is area code 352-431-5121.
All right, this time the state will move State's Exhibit W into evidence in State's Exhibit number 11.
Same objection, Judge. Improper predicate.
Objections overruled. States W will be entered into evidence as States number 11.
Now, did you see this picture appear on Michael Shaver's Facebook?
Yeah, at some point.
And when was the last time you had any contact where you either saw or spoke with Michael Shaver?
It was early October 2015.
And when something is posted onto Facebook, when you're going through, does it have dates and things that correlate to that posting as you're looking at the post?
Typically, yes.
And I'm going to go ahead and present this exhibit that's been embedded into evidence. When does this show that photograph was uploaded on the Facebook?
It shows it was uploaded March 8 of 2017.
I'll go ahead and publish for the jury. Is that the photograph that we've been talking about?
I hope they show us the photograph, but the accusations are also that Laurie was changing Mike Shaver's profile pictures and, the like a Facebook header and just posting things on his Facebook account. Oh my goodness.
It's on the screen.
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and show you another
Ladies and
photograph.
gentlemen of the jury, if you wish, you may get up from your seats if you would like to get closer to view the photograph. So feel free to move about the jury box, and if you need to, Deputy Olmstead will allow you outside of the jury box so you can view the photograph or any exhibits more closely.
I'm like on high alert. I'm like, don't show the jury. You just see the camera just like panning across the room. I think they're on the other side, but I'm just like, no. Okay.
And that applies to all exhibits. Feel free to move about the jury box and out of the jury box as needed.
Showing you previously been marked as X, you recognize this photograph.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that photograph?
It's a picture of some random bar somewhere that
Where
might...
did you first see that photograph?
On Facebook.
And specifically, whose Facebook profile?
That was Mike Shaver's Facebook.
And when you saw that photograph on Mike Shaver's Facebook profile, why did that individual picture seem unusual to you?
Well, he's not in the picture, and I don't recognize any person in this photograph or the place it was taken.
And looking at that photograph, did you do anything to kind of look into where that photograph came from?
Not really. I mean,
But as the photograph that you were looking at from Facebook that was posted on his profile, you do not recognize Mr. Shaver in that or any other individual?
That's correct.
All right, this time the state removed states X into evidence at states number 12.
Judge, same objection. Is an improper predicate?
All right, sir. Objection is overruled. States X will be admitted into evidence as states number 12.
And is this photograph, which I'll publish show when that was posted?
It says it was uploaded January 2nd of 2018.
Okay. Publishing states 12.
All right, request to publish is granted.
That is the exhibit itself. That's how it comes in. As far as the writing on it, go ahead and publish the physical exhibit to the jury.
Once you view that, the physical exhibit, please pass it around to the other jury members. Thank you.
Have you seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
I have not.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Do you have a degree in Facebook or what? What else can I ask? Do you have a degree in IT? Oh dear. How do you know that wasn't him posting it? Well, based on the timeline, they believe that he was murdered between November 7th and 10th of 2015. And some of these Facebook pictures were posted and profiles were changing in 2017. I mean, the date that they just said there was March 8th of 2017. Sure, okay. So let's hear the cross-examination.
Please support.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
This digital data went back between you and Michael, allegedly, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. You don't know who was on the other end of the router, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know if it was a male or a female, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know how many people were in the residence, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know if it was intercepted anywhere, correct?
Correct.
You're not an IT personnel, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you present during the demise of Michael Shaver?
I was not.
Do you know anybody that was?
I do not.
I like this pilot's vibe. Brendon Robert Burns, airline pilot, okay? And he's just like, I do not. We can feel the snark from here, right? Is he a grizzly? He might be.
So this digital data is supplied to say, essentially, I saw him in this period, I believe, correct?
Yes.
I sent him something, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember Laurie Shaver's child, Erlyn?
No.
You don't remember that child?
No.
Okay. Did you turn over your computer to law enforcement?
No.
Did they issue a warrant to secure any information from your system?
No.
Very well. Thank you.
All right. Redirect.
Do you know any of Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's children?
Yes.
Who were they?
Isabel and I forget the little boy's name.
Any children that you had after Michael Shaver, would you have any way of knowing? And has there ever been any inference or discussion of any text messages or anything that you would receive from Michael Shaver on your computer?
Not that I'm aware of.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
May the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay.
The State calls Robert Mercado.
Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to go. All set?
Yes.
Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name's Robert Mercado, Jr., R-O-B-E-R-T, M-E-R-C-A-D-O.
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name's Robert Mercado.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes.
How did you know Michael?
We first met at work in our apprenticeship, mechanical apprenticeship, and from there on we hit it off.
When you talk about your apprenticeship at work, where did you?
At Walt Disney World.
And were you guys going through the apprenticeship at the same time?
We ended up at the same location. He was a year ahead of me.
How long is that apprenticeship?
It's a 4-year apprenticeship.
Now, through Michael Shaver, did you ever meet his wife, Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And did you ever go over to their house to visit or socialize?
Yes, multiple times.
And in November of 2015, what kind of vehicle did you have?
I had a gray Explorer.
And in November of 2015, did you ever go pick Michael Shaver up from his home and take him anywhere so he could leave his family?
No.
Did you ever take him to Georgia and drop him off anywhere up there?
No.
Going back to November 2015, did you have any upcoming plans with Michael Shaver for later in the month?
Yes, we were planning on having Thanksgiving together.
And when you talk about having Thanksgiving together, who all was involved with that Thanksgiving?
It was going to be his and my family at his house.
And so when you talk about his and your family, would that include Laurie and his children?
Yes.
And did you have children?
Yes.
How old were your children in comparison to his?
Older. Mine are a lot older than his.
When was the last time that you physically saw or spoke in person to Michael Shaver?
It was at least a month before we were making plans for Thanksgiving.
did you ever receive any contact about those Thanksgiving plans, either canceling it or doing anything with those plans?
Yes, I messaged him multiple times a couple weeks before just to solidify the event, and after that, he just texted me back saying that we were canceling it.
Was there anything unusual about your correspondence with him about that event after November 10th of 2015?
Yeah, he kind of just stopped talking to me and said he wanted to be left alone.
Was that out of character for him?
Absolutely.
And have you spoken on the phone, any contact that you can verify was in fact from Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes. Mr. Mercado, did you ever go over there,
Transport Mr. Shaver to or from the residence?
Yes.
Okay. What was that regarding?
Depends, really. Which time you...
Was there more than one time?
Yeah, I used to go over there all the time.
Was there any time that you transported, removed any goods of his, any items of clothing with him when he was leaving the residence?
The one time I picked him up from court and took him to his residence.
To obtain some things?
Yeah, to pick up his...
Okay. And were you there at any time when there was any violence between Mr. Shaver and Ms. Shaver?
Yes.
Okay. So you witnessed that?
Yes.
And there was a 911 call, correct?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. Did you have to get between Mr. Shaver?
I had to get between both of them.
Okay. When Mr. Shaver left the residence, do you know where he resided?
I took him home with me that night, and then the following day he stayed at the Warbirds Museum hangar for roughly the better part of a year after that.
Okay. Did you witness any homicide in this case?
No, sir.
you know what Mr. Shaver was doing 24 hours before his death?
No, sir.
You know who was present with Mr. Shaver?
No.
24 hours before his death?
No, I do not.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Oh, they just made it silent. No more hot mic. Sorry about that. Shame, the guy looks very sad on the stand, right? Understandably so. Okay, sound? We got sound? Hello?
She had a gun in her hand and she was waving it around saying she was going to hurt herself.
Wait.
So
Sound will come back any minute here. Just for some context, I think it was in September of 2014 where this friend picked Michael up from, I don't know if it was a jail or a court, I think from the jail or something, because he had been arrested for domestic violence after Laurie and Michael had some kind of an argument, and he said, she said on that day, but throughout the relationship and many other relationships, it seems like it seems like she is more the aggressor. That's what other ex-boyfriends have said as well. So that's pretty scary to think, but he just thought, you know, just arrest me, because he didn't want them both to be arrested, because then the kids would have to go to CPS. So I think it was this friend, Robert Mercado, who picked him up and took him back to the house to go and fetch some of his belongings to get out of the house. And then he witnessed Laurie, I think she was throwing a gun at him or something. So let's see what he says here. I think that's what this is about now. Son will be back any moment.
some of his stuff so he can leave the residence. And while he was doing that, I started to hear arguments, and they started fighting, just arguments. And at that time, when I walked in, I noticed that she had a gun in her hand and she was waving it around saying she was going to hurt herself. So I separated them, removed the weapon from the area, consoled her and tried to calm her down while he got the rest of his stuff, and then we left.
So when you're referring to some violence that you observed between them, you never saw Michael Shaver touch or strike Ms. Shaver in any way?
No, he would never.
The only thing that you saw was Miss Shaver brandishing a weapon and making threats.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Wiggs?
Was 911 called?
Not that I'm aware of at that time, no.
Okay. Did you see anything happen to Mr. Shaver?
Not that night.
Okay, Mr. Shaver was acting aggressive on that night, correct?
They both were.
They both were, okay? And Mr. Shaver's the one that left the residence, correct?
Yes, I took him with me, yes.
Out of his necessity because of his act of violence, correct?
It was for the betterment of both of them that he left.
He left by law, correct?
Not that night, no.
Not that night, it was a different night?
It was the previous night.
I see, okay. And you came to retrieve his belongings with him, correct?
Yes.
And he was acting violent at that time?
No, he was not.
Okay. You just stated you got in between the two of them.
Yes.
Because they were acting violent, correct?
While he was trying to retrieve his stuff, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right. And may the witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for testifying here today. You're released from any further testimony. Thank you and have a good day.
State calls Cory Lutzo.
So this trial's going so quickly. They're flying through witnesses. Apparently the state is planning to have about 100 witnesses. So, okay, so they're only on like number 5, okay? But still, oh my goodness. Did you see the look that he gave her? Did you see that? That was hectic. He's like, Robert giving that, Robert Mercado. Giving the defendant quite the dirty look there. Good job, buddy.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go. All right, sir. Please raise your right hand. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Cory J. Lutzo. It's spelled C-O-R-Y. Middle name is J-A-Y. Last name is spelled L-U-T, Z as in zebra, O-W.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
All right. Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Cory Lutzo.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Michael Shaver?
I worked with Michael Shaver at Disney, at Epcot at the attraction Spaceship Earth.
And approximately when did you start working with him?
Roughly about spring of 2015, when I transferred from being an attractions cast member to a mechanic.
And at that point, had he already gone through the apprenticeship program?
Yeah, actually, he had just graduated the apprenticeship program.
And as a mechanic over there, were you working at the same attraction with him, a different attraction? How was that?
We were working at the same attraction. I was actually introduced to Mike on my first day on the job. He was going to be the guy that was actually showing me around the attraction and getting me acquainted with everything.
And would you ever visit or socialize with Michael Shaver outside of work?
No. We messaged a couple times on Facebook. Text message here or there, but never really got a chance to socialize outside of work because with my stint in the military, I was always busy going between Disney and doing the military thing, so never really got a chance to socialize outside of work.
Did you all work the same shift?
Yes, we had the same days, same working days, same days off.
And what shift was that?
So our shift was third shift, and we had Sunday, Mondays off. So we would usually come in on a Tuesday night, and then we would clock out early Saturday mornings for our weekends.
Where do mechanics at Disney get their tools from?
So during the apprenticeship program, when you go through the apprenticeship program, you get your tools assigned to you, and then you get to keep those upon graduation. And then if there are any other specialty tools that you would like to buy, we have a Snap-on and a Mack truck that will come around usually on Wednesdays. So if you want to make any personal purchases, you can do so.
Now, when you purchase these from the Snap-on or the Mack truck, if you get better deals than if you go into like Home Depot or something like that?
Give or take. A lot of the times, I know me personally, me and Mike, we actually ended up buying like the same product. They had a deal where you can get a 1/2-inch impact, a 3-inch impact, with battery packs, whole 9 yards. That usually would retail about $1,500–1,600, and we ended up getting them for like $700–800.
Now, as someone who worked on the same attraction in the same shift as Michael Shaver, were you familiar with the tools that he had?
Yeah, his toolbox was right next to mine.
And do you have similar tools to what he has?
Yeah, generally. So with the attractions, with the apprenticeship program, they give them what they classify as a basic tool set. I don't exactly know how many pieces were in that tool set, but both his set and my set were almost identical.
And what kind of condition was his tools in?
I mean, just normal wear and tear, but he took pride in his tools just like mine. I mean, they were strategically placed, very well marked, so it was easy to find if we needed to borrow each other's tools.
And as far as the cost of these tools, you said you had very similar workup in your kit?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And so you are familiar with the value of the tools through your own personal experience?
Oh, 100%. I keep track, very accurate track of how much I spend on my tools.
And what is a rough estimate of the tools that Michael Shaver had at Disney that you had an opportunity to observe and were comparable to yours?
I would probably say his toolbox comparable to mine was roughly between $3,000 and $4,000 worth of tools.
When was the last time that you had any contact with Michael Shaver?
Last contact I had with Mike was the weekend he went missing, which I would say probably like around the 12th and 13th of November of 2015-ish.
Are you given an estimate of that date?
I believe so, yeah. It's been so many years since it's happened.
Was your last contact with him at work?
Yes, we had clocked out of work, and we usually all walk to the parking lot together, and we all say, hey, we'll see you on Tuesday. And then they're like, and everybody reciprocates, and then we all go on our merry way.
If the work records indicate that the last day that he worked was November 7th, would that then have been the last day that you had contact with him?
Yes.
And you said you guys worked the same schedule, same shifts?
Mm-hmm.
So the November 10th being the next day he was supposed to come in at work, was he there?
No, he was not.
Did he ever return to work?
No, we did not see him.
Had you ever tried to reach out to him after he stopped showing up to work?
I reached out to him that Wednesday, so the second day he did not show up for work. I reached out to him via Facebook and said, hey man, just checking on you to make sure you're good. Never got any response, but I did get a read receipt, because if anybody knows social media, if you're on Facebook Messenger, the little icon will drop down showing that it's been read, and it showed it was read.
Objection. Judge. He's testifying. Excuse me.
Sidebar, please.
Protecting your ears. Okay.
When I opened my Facebook Messenger, after I had sent the message, I had noticed again the little icon that shows your profile photo had dropped down, and it showed that it had been read. Usually, when you open a message and it hasn't been read, the icon still remains high. So I saw that the message had been read, but I did not receive any messages responding to what checking in on him.
Did Michael Shaver ever return to Disney to pick up those tools that you talked about?
No, he did not.
Have you seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since that time that you all left work on November 7th, 2015?
Nope, did not. I've not seen him or spoken to him.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Sir, you don't know how Michael Shaver died, do you?
I heard about how he died, but I don't know 100%, no.
Okay. What you're going on is speculation, correct?
I guess you can say that.
Right. You were not present witnessing the demise of Michael Shaver, did you?
No.
Okay. You don't know who responded to any email that you may have sent to Michael Shaver.
I never said I sent an email. I said I sent him a direct message via Facebook. That's not an email.
Right. In the form of an email communication, correct?
Again, that's not an email.
Okay.
It's a communication. It's a direct message, almost like a text message.
And you're not an IT guy.
Never claimed that to be that, no.
I didn't say you did claim to be, but you hold no degree in IT, correct?
Nope.
You don't know
I wish that the witness could ask the question too. Do you have a degree in IT? Oh man, this is going to be the go-to questioning. Oh, do you have a degree in IT? Even if he had a degree in IT or anyone that he's asking, you still can't prove who was on the other side of that phone, right? So it doesn't really help asking them that. But what the state is saying and what the detective said, the coroner on, okay, they believe that Michael was murdered between November 7th and 10th of 2015. So if there's messages in 2017 and 18 and things like that, well, it's probably not Michael. And that's, based on even Laurie building that fire pit and, showing on Facebook, look, I'm going to build this fire pit and now cement, we're going to pour cement on. And she had her new husband, because she got remarried very quickly, which everyone thought quite strange, helping her out with that. And that just so happened to be right over where Michael was buried. On the property, on a 5-acre property. Like, my goodness. So sorry to interrupt in there. I'm just like, oh no, here we go again. Peaches 523 said defense should know that we are the experts. Thank you for being a member for 4 months. Vanessa's like, love the snark. Thank you so much all for being here. Please like and share so others can also find us and come and chat here with us as we watch another trial together. I love watching trials with you. And this one, wow, I think it's already warming up. From what we read on the PCA, oh my goodness, it's such a crazy case. I like how snarky he's getting. Yes, here we go.
Who was at any location that may have intercepted that, correct?
No.
Thank you. Let me ask you one more question. You know what Kendall Bailowski?
I've heard of the name, but I've never met her.
She worked at Disney?
My understanding is she worked at Disney, but she was not in my location when I was there.
You know if Mike was dating her?
Nope. Again, all I know is I heard of the name, but that was it.
Okay. Do you know anybody Michael was dating?
Nope. We never talked about that.
Thank you.
State?
Nothing further. You can be excused.
All right, sir. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
State called Bryan Shaver.
Yeah.
Judge, I think we might want to dismiss the jury for a moment.
Yes, sir. Okay, we'll take the jurors out for a comfort break. We'll be in recess for about 5-10 minutes.
Let's go forward.
What do you give today, Shall? What do you give today? Please be seated, sir. Please state your name for the record and spell your full name.
Bryan Shaver, Brian Shaver.
All right, please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I will.
There are a few preliminary questions that I'd like to ask you. Were you in the courtroom yesterday?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you discussed your testimony with anyone?
No, sir.
Okay. Has anyone discussed their testimony with you?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you done any research regarding the case?
No, sir. Well, yes, I have in the past, not recently.
How long ago?
Just kind of keeping a little current with it, but I wouldn't say recent.
Okay. And have you viewed anything in the media recently?
I saw it on the news last night, just
Okay.
on the local news, but that was it.
All right. And State, do you have any questions?
Mr. Shaver, you didn't watch the live stream or anything?
No, sir.
That were covered?
No, sir.
When you talk about research, you're following news media to follow along with your brother's case?
Yes, that is correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Did you see something on the news last night?
I saw about the court proceedings, about the jury selection and stuff.
Okay. Have the state communicated with you about the obligation not to be communicating with other witnesses or reading any data?
Yes, they did.
When did they do that?
It's probably been, I think, probably about a month ago.
All right.
Anything further?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay. I'm just taking the sound off for you because we've got that white noise. I think they're going to go for a break now.
Jurors, or would the parties like a comfort break?
I was going to suggest that we're kind of at that 10:15 route.
Yes, sir. Let's take a 5-minute comfort break. All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
Ooh, a comfort break. Okay, very nice. Okay, so they're going to go for a 5-minute comfort break. Stretch the legs, okay? If you can get up. I always know that I should get up more, but I'm just like here with you. I'm like glued to the chat and just the trial, right? So I'll get up here and there for now, and I'm sure the cats will come say hello at some point as well. They always do with these long trial days, and I'll pick them up and everything, so we'll see that. Now they're going for a comfort break. Let's just see them walk out.
We're just going to take a quick recess, and when they come back, we'll probably get back on scene. Thank you, sir.
And now we go forward. Okay, run about here. And they're back. Just remove this so we can see. I can't hear anything. We don't have a hot mic. So this is also one of the reasons we like to start a little bit later so that we could just, you know, teleport right through these comfort breaks, lunch breaks, any time that a witness is late or, you know, anything. If there's any tardiness, which is definitely not happening in this court. This is not like Laredo, hey, when we saw the Burgos Avalos trial. This one is like, wow, very on time, very well run so far. And they're just flying through witnesses. My goodness. Okay. Sound is not back on yet. She does come across as, and yes, I'm judging, okay, but like quite controlling, right? I know that it's her trial. I know that her defense attorney has to defend her. I get it. It just seems like she's really got this defense attorney wrapped around her finger, right? Like she's calling all the shots. Okay.
Narrative and emotional state of they had no knowledge of him.
What, Mike?
Yeah. They didn't look at his coworkers. They didn't look at and his family didn't care. They didn't know what he was up to.
Objection, gossiping. Oh my goodness, right? So it's just like that hot mic. I hope that's not an issue for the trial, right? Miss Holmes says, where is Laurie living right now? Did her house sell? I don't think her house sold because she needed a signature from Mike as well for that to happen. So I think she's at the house. I think she just stayed at the house. And she was arrested on the 17th of September of 2020. And then she paid her bail amount of $50,000. So her bond was probably around $500,000. And so she's been at home. From what I understand, what I've read, she's been at home this whole time. And the home is in Clermont, Florida. And it is on Sandy Pines Road. Not to dox anyone. It's public information. It's out there. It's on all the documents. But it is, if anyone lives there, if you're local, I just want to tell you where it is. It's in, Sandy Pines Road area. Clermont, Lake County, Florida. Okay.
You may be seated. I see that all members of the jury have returned. And before we begin, I have a few questions for the jurors. Have any of you spoken with anyone about the case? Okay. If you have, please raise your hand. Okay, I see that no hands were raised. Have any of you done any research about the case? If you have, please raise your hand. I see that no hands were raised. Have you viewed anything about the case on the TV or heard about it on the radio or otherwise? No. Okay. All right. If you have, please raise your hand. I see that no hands were raised. And all right. Anything from the state? Anything from the defense?
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, wow. I was waiting. Like, okay, what's the defense going to say now? They're working very hard, so they must just be careful with this reflection of this TV. Don't show us the jury now. Pernille says, she said, his family didn't care. They didn't know what he was up to. Oh, man. Wow. And, okay, let's see. I think it's a family member, of course, now going to take the stand.
Thank you. All right, please proceed. Thank you.
Bryan Shaver.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
Bryan Douglas Shaver, Brian Douglas Shaver.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
My name is Bryan Douglas Shaver. I was the brother of Michael Douglas Shaver.
And are you his older brother or younger brother?
I'm the oldest.
How much older are you?
I'm actually 13 years older than Michael was.
And were you still living in the home when he was born?
Yes, I was.
And was there a period of time where you grew up together?
No, my parents got divorced when I was about 15 years old, so Michael was only a couple years old. Now, we spent a lot of summers and Christmas breaks and stuff like that together, but not really under the same roof.
So after the time frame that your parents got divorced, then did Michael stay with one parent and went with the other?
Yes, I went with my father and he stayed with my mother.
And during...
Okay, so we do have Michael Shaver's brother here, 13 years older than him. And we also, by the way, have Patricia Ferrar saying lurker and lurking your hi. Hello. Thank you for saying hi to us. Okay, so this is a family member of the victim. I'm just putting a little banner on the side there so that you can just get a good quick bullet point overview of what this case is about in case you missed day one. If you did miss day one, just go check it out. It'll be very quick. You can watch on probably, 1.25 speed or so. And if you just hear that PCA, oh my goodness, the probable cause affidavit, it's a pretty good overview of what this case is about, right? Okay.
Holidays and summers after that, is that what you're talking about?
That is correct. That is correct.
And you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Okay. Have you met her through Michael?
Yes, through Michael.
And about when did you first meet Laurie Shaver?
That was after they got married. They had moved to Florida. They had moved to Florida on 2 different occasions. It was the first time that I had actually met her.
And prior to his death, how often would you talk or see?
They actually came to my house in Georgia 2 or 3 4th of July's. We'd have a cookout and kind of a family get together, and then we'd talk occasionally through telephone call or text.
And in 2015, were you living in Georgia then?
Yes, I was.
And would July of 2015 last time that they came to visit you for one of those 4th of Julys?
No, it should have been. It was probably around 2012, 2011 or 12. I'm not sure exactly the year.
During the time frame after that 2012 visit, up until the time frame where Mr. Shaver disappeared, how would you communicate with him?
Primarily, I know I had a couple phone calls with him. Primarily text or Facebook message.
And was there a time frame where you just were not able to get in touch with him?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably started in late 2014.
And after November of 2015, have you been able to have any sort of was there a period of time where you started to worry about his whereabouts?
Yes, when there was no contact. My mother had gotten sick, was in the hospital. We couldn't get a hold of him to let him know, about her sickness.
How was the family reaching out to let him know about his mother's sickness?
We called, text, Facebook message, Facebook, on the wall, whatever you want to call it, and tried to call, but like I say, and left voicemails, but there was no return.
And what period of time was that?
I really don't recall on that. Probably close to 6 months.
What year are we talking about?
I believe it was 2015, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
And would you respond to any of that?
No.
And have you seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
Well, I received some text messages, or no, let me rephrase that. I received some Facebook messages from what I believed was Michael, but you know, at the time we didn't know he was missing, and you know, I assumed that it was him.
And anything about the tenor of those messages that caused you any sort of concern?
No, not at the time.
All right, sidebar, please. Recess at this time.
No, there was one particular one that, you know, I assumed that it was him because there was nothing evident at the time that he had asked for my mother's phone number, our mother's phone number, and said that he had tried to get a hold of her. It was much after she was sick, and asked me if it had changed, and I texted back and said no, that it hadn't changed, and gave the phone number again just to make sure that he had the correct one. But that was I think that was the last communication I had.
Brief recess at this time. Apparently, electronic court reporting is having issues with recording the proceedings. So until that has been corrected, we'll resume after it has been corrected. All right. So please take out the jurors. Thank you.
Wow, okay. It's a little recess here. Looks like they're coming back. That was quick.
Thank you, sir. Your Wilson's
All right, please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and patience today. Please proceed.
Mr. Shaver, is it fair to say that your contact with your brother over the years was not frequent?
No, I'd say it was more occasional than frequent.
And the various occasional responses that you and other family members may have received in 2015 and 2016 through Facebook or other sources such as that, did that alleviate initial concerns that something was wrong with Michael?
Not to me, because I felt that there was communication, even though it was very limited. But that kind of took, you know, the worry that he was, you know, something was wrong.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Mr. Shaver, have you ever been to your brother's house?
No, sir, I have not.
Never even been there?
Nope.
So when we talk about communications, we're not talking about many communications, are we?
I mean, telephone and, visits.
Yeah. Did you call Laurie Shaver?
No.
Been concerned?
No.
Never thought to pick up a phone and call her?
No.
You stated this surfaced around 2014?
I believe so.
Okay. And how long did this go on before you thought something may be up?
I mean, when the communication stopped, we began to really worry that what happened to him. Where did he go? Did he disappear? Did something bad happen to him?
How long? What was that period of time that you said, hey, maybe we need to do something?
Probably a year.
A year, okay. So was it in 2016?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay. And so you never pick up a phone and call Laurie?
No, I didn't even have her telephone number.
Okay. That's how close y'all were, correct?
I was not close with Laurie, no.
Okay. And you're not present, sitting here telling the jury you witnessed any kind of homicide, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. You don't know what Michael was, who he was with the last 24 hours, correct?
No, I do not.
You don't know about any altercation that transpired, correct?
I know of a previous one, yes.
Okay. You know of a previous one. Okay. Did you witness this previous one?
I did not.
Okay. And so you don't see any kind of altercation. You just say, hey, we heard from Michael the last around 2014, correct?
Correct.
And sometime thereafter, I don't know, we became a little concerned, correct?
Correct.
And yet we never called Laurie, correct?
I did not myself personally.
Right. Thank you.
All right, State.
Nothing further, you may be excused.
All right, sir. Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
State calls Douglas Shaver.
I think that's his dad, Douglas Shaver. Okay, so we've had in total 7 witnesses in the trial. We're on number 6 for today. Yes, 7 total in the trial, and they're expecting maybe 100, up to 100 for the state. So, but it's going very well so far. So let's see. That was, of course, his brother, who was 13 years older than him. They were not that close, but I mean, they did keep in contact, as you could hear. And it sounds like messages still continue to go through after Michael was no longer alive. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's hear what, I think it's his dad. If I remember the name correctly, Douglas Shaver. Let's just have a look.
Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Okay.
All right, sir. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Douglas Shaver, DouglasShaver.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Douglas Shaver.
And did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, he's my son.
And how many children did you have?
I have 4.
And where is Michael?
Michael was he would have been next to the youngest.
At some point while he was a child, did you and his mother divorce?
Yes, we did.
And what type of contact would you have with Michael Shaver after that?
He would. I would have him during the summer months. I'd have him flown down, and then I'd usually have him at Christmas time.
What kind of contact would you have with him once he became an adult?
It was limited.
Did there come a period of time in 2014 where Michael was not living with his wife, Laurie?
I really don't know.
And was Michael ever in the military?
No.
After November of 2015, did there come a time where the family started being concerned about Michael Shaver's whereabouts?
Yes.
And can you describe the things that the family started to do once they became concerned?
Just the I'm not much into texting, and basically what I was told from other family members that were texting back and forth.
Objection. Judge, hearsay.
Sustained.
My question specifically was, what types of things was the family doing once not why you all were concerned, but what types of things were done once the concern began?
Then they just started searching and contacted the sheriff's department.
Were you able to have any sort of contact, either talking to Mr. Shaver on the phone or speaking to him in person after November of 2015?
No.
And once the body was discovered in the backyard of the Shaver residence, did law enforcement contact you about that discovery?
I was down there.
And were you present, and did you submit a DNA sample to law enforcement for future comparisons?
I did.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Ooh, Mr. Wiggs, cross-examination. Hello to Brandy Churchwell, 13th juror. If you haven't checked out Brandy's channel, go check it out. She's also done a deep dive, trial prep, and knows some people connected to this case from what I remember hearing. Welcome, Brandy. Thank you for being here. I believe you're also in the courtroom, so I hope it's going well there. Thank you for joining us here in your lunch break. If there's any other friends of Michael Shaver here, any family members, welcome. I hope that you will feel safe here with us. Thank you for being here. And of course, to anyone just joining now, we're watching day 2 of the Laurie Shaver trial. She's accused of murdering her husband. Second-degree murder is the charge, and she was arrested in 2020. They believe the murder took place in November of 2015, November 7th to 10th. And I just couldn't want to find the charges, so I've got so many papers now. So Laurie Leigh Shaver, she's 41 years old, and she's on trial and charged with murder in the second degree with a firearm and accessory after the fact to a life felony. And they found Michael Shaver's body on the 5-acre property that belonged to Michael and Laurie, and under a fire pit that she was bragging about installing, building with her new hubby. Okay, after that. So if you missed the probable cause affidavit read through over here, or if you haven't heard Brandy's deep dive as well and trial prep, then go check that out, because my goodness, this case is crazy. So now we have Douglas Shaver on the stand. He's the 7th witness of the day and the 8th witness in total so far in the trial. So let's see now what the cross-examination is going to be like.
Mr. Shaver, you were relatively estranged from your son, were you not?
For a period of time.
Period of time. When did you guys have this reunification?
Pardon me?
When was there ever a reunification between the two of you?
I really don't understand the question.
When did you guys get back together? Get united?
Okay. In approximately September of 2014.
14. Have you even been to the Shaver residence?
I've never been there.
Okay.
Except the day that when they discovered his body.
Okay. And you live where? You live where?
I live in Georgia.
Okay, so you're up in Georgia. You have some reunification. You never went to the Shaver residence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you an obvious question. Obviously, you never observed a homicide in this case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You don't know how Michael died the night or day of his death, do you?
Do I not know how he died?
You did not observe anything.
Oh, no.
Okay. You don't know who was present.
That's correct.
Okay. You do not know who was involved in any event leading to the demise of your son, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you.
State Calls Christine Quarte.
This hot mic is so hectic. Oh my goodness, the whole time I'm like, okay. His defense is like, who's Christina? Okay, that's going to be the sister. Oh my word. Okay, so shame. They better be nice to his dad. Defense attorney, you better be nice. I think he was all right? Okay. Ryan, nice to see you. Luciani, you said Dr. Wiggs. Optometrist, 2 or 3? Okay, 3 or 4. Stefan said, you're not effective, Wiggy. Oh dear. Okay, so let's see. Now it would be witness number 8 for the day coming up. Wow, it's really going so fast. Oh my goodness.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated and make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go. Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Christine Quarte, Christine. Last name Quarte, Quarte.
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning, I'm Christine Quarte, Michael's sister.
And you said you're Michael Shaver's sister?
Yes.
And was he older or younger?
Older.
Were you the youngest of the family?
Yes.
And how much older was he?
8 years.
Did you grow up in the same home with him?
We did not, but he came down for the summer, and I spent a lot of time with him during the summers.
Did you know or meet Laurie Shaver?
Very briefly when I was a young child.
And where would you have met her? What state were you in?
New York.
And in 2014, how often did you communicate with Michael Shaver?
In 2004,
One moment, please. Overruled, you may answer.
In 2014, how often would you communicate with Michael?
I talked with Michael a lot through text and social media, and we talked a lot about the family and just catching up and everything.
Would you ever talk to him on the phone or anything like that? Or was it mostly Facebook and text?
It was mostly Facebook and text.
And did you become engaged in 2014?
Yes,
Did you reach out to let Michael know about
I did.
that? Was he able to attend the wedding?
He was not.
Was there a period of time where the communication that you had with him changed?
Yes.
And can you describe the period of time that happened and how it changed?
Yeah, so I initially told him about the wedding and that I was very excited for him to join. We would have all our siblings together. And then his tone started changing, and it was harder to get a hold of him, and I could tell that there was a change in his tone.
Was there ever a period of time where you stopped being able to communicate with him as often as you had previously?
I sent some messages and text, and he wasn't responding.
And was that normal?
No.
So previous, anytime you had sent messages, he would respond?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And sometime after 2015, that all stopped?
Yes.
Have you seen or spoken on the phone or in any other way where you could physically confirm that you were speaking with Michael Shaver since November of 2000?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
This was not a lengthy relationship with your brother or stepbrother, correct?
Yes, I've known him my whole life.
Pardon me?
I have known my brother my whole life.
Okay. Have you been on communications with him your whole life?
Yes, when he would come to our home for spending time with us during his trips, and then I communicated with him during all different methods, phone, text, social media.
Okay, social media. How long did you communicate with him on social media?
As long as social media has existed.
Okay. And you supplied the signal that's record?
Yes.
So they have those?
Yes.
Correct. And they showed your communications?
Yes.
And those go back what date, do you know?
As long as social media has existed.
All right. Do you know if those have been verified through valid IP addresses, links, in any form or manner?
I imagine when the records were obtained, they are verified because they're coming from the source. Yes.
Okay. So when Mr. Shaver quit speaking to you, you just stated no change, correct?
There was a change in his tone. There was unresponsiveness, especially following 2015.
Okay. What was the went to the Shaver?
The Michael Shaver residence. When we were called to inform that they had found his body, I went with my father.
You never even met him, correct?
No, we were never invited.
Did you even know Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Okay. When did you meet Laurie?
When I was a child, I had met her briefly in the state of New York.
So that's a long time that's taken place, correct, in his past?
Yes.
When Michael wasn't responded, did you pick up a phone and call your dear friend Laurie Shaver?
No, I did not have a relationship with Laurie Shaver.
Okay. You know even the Shaver children's names
I do.
through your communication?
I have met the children.
Their names?
Isabel and Aiden.
Isabel and Aiden. Their ages?
It's been, I think she's 16 now, and Aiden would be a preteen.
What's the last time you talked to Isabel and Aiden?
In 2020.
2020?
Mm-hmm. When we were allowed communication.
Okay, 2020 when Laurie was arrested, right?
And we were granted communication, and we spent time with them here.
Where is Mr. Wiggs? This microphone keeps cutting out. Come on, sir. Speaking to the microphone, we can't hear a thing he's saying.
No, when we sought to have an opportunity to have a relationship with them.
Did you all retain
Sidebar, please.
Okay, we're going forward.
The lives of the children. A discussion was after she's been arrested. We wanted to learn our options to make sure that the children were protected and cared for.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. State? All right. May the witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for testifying here today. You're released from any further testimony. Have a good day.
The state calls Desiree Snyder.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated and let me know when you're ready to go. Make yourself comfortable, please. Thank you.
She's got something to say about every witness. There's Laurie on her hot mic, just like, she's the one who's gonna... I don't know what she just said. I didn't hear the whispers there. My ears are not that good. Pernille, did you hear it? There was a whisper there. Stefan said, is Laurie blowing into Wiggy's mic? Maybe. I mean, it sounded like it. That was terrible sound coming from the defense attorney's microphone. Okay, so... Brandy is saying that he said to the sister, Christine, have you ever been to the property? And no, and then he said something snarky. He said, you never messaged your dear friend Laurie. And that's why she said, no, I had no relationship with Laurie. He was so rude to her. She was crying by the time she got to the door. Shame. Oh no, that's terrible. Oh my goodness.
Are you all set? Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Desiree Ruggles, Desiree-Ruggles.
Okay. And if you could speak up a little louder and get as close as you can to the microphone, everything has to be recorded. Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, I'm Desiree Ruggles.
And when I had called you as a witness, I had identified you as Desiree Snyder. Was that a previous name of yours?
Yes, it was my maiden name.
When were you married?
August of 2014.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes.
How did you know Michael?
He was my uncle.
And which of his siblings are you the daughter of?
Stacie Turner.
And did you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Had you ever met her?
Yes.
And prior to Michael's death, how often would you communicate with him?
Never. With him?
Yes.
When I was able to.
Did you communicate with him at all about the time frame where you were getting married?
I don't remember, honestly.
Did you send an invitation?
I don't believe so, but I don't remember.
Had you had communications with him after you were married?
Yes.
And he was aware of the marriage?
Yes.
And therefore aware that your name had changed from Snyder to Ruggles?
Yes.
Leading judge.
Overruled. Please proceed.
So he would be aware of that?
Yes.
Now, in 2015, where were you living?
I was living in Lawrence at the time.
I'm sorry, where?
In Lawrence, New York.
Was there a period of time in 2018 where you reached out, 2016, where you reached out to Michael Shaver in an attempt to communicate with him?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
Facebook Messenger.
And when that communication occurred, would that have been after the wedding?
Yes.
And after your name change?
Yes.
And when you sent that message, was that through your profile?
Yes.
And so it would have reflected your name of Desiree Ruggles at that point?
I had gotten a new Facebook, so it might have been from my previous.
I'm going to show what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit Y. I'll show that to the defense.
Sorry about that. Let's go forward.
thread between yourself and the Facebook account of Michael Shaver?
Yes, I do.
And had you reached out to Mr. Shaver in 2016, and is that reflected there in those messages?
Yes.
And is that an accurate documentation of the messages that you sent and received from the Michael Shaver Facebook page?
Yes.
At this time, the statement states Y into evidence.
Same objection, Judge.
States number 13.
The objection is overruled. States Y is admitted into evidence. It states number 13.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and start you with the message, first message that was sent here on August 15th, 2016. Was that message from you?
Yes.
And what was the content of that message?
I was just saying hello to my uncle.
Go ahead and read it directly to the jury so they can see it.
It says, "Hey, Uncle Michael."
And above that is the response that you received?
Yes.
And what was that response?
"Who are you?"
And did you respond to that?
Yes.
And what was your response?
"I'm your niece."
Did Michael Shaver's Facebook account respond to you when you said that you were his niece?
Yes.
And what was that response?
"I don't have any family anymore. I have no clue who you are. No, stop messaging me."
And that message appears to have been sent on September 20th, 2016?
Yes.
Go ahead and present to the jury.
Yes, sir. Granted.
So the allegations are that Laurie would have sent the messages pretending to be Mike. Okay, that's just allegations. And so, of course, we don't yet have proof of that. Okay, and so, if so, sending a message like that, it's just so like cold, cruel, spiteful to the family. It's not even just, keeping any small talk going or anything. It's just like, I don't have any family anymore and I have no clue who you are. And they said in the probable cause affidavit that we read yesterday that, and I believe it was this witness here, Desiree, that texted, and because that was the response we read, that Laurie, wouldn't have recognized Desiree's maiden name. But of course, Michael would have. So, sure, but those responses, it's just so nasty, so horrible. And you can see the pain even still today, Sure. This like smug face she does when a family member is in pain on the stand. And she's like, It's like Gossip Central over here. Oh my goodness.
Around there. Okay.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
And the last time you saw Michael Shaver was what, 2001? That era of time?
Around there.
Around there. Okay. He was relatively estranged from his father, correct?
I don't know.
No, you don't know. Okay. You made no trips to Florida, correct?
No.
You never went to the Shaver residence, correct?
No.
Michael Shaver was pretty much on his own outside the family, was he not?
No.
There were no visits, no homecomings, correct?
When he would visit us.
When was the last time you saw him? About 2001, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we've seen your email thread that's moved into evidence at this stage. Do you know the physical address it went to?
His Facebook profile.
Could it not be somebody at Starbucks using his account? Could have been, could it? Reasonable?
Yeah.
Right. Could have been somebody in Michael Shaver's house, other than Michael Shaver, correct?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah. Could have been Michael Shaver himself, correct?
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Will the witness be released from our subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
State called Stacie Turner.
Okay.
You can hear the empathy in the judge's voice there, right? He's just like, have a good day. He just sounded very sensitive there for a moment, Chim. So now they're going to call Stacie Turner, and Desiree, who was just on the stand, said that she's the daughter of Stacie Turner. So, okay.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go.
A lot of you are asking, I've seen a few times now, is the attorney a public defender? If anyone knows the answer 100% for that, let us know. I think so, based on the video we saw yesterday where he and Laurie were asking for financial support from the public to help Laurie win her case, right? Kendall, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. You said Stacie is Michael's older sister. Thank you so much. Okay, so.
I'm ready.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Stacie Turner, Stacie Turner.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did know Michael.
How did you know him?
Michael was my younger brother.
How much younger was he?
He was 11 years younger than I was.
Did you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I did.
And when did you first meet Laurie Shaver?
I met Laurie, I believe she was in kindergarten. And she grew up with Michael, so I've known her for quite a long time.
And did Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver start dating when they were in high school?
They were in 7th grade when they began dating.
Prior to his death, how often would you communicate with Michael Shaver?
I would communicate with Michael every couple weeks to a month. Sometimes it was every other month. It kind of varied. You know, if we had a lot of news to share, we'd talk more often. If we didn't have a whole lot of news to share, we'd talk a little less.
How would you communicate with him?
Phone, text message, Facebook Messenger.
And did there come to be a time frame where you were not able to get in touch with him?
Yes.
And when was that?
The first time I was not able to get a hold of him was December of 2015. I believe it was December 4th.
And was it unusual for him to not respond to you?
For this particular message, yes.
And what was that message about?
My mother had become very sick.
All right, sidebar.
Just pause. They're going to do a sidebar as well. Kendall said he's not a public defender. True. He was asking for funds. He's not a public defender. She wanted to pay a whole lot of money. They got a whole lot of money out of my dad. Oh my goodness, $10,000, if not more than that. And she's getting money out of Travis's boss. Oh my goodness. Okay. Sorry, I got that wrong there. Blunt moment. He's not a public defender. Okay. And yeah, if you guys didn't see that video, I did timestamp it for you yesterday. You got to go see it. You got to check out that video. It was so crazy. Oh my goodness. So Kendall, thank you so much for sharing everything here with us that you know. I really appreciate all your insight. Thank you for being here with us. Okay, so there's a bit of sidebar. Let me try to skip the white noise.
Please.
Sick. She was in the hospital. We were not sure if she was going to make it or not. And Michael and my mother were always very, very close. And I sent a message saying that he was very sick. I never got a response, so I did reach out to Laurie, who I did get a response from.
And did she tell you anything about Michael's whereabouts?
All she told me was that she would tell Michael that my mother was sick.
Did you ever hear anything from Michael after you reached out to him about his mother's sickness?
No.
Did you reach out either through phone, text, or Facebook message after that in order to check in on Mr. Shaver?
Yes, I did at various times, and I would not receive any response.
Have you seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
No, I have not.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wicks?
Ms. Turner, did you witness any homicide?
No, I did not. I live in New York, and they lived in Florida.
You don't know what happened during any homicide?
No, I don't.
Correct.
No.
You never saw any altercation, correct?
I never saw any, no.
Okay. So here you're testifying as to a timeline when you last spoke to what you believe you spoke to was your brother.
Yes.
Okay. You don't know where any communique was sent or received, correct?
No, sir.
You don't know who received it, correct?
Who received the messages that I sent?
Correct.
No, I do not.
Okay. You don't know where it was received, do you?
No, I do not. I sent it to the number I had for Michael.
Right. You don't know whether any device was hacked, correct?
No, I do not.
You don't know whether somebody within the residence may have been using the same router?
No, I do not.
Correct. Thank you.
All right, thank you. State.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
The state calls Scott Amatuccio.
Ooh, from the PCA, I remember Scott was the person who officially reported Michael missing because he had spoken to Michael's family and said, listen, man, like, I haven't heard from him since the end of 2015. Have you? And started asking around and eventually reported him missing. If I remember correctly from that PCA, Kendall, you said, it's my pleasure. I opted not to sit in the courtroom. I don't have good memories at that courtroom. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope that you have good memories here with us. I hope you feel safe here with us. Thank you for being here. Okay, so let's, let's listen. Let's see.
All right, good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated and make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Scott Amatuccio, SCOTT-AMATUCCIO.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes.
How did you know Michael?
We were best friends.
And when did you first meet Michael?
It's about second grade.
And where were you all living at this time?
In a small town, Lawrence, New York.
And what about Laurie Shaver? When did you first meet her?
We had all known each other since about kindergarten. We all went to the same K through 12 school. I didn't really start to hang out with her until they started to date.
When did Michael and Laurie first start dating?
It was about 8th grade.
And specifically, were you present when they first got together?
Yes, he asked her out in my bedroom.
Okay. And did he make any special requests to you at that time?
Yeah, he had me play Boys to Men in the background.
Now, did you maintain a relationship with them after everyone graduated high school?
I did.
And did you stay in New York after high school?
Yes, there was periods of time where I moved to Florida, moved back to New York, moved back to Florida.
Okay. What about Michael and Laurie? Did they maintain their relationship after high school?
Yes.
And did you maintain your friendship with both of them?
Yes.
And did they stay in New York? What did they do?
We all tended to kind of follow each other around. It's just how it worked out. So, I would live in New York, and they happened to be in New York. I moved to Florida. Eventually, they would move to Florida. It just happened to work out that way. Eventually, we all settled down in Florida.
And when they were living in Claremont, Florida, where were you living?
Gainesville, Florida, for most of that time, and then I had moved to St. Petersburg, Florida, toward the end.
Now, at some point, did you start dating a woman by the name of Katina Vasquez?
I did.
And when did that relationship start?
That started about 2000 and... it's been so long, 2006, 2007, that time frame.
Where did that relationship begin?
New York.
And at some point, were you and Katina engaged?
Yes.
And did she come with you and move down to Florida in one of these time frames where you were living down here and Michael and Laurie were living down here?
Yes.
And when they came down, did Katina and Laurie become friends with each other?
They did. They became close friends.
Now, I want to move to March of 2015. Were you still dating Katina at that time?
March 2015, no.
Was there, after you and Katina ended your relationship, did she maintain a friendship with Laurie Shaver?
She did.
Now, going back to that March of 2015, was there a time frame that Michael Shaver came to visit you at your home after the breakup with Katina?
Yes, if I recall, that was November of 2014.
Okay. I apologize, I'll mix up on the dates. What was the status of the relationship between Mike and Laurie at that time?
He didn't really talk too much about how their relationship was. I could tell there was some tension, and they were on and off. I don't believe they were dating at that time.
Jack, that's speculation as to the emotional feelings and mental processes of another individual.
Sustained.
Did you see him in July of that year?
I did, July 2015.
Where was that?
At his house.
And was this the last time you ever saw him in person?
It is.
After November of 2015, did you speak to him by phone or have any other personal communication with him?
No.
Did you attempt to reach out to him between November of 2015 and 2018?
A few texts, and that's it.
Did he ever respond to any of your texts or attempts? Now, in 2018, did you have a conversation with Katina that she had about a visit to the Shaver residence in November of 2015?
Yeah, that conversation was actually that was toward the end of 2017, maybe early 2018. It was right after my then relationship had ended. That's how I can pinpoint that.
And did the information that you got give you further concern about Michael Shaver and his safety?
Absolutely.
Once you got that information, what did you do?
I first messaged, excuse me, I messaged Mike's sister on Facebook, told her what I had found out. I told her I'm going to file a missing person report based on that information. It was disturbing. I had then called the sheriff's office.
And had you talked with Michael Shaver's family about their inability to get in contact with Mr. Shaver during this period as well?
I did.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, do you know about any injunctions that have been imposed against Michael Shaver?
I knew of one.
Okay.
When was that?
2014, 2015, somewhere around that. I don't know the specific details of that.
On direct examination, we heard you recall dates pretty quickly, correct? Pretty specifically, correct?
Yes.
You remember an injunction, but you think it may be 14, maybe 15, correct?
Correct.
But you know there was an injunction, correct? All right. So Michael was not in the house for a certain period of time you were aware of, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Do you know where any messages came from?
I know there were, I had never received any messages from Mike.
Okay. When was the last date you received a message, and do you know where it came from?
It would have been that around that time that was I had last seen him at his house, and I had never heard from him after that.
Okay. Did you witness a homicide in this case?
No.
Do you know where Mike was the last 24 hours of his life?
No.
Do you know what Mike was doing the last 24 hours of his life?
No.
Do you know any altercation, anybody that was involved with Mike?
No.
Thank you.
State?
Nothing further, Judge.
And may the witness be released from a subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
State calls Cory Anderson.
You knew way too much information. It can show you.
Yeah, a little bit of hot mic there. Okay.
My name is Cory Anderson.
I apologize. Has he been sworn?
Right. Please state your full legal name. And,
Cory Stephen Anderson.
Okay, please spell your name as well.
CORYSTEVENANDERSON.
Okay, and please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Cory Anderson, and I'm employed with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked with the Sheriff's Office?
Since 2005, so it's about 19 years.
What is your current division or assignment?
Right now I'm a corporal. It's a first-line supervisor in the Special Investigations Bureau.
And back in 2018, what was your position?
I was a corporal on road patrol, where I supervised the shift in the south end of the Lake County.
And as a corporal over road patrol, what were your duties?
So supervising this 5 to 7 deputies on your shift, approving the reports, responding to in progress or important calls that desire a supervisor's presence to be there.
Before we get into your involvement in this case, let me ask you, what is a wellbeing check?
So a well-being check is anybody can call the sheriff's office if they haven't spoke to a loved one or a friend or a neighbor. They can have the sheriff's office go out and acquire to ascertain the safety of the person that they're trying to get a hold of.
And in February of 2018, were you tasked with performing a well-being check on Laurie Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
And as a part of that, where did you go?
So I went to the Sandy Pines Road in Claremont.
Was that in Lake County?
That is in Lake County, yes, sir.
And was that the last known residence of Michael Shaver?
Correct.
And who all was there that you made contact with at that time?
So myself and Deputy Kyle Morrison.
Okay. Who did you make contact with at the Shaver residence?
Oh, I'm sorry. I made contact with Miss Laurie Shaver.
And do you see her and recognize her in court today?
Yes, sir, I do.
And then can you please point her out and identify her by something that she's wearing?
She's wearing a tan jacket.
And when you got there, did you tell her why you were there?
I did.
And did you ask about where
I did, sir.
And what did she tell, where did she tell you Michael?
She said that she hasn't seen him since, I think, October of 2014, and that he kind of just absconded the family.
Okay. And did she mention to you if she had any phone or text contact with him since then?
She did mention that he had not reached out to the children or her in some time.
Did you ask her if it was okay to look in the backyard?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why were you interested in the backyard?
Part of the information that we received on the well-being check was that there was a new cement slab.
Come on up for sidebar. Thank you.
Okay, let's go forward.
Between 5 and 10 seems look to be like.
Here we go.
Did you go into the backyard?
Yes, sir, I did. I observed a cement slab in the backyard where there was, it looked to be like brick rock structure that created the fire pit.
Now, in the course of your law enforcement career, have you responded to scenes that involved bodies buried in shallow graves?
Yes, sir, I have.
And approximately how many times have you went out and made those types of observations?
I've been on those scenes probably between 5 and 10 scenes similar to that. Yes, sir.
And was there anything that you saw about the cement slab itself that gave you some concerns?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
So as I approached the cement slab, you could clearly see a depression that was approximately between 6 feet and 3 feet in dimension and about 8 inches depressed. It had the shape of what could be a normal-sized adult body.
Did you take photographs of that cement slab at that time?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you do that?
With my cell phone.
Showing defense what has been previously been marked as State Exhibit Z.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing witness what has previously been marked as State Exhibit Z. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir. I took these photographs with my phone.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the cement slab as you saw it the day that you were out there with Ms. Shaver?
Yes, sir.
All right, this time the state moves states Z into evidence as states number 15.
Objection.
Without objection, state C will be moved into evidence as states number 15.
I'm sorry, I skipped. It should be 14.
14. Okay, states number 4. Z will be admitted into evidence as states number 14.
Your request permission to publish?
Granted.
I hope we get to see it. If we don't, I'm trying to look for a picture for us.
Now, Corporal Anderson, is this the first photograph that's in states number 14? Yeah, it's right left.
Yes, sir. It is.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, can you step down and just demonstrate to the jury the area that gave you pause and concern when you were out there?
Down here?
Yes. Okay. And be careful, if you touch that screen, it's a touch screen, it may advance on you.
Sure, I understand. So, obviously, I took this picture, so I'm really standing right here looking at the cement slab. I believe Ms. Shaver was on my left, and Deputy Morrison was across from me. As I approached, with permission to be on the property, I just snapped a few shots with my cell phone so that I could really portray what I'm actually seeing to supervisors, to the Criminal Investigation Bureau for further investigation.
Sorry to pause there. I just want to show you this picture that I just Googled, right? And it is from Crime and Coffee Couple, okay, that they posted this. So it looks like it would be the fire pit from what we've seen from aerial views of the home. But yeah, it doesn't look like they're showing us the pictures in this trial.
So the second photograph, is this the other photograph that you took?
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, can you show the jury the area of that depression that you previously described?
So this darkened area is the depression. So it was about 6 feet in length and about 3 feet in width. And it appears to be like a makeshift cement slab, where it wouldn't be as thick and could have a depression if there was a shallow grave there.
And when we're talking about a depression, are you saying that it was not flat across?
Correct. So you could actually see where that darkening area is, where it was depressed,
and water would settle there, which is brought the dirt that stays in that area.
And just to make sure everyone's clear, can you just point to the area on that slide that shows this depression?
This is the depression area.
Thank you. Now, after these observations were made by you, did the sheriff's office obtain a search warrant to further search that area and the backyard of the Shaver residence?
Yes, sir.
And were you involved in the actual excavation of that area?
I was not actually involved in the excavation, but I was on scene for scene security. So basically keeping the media away from the Shaver residence just so that we could maintain our
between the time frame that the scene, you made those observations, did the sheriff's office maintain security with this scene until it was searched?
Yes, sir, they did.
And when we talk about maintaining that scene or securing it, what does that entail?
So it was 24-hour security where a deputy sheriff sat out in front of the property, and it was 12-hour shifts. So we had 24-hour coverage on that property until we secured that search warrant.
And during that time frame, we were able to maintain visual sight on this area. This meant not you personally, but they would be in position to observe it and maintain and make sure the property had not been changed.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Corporal, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you know what this ground looked like prior to this concrete being laid?
I don't, sir.
Okay. Do you know if this wood had been dug out and it created a natural inclination for the concrete to be placed in?
I do remember Mrs. Shaver stating that prior to Mr. Shaver leaving, they were going to create some type of duct pond, but they didn't.
You have a little more experience in law enforcement investigations than a lot of people, correct?
Some.
Okay. Some?
Some.
Okay. You made it to the status of a corporal, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this dark spot led you to believe there may be a body under there, correct?
A shallow grave for sure, but not necessarily a body.
Okay. We see a dark spot over there, correct?
I do, yes, sir.
Was there a body over there?
Not in that specific area, no, sir.
Okay. We see shading back in here. Was there any evidence of a crime there?
I didn't see any, no, sir.
Okay. We see shadow areas throughout this, around these posts and stuff. Was there any evidence of a crime or a bomb or a body under any of those locations?
No, sir.
Okay.
Sorry to pause it there. I just want to show you the concrete again. A lot of you are saying that's the worst concrete job I've ever seen. I mean, look at it. Oh my goodness. And to think of inviting people over here and having them roast marshmallows there. What? But look at it. Oh dear. Okay. This is what she was bragging about on Facebook as well.
Now, when y'all were out there doing the excavating, Ms. Shaver remained there at the residence, correct?
For most of the time, she was free to leave.
Yeah. Did she leave?
She did.
She did? Did she try to take flight in any manner, not return to the property?
No, sir.
Okay. One moment, please.
Yes, sir. All right, and may the witness be released from a subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
Yeah, let's go forward.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Attorney Amatuccio is setting up a disc containing the perpetuated testimony of witness Jessica Holcomb. That video, that disc, will not be in evidence. You will not be able to bring the disc and rewatch the video, so please pay special attention to the video, as you will not be able to watch it again. The testimony is the same as any other witness. So if you wish, please take notes.
So this should be interesting. Dawn M said, what is her defense? He killed, buried, poured concrete in a fire pit over his body? Yeah, what is her defense with that? I mean, we know that part of her defense strategy is to blame her daughter, who was 7 at the time, who's 16 now and is expected to testify. That is terrible. Saying no, that she confessed. And the daughter has apparently told this defense attorney, no, she does want to testify and she confesses she's the one who pulled the trigger. But, I just worry, about that. We shall see how that goes. It's either that or, that she was acting pretty much in self-defense, protecting herself from this abuser, basically, right? Thank you so much for your question, and everyone for being here. Okay, let's hear. This is going to be an interesting one. The jury has to pay attention because they're not going to be able to take this disc back with them.
Jessica Holcomb.
Well, let's hope that the sound will be good. Of course, we are reliant on the court feed. I have boosted the sound as much as I can without it obviously distorting or being too terrible with the background noise. So right now the sound is good, but sometimes when they play discs and things in the courtroom, the sound might be a little bit compromised on a live stream. So let's have a listen to see if we can hear it, right? Okay, so Barbara Jean, if you want to email me the images that you find, you can email grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. Thank you for finding that. Okay.
and Jessica Holcomb. Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable and let me know when you're ready to go. All right, please state your name for the record and raise your right hand.
And it's Jessica Holcomb.
And you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Holcomb, what do you do for a living now?
I am a crime scene investigator and evidence technician at the Desiree Police Department.
What do you do there on a day-to-day basis?
Mainly, I deal with the evidence sections, and then I am also on call for a crime scene.
How long have you worked in Desiree PD?
Approximately a little over a year now.
Where did you work before that?
At the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
What did you do for the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
I was a crime scene investigator.
How long did you do that job for Lake County?
I was there approximately 12 years.
What did you have the same general duties and responsibilities at Lake County as you do now with Desiree Police Department?
At Lake County, my main focus was crime scene.
Can you describe your training experience that allows you to do the job of a crime scene investigator?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and I have a master's degree in criminal justice with a focus on forensics studies. On-the-job training for all the years I've been in this field. Just basically hands-on, multiple scenes. I think I've been to over 600 crime scenes throughout my career.
During the course of your training experience and the seminars you've gone to, are you trained how to collect different types of evidence?
Yes.
Right. May direct your attention to March 9th and March 10th of 2018. Did you assist in the excavation of some human remains located at 9850 Sandy Pines Road, Claremont?
Yes.
Was crime scene investigator Jessica Wade also present and involved in the excavation process?
Yes.
I plan on asking Jessica Wade more detailed questions about the step-by-step excavation process and what was found, so I'm going to ask you some general questions about some evidence you actually collected, okay?
Okay.
During the excavation process, were human remains eventually discovered?
Yes.
Briefly, can you describe how you came about to locate those human remains?
At the end of the first day, we came across a humerus bone. It was underneath a fire pit. The fire pit had been broken up in order for us to be able to locate that first initial bone. The light was receding for that day, so we closed down the site, secured it, picked up the excavation the following morning, started digging again, and then came upon a blue tarp.
Yes. You mentioned blue tarp?
Yes.
Showing you marked the states of the date for identification. Take a look at this item. Look at it. Recognize it. First of all, is that item sealed?
Yes.
And what do you mean by sealed?
It is in a brown paper bag sealed with evidence tape, and it has my handwriting on it describing what's inside.
Can you describe the process you go through when you actually find a piece of evidence, collect it, place it in the bag, and seal it?
So when we find anything of evidentiary value, we denote it. Basically, we photograph it, video anything to document it on scene. We put gloves on, we collect it in a manner that's deemed appropriate, and then we'll get the appropriate collection packaging, in this case a large brown bag, and then put it in the packaging, and then we'll seal it.
So this large brown bag that I just handed you, can you open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yes.
There's some gloves next to you.
anyone catch Jessica's surname? I didn't catch that. So the Knoxville agent says permaduck towards the defendant. So this is a picture that Brandy from the 13th Juror podcast just shared on X. She's in the courtroom, so she's updating everyone from there on X minute by minute. And she shared this saying they are currently showing pictures of this area of the fire pit. Corporal Cory Anderson from the LCSO took photos from his cell phone of the area. So there you can actually see what they're talking about, that depression in the concrete. Oh my goodness. Wow. So they were like, yeah, let's dig there. Look at it. My word. Okay, shame. So they found a humerus bone first, which is an upper arm bone.
the skull. There was a green strap wrench around the remains as well, and there was also appeared to be like a piece of fabric, like a tag with an elastic band, almost like a fitted sheet. The elastic from a fitted sheet left on the remains as well.
Was a Tupperware used in this excavation process around this period of time when you're uncovering the remains?
Yes, there was Tupperware used to collect the smaller bones during the excavation process, and then as well for all the debris and the remnants that were collected near the remains.
Once you put those remnants that you just described into that Tupperware, did you collect that Tupperware, that green nylon strap, as well as that piece of elastic?
Yes.
May I approach you, Andrew?
Yes, sir.
And with the mark states E. Is this item also sealed?
Yes.
Can you flip it around, take a look, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
And Dr. Sutton, they were basically in control of the remains. They were basically had sheets laid out where they were identifying certain bones and trying to lay out what pieces were there. So during that process, they were taking the bones and kind of sorting them out, and they were taking the clothing, and we had the bags and whatnot for collection waiting. So they would just drop the clothing in the bags, and then we would take the bags and seal them.
Showing us the market states to D as in dog. You mentioned he collected some boxers and some shorts.
Yes.
Can you take a look at that item and tell me if you recognize it?
so frustrating when we can't watch it, right? We have visual learners. We want to see. So somebody asked, what are the noises? I think they're opening evidence bags and things like that on this pre-recorded witness testimony that we can't see. So, yeah, and it's from the crime scene investigator who was there on March 9th and 10th of 2018. I mean, everything started off as a wellness check, and then they'd asked Laurie, can we bring in some cadaver dogs to check out this fire pit? And she said, no, get off my property. So they came back with a search warrant with cadaver dogs and went to that fire pit and started digging based on what they could see as well with that depression in the cement. And they found human remains, and then it took quite some time to test those, quite a few months from what I remember with the timeline. And then they eventually tested it, and it was proven to be Michael Shaver's remains.
C in evidence in State 5.
Without objection, State C will be admitted in evidence at State's number 5.
You mentioned earlier there was a fire pit?
Yes.
How far was that fire pit away from the location where the human remains were found?
The remains were found almost directly under the fire pit.
Was the fire pit broken up during the excavation process?
Yes.
Did you examine that fire pit?
Yes.
Did you locate anything, a piece of flooring in that fire pit?
Yes.
Describe that.
It's a piece of what appeared to be laminate flooring, like a wooden parquet design.
Did you collect that piece of evidence?
Yes.
Showing was the mark of State's Exhibit F is in frame. You recognize that item?
So Giovanna says, I'm wondering why they are concealing this. I think it's got to do with the courtroom layout. Of course, they don't want to risk, showing the jury. That would not be great. That would not be allowed. So I think that's based on that, why we can't see it now. But the jury's watching, and the judge told the jury, pay attention, because this disc of this pre-recorded testimony is not going back with them into their deliberation room. So it's not evidence they can revisit. They have to look at it now and pay attention. Interesting. Okay.
This is my handwriting on the bag.
Like the other items, is that also sealed?
It is. Yes, this is what was collected on the... Yes.
Is it the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
This time statement moved F is in Frank into evidence of State 6.
Any objection? State's F will be moved into evidence of State's number 6. Without objection.
I direct your attention to later on in the afternoon on March 10th, 2018. Did you make contact with a man named Douglas Shaver?
Yes, I did.
Where?
Out front on the street in front of the residence.
In front of the same property and residence that you have been excavating?
Yes.
And how did that come about? How did it come that you had contact with Mr. Shaver?
I was informed by one of the detectives that he was out front.
And who was Douglas Shaver in relation to Michael Shaver?
His father.
All right. Did you take a photograph of Mr. Shaver when you made contact with him?
I did.
Showing the marked Stacy's Exhibit H for identification. You recognize the person in that photograph?
Yes, that's that. Yes, I took that
This is fairly inaccurate depict what Doug Shaver looked like at the time.
Yes.
Slab Shaver moved H into evidence to states 7, I believe.
Yes, sir, state 7. Any objection? Without objection, states H will be admitted into evidence as states number 7.
Did you collect any evidence from Mr. Douglas Shaver?
Yes.
What did you collect?
I did buccal swabs.
And what is a buccal swab?
So those swabs are taken for identification purposes. It's basically a swabs taken from the interior lining of the cheek.
And how do you go about doing it? What do you use to take the swab?
Basically just 2 swabs, gloves on, take the swabs, rotate the swab around the inner lining of the cheek, put it in a swab box, and then I seal it in an envelope.
Is the swab kind of like a Q-tip?
Yes.
Was Mr. Douglas Shaver cooperative with that procedure?
Yes.
And once you collected...
So they got buccal swabs from Douglas Shaver, Michael Shaver's dad, so that they could compare the DNA from the human remains they found to his family. And that's how they were able to confirm that it was him.
Those swabs from Mr. Douglas Shaver's cheeks, what did you do with the actual swabs?
I put them in an envelope, I sealed them, and locked them in my vehicle for just collection purposes, and then took them back to the lab.
Approach me, Your Honor? Yes. Showing you 6 was a G for identification. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It has my handwriting on the envelope, and it's sealed.
Inside, telling you to recognize the contents.
Yes, this is the swab box that I wrote out with the swabs inside.
And are those the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them from Mr. Douglas?
Yes.
Time statement moved G into evidence to states 8.
Any objection? Without objection, states G will be moved into evidence as states number 8.
Were those swabs that you collected from Mr. Douglas Shaver sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for future analysis?
Yes.
Did you have any involvement in that actual analysis done in Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
No.
Did everything you testified to today occur in Lake County?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wiggs. Yes, sir.
Officer, you go by deputy or officer now?
I'm not sworn, so investigator is fine.
Okay. Have you ever been a sworn law enforcement officer?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Because you investigate crimes.
I do.
Just let me ask one question, please. I don't want you to interrupt, if you would, please. Is there a reason you left?
Sorry to interrupt in there. Now we can hear it's cross-examination. So it's interesting. I've never seen that in a trial before, personally on one that I've covered here on Grizzly True Crime. So now it's a pre-recorded witness testimony. There was just direct examination, and now there's cross-examination. He's nodding along to his own work here. Okay, just like yes, which he's allowed to do. Okay, so let's hear what he's got to ask Jessica.
The Lake County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, Your Honor, relevance.
All right, come on up for sign one. All right, please proceed.
Going to Merritt Police Department, was that a promotion?
And storage, yes.
Okay. Well, did you receive more pay over there?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Ma'am, do you have anything that has affected your ability to perform your functions?
No.
Okay. Have any health reasons?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
When did you get involved in this case?
When I was given the call that I needed to respond.
Okay. Who called you?
I'd have to refer to my report, but I believe that we were told that there was a staging area the day before, and that we had to proceed to the staging area. So I knew that we had to report to the staging area, so we all showed up there. Search warrant was supposed to be given that day, and then we all were supposed to proceed to the property.
Okay. Let's talk about some of your testimony. You testified you found the blue tarp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know where that blue tarp came from?
The ground.
Okay. Do you know who manufactured that blue tarp?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything to see who had? Not a true question. Did you do anything in your investigation to see who manufactured that tarp?
I don't believe there was a tag on it, or if there was, it wasn't legible. No.
Okay. So I think that would be a no, correct?
That's what I just said, sir. No.
Okay. Now, did you find on that tarp any DNA associated with Laurie Shaver?
I personally didn't know.
Okay. Do you know if anybody did?
No.
Okay. Did you find any, or do you know if anybody found any blood on that tarp associated with Laurie Shaver?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you know, you spoke about some hairs that were found within your investigation. Do you know if anybody was able to link up any hair within that investigation, within the evidence that you collected that could be linked to Laurie Shaver?
I collected it. I don't know what the results were.
Okay. There was a strap you testified about, correct? Could you describe the strap?
It was a green nylon strap, kind of a strap wrench that one can kind of winch back and forth to tighten.
Okay, strap wrench, correct. Is this used to tighten straps that you may use on a vehicle or boat?
Tie down, something like that, yes.
Okay. Did you see a vehicle that in any manner you could link it had come out of?
You could use it for any type of vehicles or any application, but they're very common.
Okay. In your investigation, whatever you did, other than what you testified to, were you able to link that strap to the residence of Laurie Shaver?
My job would be to collect it, so you'd have to ask one of the detectives.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge whether or not that wrench or any of the straps could be connected to the residence of Laurie Shaver?
No.
There was some flooring you spoke about.
Yes.
Okay, would you describe the flooring?
Like I said earlier, it was a piece of wooden flooring, a parquet design.
Okay. Could that be linked to Laurie Shaver to your personal knowledge?
I was informed that there had been remodeling done. Therefore, I collected it on scene.
And who did the remodeling?
I was informed that Laurie did the remodeling.
Okay. Do you know if anybody else did any remodeling on that scene?
No.
Okay. And you showed us you moved through you and evidence a photo of Doug Shaver.
Yeah.
Correct? You know where Mr. Shaver resides?
It was in another state.
Okay. And you were at the scene that Mr. Shaver, he didn't just surreptitiously show up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Somebody from law enforcement had contacted Mr. Shaver, correct?
Correct.
Was Mr. Shaver advised that y'all wanted your office wanted DNA from him?
I was just informed he was outside and I needed to collect DNA from him, so.
And who told you that, or advised you that?
One of the detectives on scene.
Who was that?
I can't recall the exact detective because there was a lot going on that day.
Okay. Now you testified that Mr. Shaver was found in the middle of the concrete fire pit, correct?
Well, underneath it.
Well, you testified on direct examination he was in the middle of the concrete pad. Did you not?
Well, I said underneath it.
Okay. So you don't recall saying he was in the middle of it?
I didn't say the exact middle of it. I said
Okay. So let's specifically, through your testimony, you tell me where he was underneath that pad to some degree of certainty.
So the fire pit had to be removed in order for us to access the remains. That's what I said, sir.
Okay. Now, where was he underneath the fire pit? Do you have any degree of specificity you could lend the court?
So the fire pit was not a complete circle. It was a very irregular shape, pretty much the shape of Africa. There was a point jutting down towards the residence. I want to say off to the left earlobe towards the point would have been probably the location we found him.
Okay.
There were initials on the fire pit.
Excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Near the edge of the pit?
There were initials on the fire pit, and they were probably pretty close underneath where the initials were.
Don't forget those initials now. We went over that yesterday in that PCA. So Laurie had moved on to a new relationship, and they say in the PCA married him. Can anyone clarify? Married him. Like, how is that possible if she was still technically married to Michael? But yeah, she had, like, I don't know how they put the initials in the cement, just maybe with a stick or I don't know what. But the initials were in this fire pit. And they said quite close to where his body was found. Isn't that just... that's another crazy fact that a crazy allegation that we've heard from that PCA. My goodness. So, okay, that was her and Travis.
Okay. Which portion was he near the edge of the pit?
To the left hand, like lobe, if you're at the residence looking out towards the field.
Now, you recovered some socks from the pit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you recover any items that were women items, such as women's lingerie or anything of that nature?
No, the clothing that was recovered was on the remains. So.
Okay. I'm not asking you what was on the remains. I'm asking you, did you recover any items that Let me ask my question, please. Did you find any items that were linked that constituted women clothing?
No.
Okay. Did you locate any items wherein somebody may have wiped their hands that contained blood or any substance from another person's body?
Anything that was on or around or near the remains we collected.
That's not my question. Did you...
Snarky cross-examination. Pernille said, how did she call this a patio? Right? And this used to be a duck pond. What happened to the ducks? It's just like, oh, okay, we're just going to be just filling this in with cement now. Yeah, after burying a body. Wow. And then putting her initials and her boyfriend's, which then became her husband's initials, the new guy, putting the initials on the concrete, like what? And obviously posting this on Facebook, that she's making this fire pit. And apparently inviting people over for, like, you know, just to chill out there. Roast some marshmallows. Those people must be horrified now, in hindsight, right? Wow.
Recover any items, independent of the socks, the blue tarp, the boxers, the strap, the flooring, that constituted independent items that somebody may have used to bury the body, where they may have wiped their hands or their own body with it.
Those are all items I collected.
Did you collect something independent of what you testified to?
No.
Okay. Then you would agree there was no items of Laurie Shaver that were linked to this crime?
And the body had been in there for 2 years. I have no idea what could have degraded or decomposed at that point.
So you know that body's been there for 2 years?
Per the medical examiner, that was what they had told us.
That's what they told you. Who told you that?
I just said the medical examiner.
Okay, and his name?
The medical examiner, I'd have to refer to my notes, but the one that examined the body and actually did examine the bones.
Okay.
It's like, per the medical examiner. And who told you that? The medical examiner?
Great, ma'am. On direct examination, you had your answers, correct?
Yes.
But now you're saying you'd have to refer to some notes, correct?
To find out what the exact medical examiner was in 2018, yes, I would.
Yeah, but you don't have any independent recollection of that.
To find out who exactly that medical examiner was in 2018 for this particular case, I would have to refer my notes, yes.
But you recall that this medical examiner had advised you that that body had been in the ground for 2 years?
Yes.
Okay. And out of the evidence that you recovered, we know from your testimony and what you've done in this case, there was was no DNA associated with Laurie Shaver on any of that evidence, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. There was no prints on any of that evidence associated with Laurie Shaver, correct?
I don't believe so.
And the character of the evidence, none of it linked to any items within the household, correct?
You'd have to ask the detectives about that.
Okay. You don't have any independent recollection of that, do you?
Well, my job is to document and collect evidence on scene. I'm not there to investigate and go further.
Okay. But you spoke to the medical examiner. You remember that testimony, right?
Well, a lot of times I am there at the autopsy or I do hear things, yes.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Sarah Season said, shows there was no real thought to the fire pit area except to cover up evidence. Right? It was a really, really terrible job making that fire pit. My goodness. So, Linny Lou says, hi, Grizzle, new to you. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to anyone that's new to the channel. If you like documents, deep dives, bullet point presentations, and snark where appropriate, okay, then this is the channel for you. Thank you so much for being here. Okay. Let's quickly hear what else here.
Aside from the collection of the evidence that you just spoke about, did you do anything else on this case?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wicks. Mr. Buxton?
No question, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And witness step down for witness release from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, thank you for appearing today. You're released for further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Always gotta have a cougher in the courtroom. Ricola time. Wait, how do I, wait. Where? Schneffer? Oh no, I'm botching your name, aren't I? Sorry. You said it sounds like a heavy rainstorm there. Yeah, we're getting free rain sounds included in this court coverage, right?
Trying to submit the disc of that perpetuation as a court exhibit, not as evidence.
Yes, sir. So it will be submitted as a court exhibit. Thank you. All right, at this time it is about 10 minutes after noon, and this will be a good time to take our lunch break. So please return by 1:30. Please return to the jury assembly room. Please do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else for that matter. Again, should you see the attorneys outside of the courtroom, they have been instructed to ignore you. Please do not hold that against them. Please do not view any media concerning the case. Please do not conduct any research concerning the case. All right, thank you, and we'll see you back at 1:30.
Don't worry, we're going to teleport now. Just want to see them walking out, see some action in the courtroom here. Lunchtime. So if you're brand new here to my trial coverage, what we do is we start later than the court feed starts so that we can skip over lunch breaks and things like that. And in case, in the unlikely event, I used to be a pilot, so in the unlikely event that there's any delays, anything like that, we like to be able to just skip over that. Like, what if a witness is late or something goes wrong, or Bill Gates is like messing with the computers over there, that we could just okay, luckily we didn't have to just wait through that. We could just skip over it. Like, now we're going to teleport right now over lunch. So they broke for lunch at 12:10. They came back at about 1:30. See, and now we're only going to be, wow, okay, is that the ceiling? What is going on here? We have this lovely view. Okay. Ooh, what is happening? Yeah, you see, now we're only going to be 20 minutes behind. Wow, look at this. Oh my goodness. Okay. So I actually want to, in that case, yeah, it's fine. If we need to refresh the feed, we will. So now they're back from lunch. It does sound like rain, doesn't it? So here at Grizzly True Crime, that's what we call a teleport. We've got some teleport emojis as well. If you are a member, you can use them. We just teleported ahead. We just time traveled. We skipped an hour and a half of lunch break. Okay, so here it is.
Okay, the jurors are present, and Jessica Wade is approaching the stand. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Judge, excuse me, for the record, I see the witness has notes and documents before. She needs to refresh herself. I ask that you put those aside for the moment so we know what are accurate.
If you could close your folder, please. You cannot read from your documents, but you may refer to them to refresh your recollection. Please state and spell your full legal name.
It's Jessica Nicole Wade, Jessica Nicole Wade.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Please introduce yourself to the jury again.
Hi, I'm Jessica Wade.
Where do you work?
I work with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
I am currently a crime scene investigator.
First of all, what are your duties as a crime scene investigator?
So we go out and we observe the scene as it is. We document, collect, and preserve items of potential evidentiary value.
How long have you been a crime scene investigator?
Almost 16 years.
Can you describe to the jury your training and your experience that allows you to do that job?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal forensics with a minor in criminal justice. And then I also have on-the-job training here at the Sheriff's Office with approximately 500 hours of continuing education.
And what type of things did that continuing education involve?
The extra ones?
Yes.
The first one was basic crime scene school. That just goes over the basic procedures as a crime scene investigator. And then other classes such as bloodstain pattern analysis and just processing different types of crime scenes.
Can you estimate about how many crime scenes that you've been involved in processing over your almost 16-year career?
Approximately 400 or more.
Are you trained in how to collect the different methods of collection of different types of evidence?
Yes.
Once a piece of evidence is located and collected, describe to the jury the process that you use when you're actually packaging a piece of evidence.
Once we collect the item, usually they're collected in paper bags. The material's breathable. A description and the case number and anything that identifies the object and where it was located is written on the packaging and then also again on property receipts. And then those items are submitted to our evidence department.
When you process a crime scene, especially a larger type crime scene, do you usually work in teams?
Yes.
Why is that?
So that the tasks can be delegated between the members on the team and to make sure nothing gets overlooked.
During the course of your almost 16 years, have you processed crime scenes involving buried bodies?
Yes.
About how many times?
Approximately 4 or 5.
Have you been to training that teaches you how to do that?
Yes.
When you are processing a crime scene, do you and the other crime scene investigators wear gloves and other protective gear?
Yes.
Let me direct your attention to March 9th of 2018. Did you respond to 9850 Sandy Pines Road in Claremont?
Yes.
Is that in Lake County?
Yes.
When you arrived there, tell the jury a picture of what you saw and what was going on.
The scene was a large piece of property that was completely fenced off with multiple other fenced off paddocks for animals. The residence was a manufactured home, and it was closest to the road on that piece of property. And then there were multiple marked and unmarked law enforcement vehicles.
Was the scene kind of cordoned off with crime scene tape?
Yes.
What is that and what's the purpose of it?
The crime scene tape went across the span of the front gate, and that's just to ensure that nobody goes in there that's not supposed to go in there and to limit the amount of foot traffic that goes through the scene while we're processing.
Was there somebody from Lake County whose job it was to make sure that no unauthorized people entered that crime scene?
Yes.
Had a search warrant been obtained that allowed you and other crime scene investigators, law enforcement officers, and the like to go to that scene to search for evidence?
Yes.
Is that search warrant signed by a judge?
Yes.
Once that search warrant was obtained and you all went out there to the scene, did you begin to process that scene?
Not immediately.
At some point, did you?
Yes.
Generally, what does the term processing a scene mean?
Again, it's where we go and observe what we have and then to locate and document the items that are there.
During that process, were photographs taken?
Yes.
Who else was involved from your agency at the time in processing the scene?
There were multiple other crime scene investigators and several detectives.
You mentioned photographs were taken?
Yes.
Showing you must have been marked as State's Exhibit L, having previously been shown to the defense counsel. Can you take a look at that item and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yes.
You recognize them?
Yes.
We're going to go through them individually, but generally, what do those photographs show?
Those are of the scene throughout the process.
This time, State would move State's L into State's 15, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection. Without objection, State's L will be moved into evidence as State's number 15.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Showing you photo 1 of State's 15. What are we looking at here?
That is a bird's eye view of most of the property.
And can you...
Sorry to pause it there. I've seen yesterday as well, people were asking, where do we know this attorney from? I think you're talking about the state's attorney now, right? His name is Rich Buxman. Is that right? Is that right? So I just looked and it was actually, let me just see. Yeah, Rich Buxman, the chief of homicide prosecution, who's speaking now. He did the opening statements as well. And it's from the what Court TV called the knocking neighbor shooting trial of Susan Lawrence. Yeah, so he was the prosecutor there. And he did apparently the closing arguments in that trial. I didn't cover that trial, but I think many of you may have watched it. And so you're like, this guy sounds so familiar, right? Okay. So let's have a listen.
With the court's permission, would it help you step down to kind of point out to the jury what the different structures are?
Please feel free to move about the courtroom.
Can you just kind of point out to the jury kind of where the road is, where the main residence is that you described?
So the main road is up here, that's City Pines, and then this is the front of the residence, which faces the road, and then this is the back area with several sheds and outbuildings, and then fire pit.
So the fire pit is kind of the bottom middle of that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you photograph 2 of State's 15. What do we see here?
That's another bird's eye view of the, what would be the south side of the residence, and then showing that there's the pool and then the other sectioned off areas.
And the main residence?
So I just took a screenshot quickly from Google Earth so that we could still listen while looking at this picture. So this is what they're describing. This road over here is that Sandy Pines Road. That's the residence. Now, where was the fireplace? This is what I'm trying to see. I don't want to get it wrong. If you know, tell me. But we can't. I wish we could see exactly where they're pointing at the trial, but we can't.
This is at the top left in the photograph?
Yes.
And the fire pit that you described?
This is over on the far right.
And photograph 3 of States 15. What is this?
This is another view of the residence. This is the front of the main residence, and then back to where the fire pit is here, and then the furthest pasture.
And photograph 4 of States 15. What do we see here?
This one shows, here's the main residence, and then it shows a big overview of the entire property.
We see some vehicles on the main road down there. Are some of those law enforcement vehicles?
Yes.
Photograph 5 of States 15. What does this show?
This shows the back side of the residence, which is right here, and then part of the fire pit.
And is there an above ground pool behind the residence on the right of it?
Yes.
That fenced in section to the left of the photograph, what is in there?
That's where a pig was housed.
Okay. And we see the concrete section with the wooden stump sticking out. What is that?
That is where the fire pit is.
Photograph 6 of States 15. What is this?
This is the open area behind the rear of the residence, between that and where the fire pit would be.
Photograph 7, just a little further to the left. And where's the fire pit in this photograph?
In this one, the fire pit is over here to the far left.
Photograph 8, what do we see here?
Again, the back side of the residence with the pool, and then the fire pit area.
Photograph 9, more orienting the jury.
This is, so the residence would be over here, and that's a small little chicken coop barn area. And then right here in the front is the fire pit.
Was there a dirt mound located about 400 feet away from the residence?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 10 of States 15. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Was ground penetrating radar brought into the scene to assist in looking around?
Yes.
And who brought?
Sorry to interrupt again there. So you could see it. You could see it now. I might have to bring it over here so I can point at it. Here is the fire pit. Okay, so there's this dirt road and the house. There's the fire pit. That's what they, obviously we can't see it at the trial currently now, but I'm showing it to you from map screenshots.
Brought that in?
Dr. Sutton with the University of Florida.
Was the ground penetrating radar run over this section?
Yes.
And generally, without going into real great detail, what did it show?
Dr. Sutton advises that she visualized an anomaly on her on the screen, which shows basically that there's a disturbance within the dirt below the surface.
So what was done in this area that was about 400 feet away from the main residence?
As far as?
Was it excavated a little bit?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Explain what was done and how that happened.
Well, we start out and it has to be done layers at a time, usually a few inches, and each time we get to a certain point, we stop and document with photography anything that's there, so the lack or the presence of any items. And if there's nothing there, then we document the depth, and then we continue on into the next step.
And ultimately, after that process, in this area on the property, were any human remains found there?
No.
About how deep did you guys dig to make that determination?
We ended up going about 6 feet deep.
Okay. All right, referring back to the fire pit that you described in that concrete slab, was there something written in the concrete slab in the concrete?
Yes.
First of all, can you point where that was located?
It's right here on the edge.
Okay, and what was written there? What emblem was there?
There's a heart shape with the letters T, the plus sign, and L.
And was that kind of like in the concrete before the concrete would have hardened?
Yes.
No, they're talking about the initials. A heart. Oh my word. A heart shape with a T and an L for Travis and Laurie. Oh my goodness. Okay.
All right, showing you again photograph 8 of States 11. Was there something unusual in that concrete area near the fire pit that drew your attention?
Yes.
First of all, just point where that was located.
Okay, it would be right here on the far side.
And kind of describe what was unusual about it.
So that area, it was kind of depressed. It was like sinking in, and then it's also got a lot of discoloration on it.
Showing you photo 12 of stage 15. Where was that depressed area in this photograph?
The depression is right here.
On the bottom right of the photograph?
Correct.
And photograph 13 of stage 15? Is that just another angle of it?
Yes.
Was ground penetrating radar also brought into this area and run over top this depressive area?
Yes.
And again, generally, without going into great detail, what was found?
The Dr. Sutton, again reported an anomaly on the screen.
So what was decided to be done in this area regarding that anomaly?
At this point, we decided that it would be beneficial to do an excavation at this site as well.
Showing you photograph 14 of stage 15. Can you describe to the jury how it was that you went about excavating this, the initial stages?
Well, first we had to document everything as it was, and then we had to remove the concrete so that we could start doing the excavation process.
And what was done with the pieces of concrete that were broken up?
They were set aside.
Showing you photo 15 of stage 15. What does this show?
This just shows they're continuing to remove the concrete.
My goodness. I mean, just with that depression in the cement, they could see where to start digging, right? They're like, that doesn't look right. Let's start there. Oh, man, the initials, the little heart and the TL over it, isn't that terrible? Also, thank you all for being here. There's about 2,600 people here. Please remember, I cannot see every comment. I just can't. It's not possible. Unless maybe you find a way for me to have more eyeballs, okay? Or, I don't know. YouTube also often filters for top chat when there's so many people that I definitely can't see every comment. But I really appreciate you all being here, commenting. If I don't see a comment, like Donna was saying yesterday, you mentioned about where the prosecutor was from. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. So if I don't see it and you want to tell me that, then tell me again, okay? So, because I was just Uncle Googling now. I'm like, Uncle Google, where do we know this guy from? Just tell us, please. So, Donna told us yesterday. Okay, so I'm very sorry, not that it's my fault, that we can't see the pictures now that they're showing. But I'm doing my best to show you some screenshots of pictures that are available from when they actually were out there. So, this is the fire pit that Laurie Shaver and her new man put together. Okay, and she said for family gatherings. Again, if you missed the video from yesterday where she was pleading with the public for financial support, wow, you got to go see that, because she talks about this fire pit and says they just built it to have family gatherings, to relax, okay, to connect with each other. I'm like, damn. But then your husband's body was buried right there, and then the initials. Oh no, I can't even. Wow.
In photograph 16, what do we see here?
It's a continuation of the concrete being removed and kind of cleaned out.
Photograph 17, what does this show?
At this point, we're removing the papers that are around the actual fire pit and then going through the fire pit itself.
Was the fire pit basically demolished in this process?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury the process that you go through when you're performing an excavation like this regarding the digging and the sifting process?
So once we, like I said before, we have the layers of dirt that we pull out. Once we pull the dirt out, they go into these buckets, and then they get taken to sifting stations, and we take turns sifting through. And it's a fine mesh material, so the smaller items are not able to fall through, and in case we don't see them in the dirt, we're able to find them in the sifting tray.
Is this a process that takes a half hour or so, or can it take a long time, sometimes days?
It sometimes can go up to days, depending on what we're doing.
Photograph 18, what do we see here?
This is where a good portion of the dirt has been removed.
Photograph 19 of stage 15, what does this show?
It shows a bone, or a possible bone sticking out of the dirt.
Can you point to the photograph where that is?
It would be right here towards the center.
Photograph 20 of stage 15, what do we see here?
That is the bone that was removed from the dirt.
What was done eventually with this bone?
This bone and anything else that we found bone-related was then transported with the medical examiner's office back to the medical examiner.
Photograph 21 of States 15. What does this show?
This shows approximately the depth at which we found that bone.
And about how deep was that bone located?
About 20 inches.
Once you found that humerus bone, about what time was it in the day?
It would be about 17:05 or 5:05 p.m.
Now, considering it was probably going to be getting dark relatively soon and you still had more work to do, what decision was made about continuing or stopping?
At that point, we decided that it would be more beneficial to hold the scene for the evening and then return the following morning.
What do you mean by hold the scene?
To secure it, cover it with tarps and make sure that nothing else can get in, and then the deputies then posted on scene overnight to ensure that nobody has access to the area.
So when was the next time you came back to the scene?
The following morning at around 7 a.m.
And did investigators from the medical examiner's office also come to assist?
Yes.
Is that common for medical examiners, investigators to come to the scene and be involved in this process?
Yes.
You mentioned it was an investigator. The actual medical examiner, the doctor who performed the autopsy wasn't there. It was the medical examiner investigators?
Correct.
I understand. That morning were additional photographs taken at the scene?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 22 of States 15. What do we see here?
This is how we left the scene before we left. We secured the tarp over the opening and then placed canopies over.
So that canopy there was placed by law enforcement?
Yes.
And we see several different blue tarps. Are those law enforcement's blue tarps?
Yes.
And why are there some of those blue tarps that have dirt on them?
Those tarps were set up for the sifting station, so once it's sifted, it stays on that tarp.
I'm just gonna pause there. Nope, not today. You said who decided to search at the fireplace? How did they know? So they had ground penetrating radar and cadaver dogs out there, but they also had Michael Shaver's best friend reporting him missing, which was in 2018, and saying that there's this new fire pit that Laurie has put on the property and maybe they should check it out, because everyone found that a little bit strange, how quickly she moved on with someone else and then how she was building this fire pit and bragging about it on Facebook. So some people found that to be a red flag, and so Scott, the best friend that we saw testify today already, he told police maybe you should check around the fire pit there, Scott Amatuccio, okay, and so they did, but also because of the cadaver dogs and the ground penetrating radar as well.
All right. Did you and your team continue this digging and sifting, the excavation process?
Yes.
What does this show? Photograph 23 of States 15.
Right here towards the center, it shows the edge of a blue tarp.
No, this is not a blue tarp that law enforcement brought to the scene, correct?
Correct.
When you come across things like this, like a blue tarp, how do you make sure that you don't damage the tarp or the item in the whole digging process? Are you using big old shovels, or what are you doing?
Initially, we are using larger shovels. Once we come across any items that are deemed to be of evidentiary value, we then switch to smaller, like hand tools and brushes, so that nothing else does get destroyed or damaged.
Showing you photograph 24 of States 15. What do we see here?
Again, here in the center, it's more of the tarp that's been exposed.
And what are all those buckets around?
Those are for the dirt that's being removed as we're taking it out.
Okay, those buckets then go to the sifting stations?
Yes.
Photograph 25 of States 15. What does this show?
Right here, we have the tarp, and then we found another bone.
Photograph 26 of States 15. What do we see there?
That is a close-up of the bone from the previous photo.
And what was done with this bone?
It was also eventually transported with the rest of the remains.
Photograph 27 of States 15. What else was found? What do we see in this photograph?
These are smaller bones, presumed to be probably from the hand bones. And they were placed in this Tupperware container, so they did not get misplaced.
I'm assuming law enforcement brought this Tupperware and used it?
Yes.
Okay, just to store the items?
Yes.
Photograph 28 of States 15. What do we see here?
Right here we have another couple of bones that have been exposed.
And these photographs are just kind of showing the progression of the excavation process?
Yes.
All right. Photograph 29 of States 15. What else was located next to that blue tarp or underneath that blue tarp?
In the area of the blue tarp, you see this green strap. It's similar to that of like a ratchet strap.
Did you locate any part of like an elastic sheet with that strap or near the strap?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what you found?
So the elastic that we found is consistent with what would be from like a fitted sheet from a bed. And then that, all that was remaining was the elastic band.
I'm showing it's already been introduced into evidence as Stacie Exhibit 3. I'm not going to ask you to pull it out because we have pictures. But can you take a look inside and tell me if you recognize what's inside? You want some gloves? There's some right over there.
Yes.
You know, there. What's in?
In there we have the strap and the Tupperware container of miscellaneous debris also with it.
Photograph 30 of States 15. What does this show?
This is more of the bones that were exposed, again with the ratchet strap and the blue tarp.
Photograph 31 of States 15. What do we see here?
That has most of the tarp exposed, and then it shows the green strap that's kind of tied around the tarp.
And 32 of States 15.
This is a close-up of more of the strap, the tarp, and then you can start to see more bones that are exposed.
So was the blue tarp both on top of and beneath the bones in the strap?
Yes.
So is it consistent with the bones and the strap being wrapped in the blue tarp?
Correct.
Photograph 33, what does this show?
This shows the tarp being removed from the site.
And was that tarp collected as evidence?
Yes.
And I'm showing you States Exhibit 1 in evidence already. You recognize what's inside of here?
Yes, that's the receipts.
And in the packaging I just showed you, is the blue tarp in different sections?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get to explain why that in a few minutes. Photograph 34 of States 15. What do we see here?
Another bone that was exposed after the tarp was removed.
Photograph 35, is the tarp fully removed?
Yes.
And was the rest of the skeleton eventually located?
Yes.
And what do we see here in photo 36 of States 15?
That is part of the rest of the remains that were found along with the green strap.
Photograph 37, what does this show?
This is when we're actually removing the rest of the remains from the site.
The white sheet, is that a sheet provided by law enforcement or was that in the grave?
That is provided by the medical examiner's office, and that maneuvered it underneath very carefully, and we're able to lift out the remainder.
Was a skull found?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 38 of States 15. What do we see here?
This is the top portion of the skull.
Were photos taken to show the depth of where the bones were located?
Yes.
And what does photograph 39 show?
This is showing that the bones were located at about 36 inches.
About 3 feet down.
Yes.
Photograph 40 of States 15. Was any clothing located on any part of the human remains?
Yes.
What was found?
The remains had a pair of boxers and then a pair of Under Armour shorts and also a pair of socks.
Were those clothing items actually, were the bones contained inside of those clothing items as if they were being worn at the time?
Yes.
And were those items also collected?
Yes.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence in States 4 and 5. Do you recognize the contents of these items? And what's in here?
That would be the shorts with the boxers and then also the socks.
During the excavation process, were any fibers that looked like hair collected as well?
Yes.
And what would have happened with those items during the collection process?
Those items we collected and submitted as evidence.
During the sifting process, were any additional items located, such as, smaller bones, nails, things like that?
Yes.
What was found?
I'm sure we found a couple of the smaller bones, and then we also found some pieces of fingernail and some more hair-like fibers.
You mentioned that the human remains collectively were transported to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Is that customary?
Yes.
And who would have done that transport?
They have a transport unit with the medical examiner's office that does that process.
Once the human remains were removed from that hole, did you and your team members continue to dig further beneath?
Yes.
Why?
We continue to dig just to make sure that nothing is located below where the remains were found. And then once we reach a hard, compact area, we know that we've reached the bottom portion of that site.
Was anything of significance found below where the bones were located?
No.
Before the fire pit was dismantled by the heavy equipment, was that examined?
Yes.
When you photograph 41 of States 15, was a piece of laminate flooring located within that fire pit?
Yes.
And was that item collected?
Yes, it was.
Showing you what's been already introduced into evidence in State 6. You recognize that item inside that bag?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the piece of laminate flooring in the photograph.
Okay.
Pernell said, defendant and attorney smirking together. Letitia much. Remember how Letitia's stuff was also all giggly with her attorney and all that. I don't think it goes down well with the jury. I mean, somebody lost their life. I mean, just look at where they found his remains and in what condition they're talking about. It's absolutely devastating. And she's there looking completely unfazed, and it appears that, you know, they're like kind of gossiping, and there's a hot mic here and there, of course. It just feels very cold. Even just, like, for all of us watching, doesn't it feel like really cold? Like she's completely disconnected from this, doesn't care at all, not affected. I mean, I just wonder. And the jury's obviously watching everything, right? Okay, so.
Switching gears a little bit, showing you photograph 42 of States 15. What part of the residence do we see here?
This is the back door of the residence with the attached porch.
Photograph 43 of States 15. What is this?
It would be the entry sliding glass door on the back side of the house.
Did you examine the sliding glass door that we see here in the photograph?
Yes.
Why?
We just wanted to rule out that there were any bodily fluids that may have been present at some time.
Did you use any other type of device to help you look for the presence of bodily fluids?
Yes.
What'd you do?
At this point, it was a little later in the evening when it was darker, but we used a chemical called Blue Star, and it is a preliminary test to see if there's the presence of blood, and it reacts with the hemoglobin and the iron in the blood.
And when you use that Blue Star, is it a spray or a liquid, or what is it?
They come as tablets. We have to mix them into water, and then once they're dissolved, we can spray it using a regular spray bottle.
And when you
Sorry to pause it there again. Golden Spudlet, I like your name. You said, not just somebody, her husband. The guy she knew her whole life. I mean, they met in 7th or 8th grade, is what they said. Well, some of the witnesses said they pretty much knew each other their whole life. Yeah, and you say the father of her children, she had 2 children with him and then went on to have 2 more children with the new guy. And you say she has 0 remorse. It appears so, right? I don't see remorse right now. I know it's been a long time, but still, it's just like, oh my goodness.
Sprayed the area of the track, the sliding glass door, what happened?
There was a reaction. The reaction that it has is a luminescence, so it turns blue if there is any kind of reaction.
Now, does that mean if it turns blue and luminescent, does that mean there's definitely blood there?
No.
Why?
Other things can react. Again, since it reacts with iron, if there's any iron in the material that we spray, that could also react, or some cleaning materials also can react.
So what did you do as far as documenting that area and collecting evidence from that area of the sliding glass door?
The area was photographed and swabs were ultimately collected from the area.
Can you explain to the jury how you would go about collecting a sample using a swab from an area like that?
When we swab something, we have to use sterile water. We put 1 drop of sterile water just to hydrate the sterile cotton swab. And then once that takes place, we can kind of go back and forth several times over the area to make sure we get a large enough sample of whatever's there.
Did you perform that process and collect swabs from both the inside and outside tracks of that sliding glass door?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as evidence to State's Exhibit J and State's K.
Mooney, I was thinking it's earlier. Mooney says they met in 2nd grade and started dating in middle school. Thank you, Mooney. Also, Jill and Brian, you said those two just make me cringe. You know, they both think this is going so well for them, and she's as good as free. Cannot read the room, hey? Yeah, they do seem to, the defense attorney and obviously the defendant, they're very cheerful, right? It seems like, okay, this is going excellently. I don't know. How do you guys think it's going so far? Of course, it's only day 2. Yesterday was opening statements and the first witness, and today we've had a couple of witnesses as well. We're actually on witness number 15 in total for the trial so far. So,
Take those, telling you recognize those packages.
Yes.
Are they sealed now?
Yes.
Okay. Because there's some scissors right over by the witness stand. If you could open those up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents. Recognize both?
Yes.
What's inside there?
Both of these are swabs. This one is from the interior of the lower door frame, and then this one is the swabs from the exterior lower door frame.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them from those locations?
Yes.
This time Your Honor, the State would move J into evidence as 16.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Without objection, State's J will be moved into evidence as State's number 16.
The State would move K into evidence as State 17.
No objection.
Without objection, State's K will be moved into evidence as State's number 17. K is 17.
Were these two exhibits sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA analysis?
Yes.
As a crime scene investigator, do you have any involvement whatsoever in the actual DNA analysis?
No.
Showing you photograph 42 of State's 15 again. Did you also examine an area beneath the deck?
Yes.
Generally, where did you look?
So it would be kind of right behind where the stairs are, but underneath where the door is.
Okay. Photograph 44 of State's 15, what do we see here?
This is the underside of the porch, and this would be the area.
Photograph 45 of State's 15, what does this show?
That is a close-up of the area of the siding and the porch underneath where the sliding glass doors are.
Did you see something? Okay, they show you another close-up. Photograph 46 of State's 15, what does this show?
This just shows some unknown stains that were kind of exposed underneath.
And you said they're unknown stains. At this point, you didn't know what it was, right?
Correct.
Did you use anything like the Blue Star process you described earlier in this one?
Yes.
And what happened when you did that?
Again, there was a small reaction, so that area was eventually swabbed and again turned in as evidence.
Again, just because it reacted doesn't necessarily mean it's blood, right?
Correct.
But out of an abundance of caution, did you collect the swab?
Correct.
Did you use the same process you just described?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as evidence as State's I for identification. You recognize that item?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This has the case number, my initials, and the date and the description of the item.
Is it also sealed?
Yes.
Can you open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yes.
What's inside?
That would be the swabs from the underside of the deck.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them that day?
Yes.
This time, State will move I into evidence as State's 18.
No objection.
Without objection, State's I will be moved into evidence as State's number 18.
And was this item as well sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further DNA analysis?
Yes, it was.
Again, you had no involvement in that process?
No.
Let me direct your attention to January 17th of 2019. Did you and crime scene investigator Jessica Beard, now Jessica Holcomb, go to the Lake County Sheriff's Office evidence location, I guess for lack of a better word, and process an item collected in this case?
Yes.
What did you process?
We processed the tarp.
And which tarp?
The tarp that was removed from the excavation site.
And what was your purpose? What were you looking for in processing the tarp?
We were looking for any kind of potential damage to the tarp and or bodily fluids of any kind.
Where did you do this examination, considering the tarp's pretty big?
We had to use the vehicle processing bay at the sheriff's office.
And what did you do? I'm assuming you didn't just throw the tarp on the floor and start looking. What did you do to ensure that the tarp would maintain a clean area and things like that?
We placed a brand new clean tarp that was larger than this particular tarp underneath so that we could then do what we needed to do to process it.
Showing you photograph 47 of States 15. What do we see here?
That is the tarp that was from the excavation site, opened up and placed on top of the larger tarp.
What did you do to examine that tarp or process it?
We visually examined it, and then we also used an alternate light source on it.
Explain what that is.
The alternate light source has several different wavelengths of light that are used, and you can use different colored filters, such as orange, red, or yellow, to then enhance the fluorescence that may be given off if there are any fluids exposed.
And what were the results of the analysis after you used that alternate light source?
They were presumptively positive.
Did you, at some point you said earlier that the tarp was divided up and cut up into sections?
Yes.
Why was that done?
We separated into quadrants, basically, so we could further analyze it and know which section we were working with.
When you were examining the tarp, did you locate any defects or damage to it?
Yes.
In how many different places did you find that there was a defect or some kind of damage?
There were 2 locations that we noted.
Showing you photograph 48 of States 15. What do we see here?
In this one, in the upper left corner here, we have a little bit of a tear.
And is your job as a crime scene investigator just basically to document what you see and any kind of anomaly?
Correct.
Okay. Photograph 49 of States 15, is that just a close-up of what you were talking about?
Yes.
Photograph 50 of States 15, what does this show?
This one shows that there's a small defect as well, right here towards the center of this image.
Is that a different defect than the one we just looked at in the previous photo?
Yes.
Okay. Photograph 51, what does this show?
That just shows a close-up of the defect that we found in the other spot.
I noticed there's a marker there that says interior. What does that mean and how did you know that's the interior?
So this was labeled as the interior side because this is the side that was ultimately wrapped around the remains. So we're calling that the interior. And then the other side would then call the exterior.
In photograph 52 of States 15, what does this show?
That shows the exterior side, so the opposite side of the previous image.
And 53, is it just a close-up of the same thing?
Yes.
Did you do anything in particular with this area of the tarp?
Yes.
Did you separate this area from the tarp from the rest of it?
Yes.
And what was the point? Why would you do that?
We did that just so that it could be analyzed if it needed to be without sending the entire tarp.
I'm showing you States 52 already in evidence. Do you recognize what's in there?
Yes, that's the piece of tarp.
That same day, did you also examine the piece of laminate flooring that we looked at earlier that was taken from the fire pit?
Yes.
What did you do to examine it?
We also did the alternate light source on that.
And what did that show?
That showed a possible result as well.
Again, does that necessarily mean that there was blood on it?
No.
Okay. Was that item also sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to be further examined?
Yes.
Okay, one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wiggs.
Yes, may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
State if I can use your switch. Okay, thank you. If I can get this on, or if I'm going to just have to use the photos themselves. But let's go back to the beginning. Okay, you can step down if you don't mind, please, ma'am. Okay, looking at just, how should I address you? Deputy or investigator?
Investigator, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this was the gravesite as you've represented in number 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take any measurements from the residence to the gravesite?
I did not personally, but somebody did, yes.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge of the distance between the two?
No, sir.
Okay. Just looking at. Okay. You've spoken about number 5. You found some initials in there, correct?
Yes.
What were those initials specifically?
It's a T with the plus sign and an L, and then right above it is the shape of a heart.
So like Travis plus Laurie?
Presumably.
Yeah, okay. So somebody had embedded their name in this concrete, correct?
At some point.
Yeah. In perpetuity to express to the world, correct? A form of identification.
I would imagine, yes.
Okay. Not a secret, somebody evidently was trying to keep, correct?
Didn't appear so, no, sir.
Okay. And let me see if I can find, okay. You had spoken about this area, I believe. You would run a ground penetrating device on that?
Yes.
Correct? And you exhumed that area and there was stuff in there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that was a mess, correct, you would say?
It's just part of the process.
Okay. The fact that the ground may have an indenture in it, a dark spot, or a lighter spot, doesn't necessarily signal mankind or anybody that this is a body, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. So if we heard testimony earlier that there was an indenture in the concrete, that wouldn't necessarily signal the world that there's a body buried there. Would you agree?
Not necessarily.
Okay. And in this comical of this site, and we're looking at number 11, in fact, we see more than one dark area, correct?
Yes.
And under those dark areas, there was just one body located, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me, the body was not located in the center of the patio itself?
Correct.
Okay, let's talk about a little bit about the distance, the depth of this grave. You said that it was 3 feet.
Once
correct?
we were completed, yes.
Okay. How tall are you?
I'm about 5 foot.
You're 5 foot. So if somebody was digging this area, standing in that site, okay, and it's 3 feet, where's 3 feet on your body? You're 5 feet?
Yeah, so probably about here. Waist
Okay,
high.
about here. Okay. So the size of the individual would be relative to the ease in which that grave could be done. Would you agree?
Potentially.
Would make sense, would it not?
It could be. It depends on what they had available.
Okay. Let's say I have a shot. I enter into a ground area. I'm going to dig a grave. It would be easier for somebody to be taller to dig a 3-foot ditch than somebody that's 5 feet. Correct? Coming the through
Presumably,
up
yes.
and above them. Correct? Logically. Now, the items that were located in the grave, we're looking at number 29. There were some straps, correct?
Yes.
And there was a tarp, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was, I think, a strap wrench.
It's part of that strap. I think it was just one long piece.
Okay, was it affixed to the strap itself?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge whether or not law enforcement took any efforts to look for, do any kind of financial audit on anybody's account to see where that may have been purchased?
I'm not aware.
Okay. I'd have to ask somebody else, correct?
Correct.
Is that you down in the grave site there?
No.
Okay. That's the straps you're talking about, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you're looking around the Shaver residence. Did you find these same or similar straps located anywhere else on the residential side?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you would have noted that or pointed that out otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Then we see 35 inches, correct?
It's right at 36 inches. Yes.
36, 3 feet.
Yes.
3 feet, okay. And you spoke about collection of some DNA, correct? And this was found in this rear area of the residence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know any results of any DNA analysis yet, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. You just submitted it in and it went to another person, correct?
Yes.
And again, there we have the tarp, correct?
Yes.
We're looking at if you recovered. And then you made certain notations on this. It says drag, correct? What do you mean by the word drag?
So with this one, it looks more like it could be consistent with a drag mark across a rough surface.
Okay, let's stop there. Did you do any testing in this area that you marked as a drag to see if there's any grass marks, chlorophyll, anything were to indicate that tarp had been used to drag a body from the residence out to the gravesite?
No, sir.
Okay. That would have been beneficial, correct?
I don't know what was done processing-wise, if it went to the state lab or not.
Okay. And then there was a hole here, you noted, correct?
Yes.
And then there was a dust mark, correct?
It's this one, and then the back side is the same. Yes.
Okay. So those are the marks, etc., correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can have a seat. Now, ma'am, in your processing of this site, as I asked one of the other investigators, there was no evidence that was gathered by you or anybody else indicating there was any DNA in this site associated with Laurie Shaver.
I'm not sure that any DNA was recovered, and if so, I'm not aware.
Okay. You didn't personally recover any that you recall, correct?
No.
Okay. Do you know anybody else, any other investigator that processed the scene with you that recovered any DNA?
I believe I did most of the DNA swabs for this case.
Was there any hairs found in that site?
In the site, yes.
Okay. That wasn't mentioned on your direct examination. There were hairs found, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if any of the DNA in those hairs were linkable to Laurie Shaver or anybody?
I'm not aware.
Did law enforcement do anything with regards, aside from the tarp, to the strap wrench?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Do you know if they did any investigation or forensic audit to look into anybody's accounts to see if anybody had purchased any strap wrenches or straps for a vehicle or boat?
I'm not aware, no.
You spoke about a laminate, a piece of laminate that was found in the gravesite, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if that laminate was linked in any way to the Shaver residence?
No, sir.
Do you know what kind of floor they had in the Shaver residence?
Previously, no, sir.
Okay. Or at any time?
At the current time, it was tile and then like wood laminate in the bedroom.
Was it the same type of laminate?
No, sir.
Thank you. I have no further, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect.
think I asked you this earlier, but if not, I just wanted to make sure. You also process the tarp from the presence of fingerprints, right?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No.
When you and other officers arrived on the scene the first day of the excavation, was Laurie Shaver there?
Yes.
I'm assuming she wasn't permitted to walk around the house or walk around the property while you guys were doing your processing, right?
Correct.
Where was she looking?
I was told that she was in front of the property sitting in her vehicle.
You remember seeing in one of the aerial photographs?
Yes.
From her vantage point in that truck, was she be able to see the fire pit in the concrete slab?
I believe so, yes.
Did she remain on scene for part of the time that you began to process the scene the first day you were there?
Yes.
At some point, did she leave the area?
Yes, she did.
Because she was permitted to leave, right?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time she left?
It would be probably around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
And at what point in your processing where were you focused when she left?
That's about the time that we moved from the back pasture area up towards where the fire pit was.
Thank you.
Just briefly, Joe. Ma'am, you said you saw Laurie sitting in her truck, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what time her kids got out of school?
I'm unaware.
Okay. It would make sense if she's there and the kids come back from school, she may need to travel off-site, correct?
Correct.
Okay. She never fled the scene trying to evade law enforcement at any time, correct?
No.
Thank you.
All right, anything further?
No, Your Honor. She was released.
Okay. All right, thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you all for voting. I've got a poll going here for you saying, do you think that Laurie Shaver, the defendant, will testify? So far, during this live stream, 64% say yes and 36% say no. So we shall see. Kathleen said she was having a Chad Daybell moment, I bet. Yeah, waiting in the car like, oh crap, they're digging. Who did she call? Did she call Travis? Interesting.
All right, your next witness.
State calls Dr. Kyle Shaw.
Okay. There, please come up to the witness. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Dr. Kyle Shaw, first name K-Y-L-E, last name S-H-A-W.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Dr. Kyle Shaw.
Where do you work?
I currently work as a forensic pathologist in the upstate area of South Carolina, working for several coroner counties in that area.
What do you do for the coroner counties? What do you do on a regular basis?
So I'm a forensic pathologist. My role with the coroner offices is to review cases that are presented to me and provide my opinion of cause and manner of death. In the coroner setting, primarily that involves performing autopsies as part of that process.
Where did you work before you moved to South Carolina?
At the District 5 Medical Examiner's Office in Leesburg.
What did you do for the District 5 MD's office?
I was an associate medical examiner, again working as a forensic pathologist with a similar role, except that I was more directly involved in some of the investigative process and supervising investigators for the office.
How long did you work here in the 5th Circuit in Leesburg, right?
In Leesburg. For a decade, 10 years.
Can you describe to the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job as a forensic pathologist?
I got my medical degree from the University of Sydney in Sydney, Australia. Following that, I did a one-year clinical internship with the Southeastern Sydney Area Health Service, also in Australia. Following that, I returned to the U.S. and did the first 2 years of my general pathology residency training at the Eastern Virginia Medical School in Norfolk, Virginia. Following that, I did the final 2 years of my general pathology residency training at the University of Maryland Medical Center in Baltimore. Following that, I did a one-year subspecialty fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Maryland. And then following that, I moved down here and took a job.
You're obviously licensed to practice medicine in Florida. Are you still licensed in Florida?
I am, yes.
Can you describe for the jury generally what an autopsy is and what it involves?
In general, in most cases, an autopsy involves both an external and an internal examination. During the external examination, I look at the outside of the body and any clothing or materials that are with or on the body for evidence of natural disease or injury. I then move to the internal examination, where we examine the internal organs of the head, neck, chest, abdomen, and pelvis as part of the routine we call full autopsy. And during the internal examination, again, I'm looking for evidence of natural disease or injury and trying to correlate those findings with the external examination as well as any investigative information that we have at that time.
Can you estimate about how many autopsies you performed in your career?
On the order of over 3,500 at this point.
You mentioned earlier the term forensic pathology. What is pathology, first of all?
So pathology is a medical discipline that focuses on the study of natural disease as well as injuries, but primarily pathology is focusing on natural disease in general terms.
What is forensic pathology when compared to pathology?
So forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology where we focus, again, on natural disease and injury, with a little bit more focus on the injury aspect of things, and then applying those findings in a legal and public health setting.
Have you performed autopsies in your career on skeletal remains?
Yes.
About how often?
I would estimate on the order of 50 or 60. Again, there's a variation or a range of decomposition changes that range from early decomposition all the way to dry, disarticulated skeletal remains. And there's a few kind of in the middle there that are partially skeletonized that wouldn't necessarily be considered a, quote, skeleton, but somewhere on the range of 40 or 50 or so.
What do you mean by disarticulated remains?
Disarticulated basically means that's usually very late in the decomposition process, where the bones have, the soft tissue holding the bones together has also decomposed, and the bones are separate. They're disarticulated. They're no longer articulated or attached to one another.
Have you performed autopsies on people who have sustained gunshot wounds to the head?
Yes.
About how many times?
Many hundreds. I'm not sure if it's to the thousands, but many hundreds.
Have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in court in the area of forensic pathology before?
Yes.
About how often?
60 or 70 in court.
I ask permission to allow this witness to provide opinion testimony in the area of forensic pathology.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, the request is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me direct your attention to March 10th of 2018. Did you perform an autopsy on skeletonized remains recovered in the case of State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
How did those remains get from the scene to your office?
They were transported by one of our forensic investigators from the scene. She was present during the excavation process, and she brought those to the office.
Am I correct? You personally were not present. Your medical examiner investigator was.
Correct.
Where is the medical examiner's office located here in the Fifth Circuit?
It's in Leesburg, so it's on 809 Pine Street in Leesburg.
Is a case number, a medical examiner case number, assigned to each and every autopsy you perform?
Yes.
Is that number unique to the individual autopsy?
Yes.
What was the autopsy number associated with this case?
2018-0428.
Is it customary, and it didn't happen in this case, that law enforcement was present during the autopsy?
Yes.
Were photographs taken during the course of your autopsy?
Yes.
showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit S for identification. Can you take a look at these images and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, these are images, it's photographs as well as an x-ray, images that were taken at the medical examiner's office during the course of this examination. Not all on the initial day of autopsy, some are later.
Those fairly accurately depict the skeletonized remains as well as some of the evidence that was packaged and things like that.
Yes.
This time State removed S as in Sam and evidence as 19, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection. Without objection, State's S will be admitted into evidence as State's number 19.
How were the remains packaged when they arrived in your office?
So they originally arrived in a body transport bag as well as some additional bags basically to help contain the smaller bones.
Were those bags obviously sealed with evidence taken, things like that?
Yes.
What's a body transport bag?
So a body transport bag is a typical, what we call just a body bag, and usually a body, especially if there's any substantial remains involved, will go into that bag and zipped up for cleanliness and privacy.
What was the first thing you did when you received the skeletonized remains?
We start taking photographs. So photographs usually precede the examination, and then of course additional photographs are often taken during the course of examination. As also part of that process, at least in certain kinds of cases, x-rays will be performed.
In this case, did you lay the various bones out in what would be the anatomical position of the human body?
Yes, during the course of examination, those bones, in a skeletal type of case, they get laid out.
Showing you photograph 1 of State's 19. What do we see here?
This is part of the layout of the skeletal remains at the medical examiner's office. So just for orientation, towards the left of the image is the skull, which is on a foam support pad there, and then most of the bones basically going down to about the level of the pelvis.
Photograph 2, what does this show?
This is basically working our way down that same set of remains, just looking at a different area. So this goes a little bit lower. It includes the pelvis and more of the lower extremities.
And photograph 3 of State's 19. What do we see here?
And here we see the rest of the lower extremities. So over on the far right of the image, we see a number of small bones, and those are the smaller bones of the ankles and feet.
Were most of the bones that would normally be contained in the human body recovered?
Yes.
Were any bones missing?
There were a few small bones, predominantly of the hands, that were unable to be located, but very few.
Did the fact that a couple bones in the hand may not have been provided to you affect your ability to do an autopsy in this case?
Not substantially, no.
We've heard something about a humerus bone. Where's the humerus bone in the body?
So the humerus bone is part of the arm, or the upper arm. Basically, is from where I'm indicating on myself, from the shoulder to the elbow is the humerus.
Did you examine the skull in this case?
Yes.
What did you do to examine the skull?
So as part of that examination, again, x-rays are performed, images are taken, or photographs are taken, and then during the course of that, some cleaning is usually performed. In a case like this, where the specimen or the bones may subsequently go for anthropologic examination, I usually do very little, other than, again, some general cleaning and general examination.
Why would you do very little if they're going to go to be examined by an anthropology lab?
So sometimes these bones are very brittle and very delicate, and usually I find that once I'm able to document them, that the anthropologist is more of a specialist specifically in bones. So it's usually valuable for them to see those bones in as pristine a condition as possible. So I'm usually very delicate with what I do have.
You mentioned x-rays were taken. What does photograph 4 of Stage 19 show?
So this is an x-ray of the skull. Now the lower part of the jaw is absent. It was disarticulated. It's just not in this x-ray. But what we can see is over towards the left and bottom, we see the teeth just for orientation. And then towards the right of the image, so that red dot was just on the teeth. Now over on the right of the image, there's a bright white spot. That bright white spot is radiopaque material that corresponds to a projectile or bullet.
Showing you photograph 5 of Stage 19. What do we see here?
So here we see an image of the back of the head or the back of the skull. This has been rotated around so that the top of the skull is down and the bottom of the skull is up. And right in the middle of that image we can see a round hole which represents a gunshot wound, in this case a gunshot wound of entrance.
Can you point in your own head generally where that gunshot wound is located?
It's approximately here, as I'm indicating on the back of my head.
Did you locate a projectile inside of the skull?
Yes.
And explain how you did that.
So the x-ray let me know that it was there. I was then able to carefully basically reach into the skull. We can't see it in this particular image, but the skull is basically sitting on the top of the spine, and the bottom part of the brain transitions into the spinal cord, and where the brain exits the skull and goes down into the spinal column, there's a hole. And that's called the foramen magnum, and it's on the order of approximately an inch or a little bit bigger in size. So it's a decent sized natural hole in the skull. And I was able to reach in there, feel that bullet, which was loosely adherent but not firmly adherent. It came loose very easily, and I was able to recover that and retrieve it out of the foramen magnum.
And why would the projectile or the bullet actually have adhered to the skull?
So when soft tissue decomposes and begins to dry out, materials sometimes will stick to it. That soft tissue, as it decomposes, forms a little bit of a glue-like substance. So there were just a little bit of residual decomposed tissue that had dried around the edges of that bullet and caused it to basically be loosely stuck there. So it was not rattling around originally, which is why it was first noted on x-ray.
Did you observe any kind of an exit wound or damage to the opposite side of the inside of the skull as if the bullet entered the skull and hit the opposite side?
So although there were some fractures of the skull, there was no impact site that I was able to identify, nor that the anthropologist subsequently reported. There was no exit wound, and there was no obvious impact site.
Once you recovered the projectile out of the skull, what did you do with it?
That was packaged up and turned over to law enforcement.
Showing you what's been marked as evidence of State's Exhibit M is in van. Can you open that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
So
Isn't he such a nice witness, like so enthusiastic, so energetic? It's so nice. Dr. Kyle Shaw, forensic pathologist.
Outer bag here has been previously sealed. It has some labeling on the outside that appears to be related to law enforcement's numbers. Inside is a small envelope, and the envelope bears a medical examiner's office label and the medical examiner's office case number of 2018-0428. Is
that the medical examiner case number associated with this case?
It is, yes, and the original, or one of the seals, one of the evidence tape seals, has my signature and the date of March 10th, 2018.
And is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected out of the skull? If you need to open it up, look inside, and tell me to recognize the contents of that package.
Sure. So within this envelope is a bullet or projectile, which appears to be consistent with the same or substantially the same, appears to be substantially the same as the projectile that I recovered in March of 2018.
And I'm also showing you photograph 6 of States 19. Is that a picture that you took of the projectile you removed?
Yes.
This time State would move States M as in Mary into evidence to States 20.
Any objection? Without objection, States M will be moved into evidence as States number 20.
You said obviously the projectile would have entered through the back of the skull. Can you, beyond the projectile traveling back to front, are you able to determine the path of travel and with any other specificity?
Not definitively. One thing to kind of keep in mind when we're doing these examinations is that a typical bullet has two main profiles. The bullet is a little bit elongated and tends to have a rounded tip, like a little bit of a cone or a rounded cone shape. So when that bullet is facing directly at you, the profile is round. When it is off center or tangential at an angle, so we have perpendicular and we have a little bit of an angle to perpendicular. As it rotates away from perpendicular, it takes on more of an oblong or ovoid shape. So when that bullet enters the skin or skull, when we have a round hole, that tells us that the deviation is not dramatic from perpendicular, from a right angle, because if it is a fairly dramatic angle, then we have normally an oblong or irregular skull entrance. In this case, the skull entrance is rounded. However, because of the absence of the brain, in other words, I can't see the path of the bullet through the brain because there's no brain left, I can't say that it was perfectly perpendicular when it entered, only that there's no clear evidence that it was at a sharp or distinctly sharp angle away from 90 degrees.
During your examination of the brain, of the skull, did you locate any other portions of potential projectile in the brain?
Yes, so the X-ray also shows a few very small pieces or radiopaque fragments, basically fragments that show up the density of metal, which are typical. It's typical for a projectile to break off a little bit or small pieces. So there were additional pieces noted on X-ray.
Did you do anything with those additional pieces that were noted?
Not at that time.
Why not?
They appeared to be firmly embedded either in the bone or on the inside of the skull. So my options would have been to either try to open the skull to get at those, which would have deviated that skull from so-called pristine, or at least in the condition that I had it, and I wanted anthropology to look at that first.
Would it be common that if the anthropology lab noticed that, they would, when they were finished, remove those items and send them back to you?
Yes.
Did you locate any finger or toenails in the remains that were provided to you?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 7 of States 19. What does this show?
That is a sampling of fingernails or toenails that were recovered from the body bag, from the materials that were provided.
Photograph 8 of States 19. What does that show?
Additional fingernails or toenails that were recovered.
And did you package those fingernails and toenails up in the 2 bags we've seen in the picture?
Yes.
Show me what's been marked in States Exhibit O for identification. Can you open that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the packages?
Sure. This is an additional paper bag that has some labeling on it that appears to be from law enforcement. The bag appears to be currently sealed. Within the bag are 2 small envelopes bearing the medical examiner's office labels and case number of 2018-0428. And my signature is on the seals.
Can you open those up inside and recognize it?
Sure.
So within our dry material that appears to be the same or substantially the same toenails in one of them. As well as the second one.
This time, state would move State's O into evidence as 21, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Without objection, State's O will be admitted into evidence as State's number 21.
Now, Doctor, in case I asked a bad question earlier, you mentioned that you found the projectile that you recovered as well as some projectile fragments that were embedded in the skull.
Yes.
You're not saying that those are from two separate projectiles, are they?
Correct. It's consistent with just being from a single projectile. The projectile that was recovered is partly deformed, and during the course of deformation, it is possible that a portion of that metal broke off during the course of entering the skull or impacting the skull.
Is it common for when a projectile hits a hard object like a skull for it to fragment or break apart?
Yes.
You've seen that a lot of times in your career, haven't you?
Many, many times, yes.
You mentioned the anthropology lab a few minutes ago. Were these human remains that were brought to the medical examiner's office, packaged up and sent to an anthropology lab?
Yes.
And how are they packaged up and how are they sent?
So originally they were packaged either in a box or bag and physically brought by our investigator to the Pound lab. So Investigator Griffiths drove them up on, just referring to the investigator's report, which is part of the medical examiner case file, on March the 22nd. Those were received by, I'm also referring to the anthropology report, March 22nd of 2018. They were transported up by Investigator Griffiths. Later that day, still on March 22nd, the lab contacted us back and said that a femur was available to be returned to us.
We'll get into the femur in a second. Where was this lab located that the remains were transported to?
The lab is associated with the University of Florida, so they're in Gainesville.
You mentioned the term Pound lab. What is that?
So it often just gets called the, quote, Pound lab, but it's the C.A. Pound Human Identification Laboratory, so it's sometimes also called CAPHIL, but it is a lab that is associated with the University of Florida.
And they do their own analysis. You're not a part of that analysis, right?
That's correct. We provide them information that we have, the investigative information that we have, and we'll discuss the case, but they do their own analysis of the bones themselves.
You said a few minutes ago that the Pound lab people sent you back the femur.
Yes.
First of all, what's a femur?
So a femur is the major bone of the thigh. So between the hip and the knee, that big bone is called the femur.
And what was the purpose of you getting the femur back?
So the plan at that time was to take that bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is a common source, and the longer that a skeleton has been out, the more bone sometimes is needed to do an analysis. Now, I don't perform those analyses, so I can't comment on exactly what they need, but it is common for them to ask for either a piece of bone or the entire bone. And again, they usually have better results if they're able to look at the entire bone and not have to go back and forth with us to get more bone later.
So the plan, you guys are going to get the femur back, and that femur is going to be sent to Florida Department of Law Enforcement in whole for DNA analysis.
Correct.
Okay. How did the femur...
Sorry, I'm trying to find a good pausing moment there. So for anyone joining now, so like, why are humans like this said? So that man has been dead for 9 years now. That's crazy, right? So Laurie said she last saw Michael Shaver, her husband, who she had 2 children with, at the house in September of 2014. And she claims he just left. He just abandoned the family and went to Georgia. That was her story. but yet all his cell phone activity and banking activity were from the same IP address, which they couldn't find the exact location, but they could find that it came from the same IP address, and it would be all the items that were purchased and things like that were sent to Laurie's home, to their home, but to Laurie, right? She bought lingerie, she bought, I don't know, all kinds of things. She sent flowers to a boyfriend's wife. Yes, a boyfriend's wife. She sent flowers to them and all of that, right? So the fact that she claimed he left, he just abandoned the family, then she started selling off all his tools. He's tried to sell his car, tried to sell the house, needed his signature, couldn't sell the house. She tried to sell off everything of his, right? And then on November 7th, though, of 2015, was when Laurie and Michael and the two children were last seen at like a tractor show, and that Frank Merritt, the first witness we saw, and the second witness, his wife, they were the last ones to see them there. And they said, you know, there was a little bit of tension between them there. November 7th of 2015. And Michael would have been off for 2 days from work. You're supposed to go back to work on November 10th. So that's why they believe that Michael was murdered between November 7th of 2015, that's a long time ago, of 2015, and November 10th of 2015, based on when he was last seen and when he was supposed to show up at work, and he was a reliable worker. He would never just not call in and things like that, right? So on February 16th of 2018, okay, a well-being check was conducted at the property where Laurie was still living with the kids, and she'd already moved on to another guy, and she had 2 children with him, and she put that fire pit in the yard that we just saw, which used to be a duck pond, and she then put a heart with their initials in the cement, as we just heard. Okay, so there was a well-being check, so that's a long time before anyone really caught on that there's something really wrong. Like, no one has seen him, right? Not his best friend, not his family. There'd been messages that they had received from him saying, like, just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Even one of the girlfriends that he dated, she got a message saying that he now lives in Afghanistan. Like, what? Like, this guy, oh my goodness. Yeah, Tori says sold 9 of his firearms for $1,000. Yeah, she sold it all off for budget prices as well. Just like, okay, take all of it. You want to buy the truck? You want to buy the house? Well, a well-being check on February 16th of 2018, and that is where Laurie said, just get off my property, when they wanted cadaver dogs to go and sniff around, especially at the fire pit, because Michael Shaver's best friend had said, well, maybe check the fire pit because that's new. And so on March 9th of 2018, the search warrant was executed. They had cadaver dogs and Michael Shaver's remains were found. But just think of that timeline. Okay, and that was March 9th of 2018. Then it took a long time to identify the remains and took even longer to arrest Laurie Shaver. She was arrested on September 17th of 2020. And she bailed out. She paid her bail, which was $50,000, and she went home. And that's where it sounds like she's been ever since, with Travis, the new guy. Obviously now it's not new, but you know what I mean when I say the new guy. And 4 children. Now, one of the daughters is expected to testify, and she was 7 years old at the time of the crime, okay? Now she's 16. Yesterday I said 14. I wasn't mathing right, okay? She's 16 now. One of the witnesses confirmed it today as well. And she claims, I pulled the trigger. She's confessing. She's telling the defense attorney, I want the truth to come out. I'm confessing. I was trying to protect my mom. But I really worry about that, you know, being like coercion from her mother. I just don't know. It just sounds like, I don't know about that, because it sounds like from everything that we've read and heard and all of that, that it seems like Laurie was more of the aggressor if it is a DV situation. So, wow, the daughter is expected to testify. Okay, now thank you for voting on the poll. I'm going to keep quiet now again and play this. Do you think Laurie Shaver, the defendant, will testify? 64% still say yes and 36% say no. I'm with you guys saying yes. I think she will. I think she's a control freak. She needs to control the narrative. She thinks that she can, it's like Aliyah Bulaban. I think she thinks that she can completely convince the jury that she's innocent, you know? So she's, of course, innocent or proven guilty, but yes. Anita said, do you know what happened to the murder weapon? Gee, I wonder if she sold it. She did sell a whole lot of weapons. They did find one of hers, but it didn't match the projectile. But there's 4 others that she had sold. So, yeah, that's what happened there.
femur come back to your office?
So that was packaged up at the Pound Lab on the 22nd. We received it by FedEx on the 23rd, March the 23rd, and then I examined it, or it was examined. The package was examined, I believe, on the 24th, March 24th of 2018.
Take photos of that piece of evidence and things like that?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 9 of States 19. What do we see here?
So this is the FedEx package label, and up in the upper left-hand corner, maybe a little bit difficult to see, but in the upper left-hand corner is a handwritten date of March 22nd, 2018, which is the date that they informed us they were packaging that item up. And then towards the bottom, you can see another label that is typed. It says 23rd of March, which is part of the FedEx shipping identification labels.
You said you got it the 24th of March?
We received it, I believe, on the 23rd. It may have been late in the day.
And photograph 10 of States 19. What do we see here?
So this is the outside of the box. This is the outside of the box that contained the femur. This is actually, I believe, after we repackaged it. You can see the date there of the 24th, where it had been resealed in order to be released to law enforcement.
Photograph 11 is the bottom?
Yes, that's one side of the box.
Okay. When you opened the box, when you received it from the Pound Lab and opened it up, what was inside?
A femur, and it was packaged and sealed. There was an additional seal on the inner bag packaging.
Okay. Was there also a letter inside from the Pound Lab?
Yes.
Does that basically just indicate they're returning the femur?
Yes. So this is our opening that box originally as it came to us from the Pound Lab, which included a very brief letter from the Pound Lab regarding their limited examination to that point.
And photograph 13 of States 19, what do we see as we get further into the box?
And that is the femur within packaging from the Pound Lab.
Photograph 14.
Additional image of the femur having been removed from that box.
And we see some writing on the bag. It says 3C18 bag 1 of 1. Do you know what that means?
3C18 is the Pound Lab case number for this case.
Okay. Did you eventually get a report from the Pound Lab?
Yes.
Did it have that same case number on it?
Yes.
Did the report also mention the femur was returned to your office?
Yes.
Does all that documentation clearly indicate the femur returned to you was the same femur that you sent to them?
Yes.
Okay. Photograph 15 of States 19. What does this show?
So this is that femur outside of the bag. The bag was open for us to take additional photos. Again, just documenting that it was in the same condition that it was when we had released it the previous 2 days earlier, I believe.
Photograph 16, is that just the other side of the femur?
Yes, we just rolled it over.
And photograph?
And that's the femur with that received packaging label.
Now, to your knowledge, was this femur sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for analysis?
That is my understanding, yes.
And was it eventually returned back to your office, the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
When was that sent back to you? Actually, a better question.
We did receive it back. Again, I'm referring back to the medical examiner's investigative report on June 22nd, 2018. It was received back from Detective Dorrier to our office.
Was it still packaged in the same box that you sent it off?
Yes, that box had been repackaged and resealed.
Donna Wooby Bennett said, I believe she's a control freak also, but I also believe that she thinks that she's already got the one-person control that matters, her daughter, and that should do the trick. Oh, that's so sad, right? Oh my goodness. You might have a point there.
Showing you photograph 18 of State 19. What does this show?
That is the box that we received back. And again, we can see at this point we can see additional labeling has been added. You can actually see the original or the earlier March 24th number towards the bottom left of the image from when we had sealed it previously.
Now it has the yellow Florida Department of Law Enforcement sticker on it?
Correct.
Okay. And photograph 19?
That's a
Florida Department of Law Enforcement sticker?
Yes.
And photograph 20, what do we see?
This is the femur inside that package, and we can see in this image at least 2 or actually I believe 3 areas where bone had been removed for DNA purposes. One is toward the top of the image. Yep, there's actually a little piece that's missing on the ball at the very, very top of the image, a piece towards the upper quarter of the image, a piece towards the bottom, and in a different angle there's actually a fourth area that had been cut into, again, by the lab for the purposes of DNA.
Except for those areas of the femur that were cut away for purposes of DNA analysis by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, was the femur in the same or substantially the same condition as when you received it initially, when you sent it to the lab, when you got it back from the pound lab, and when you sent it to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, other than those areas, it appear to be substantially the same.
Showing you what's been marked in State's Exhibit P is in Paul. Does that box look familiar?
Yes, it does.
The same box we've been seeing in all these pictures?
It does appear to be, yes.
You open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
So the seals appear to be intact at this point. There's quite a lot of tape on it because of the repackaging, multiple repackagings. And within are some bags, including the bag with the pound number of 3C18, as well as the... Yes, it appears to be, again, with 4 areas that have been cut into for the purposes of DNA.
Time state with State's Exhibit P is in Paul into evidence 22.
No objection.
Without objection, this is State's number 22.
And with the court's permission, the doctor just published the femur to the jury showing the areas that were cut away.
Granted.
So this is the femur, the front part of the femur, the back part of the femur, and we can see an area that's been cut away in the ball or head of the femur, an area here on the proximal shaft, the upper part, an area on the distal shaft down here, and an area down here basically at the knee.
And none of those areas were present when you first saw the femur, correct?
Correct.
So it's not like those were caused by some kind of trauma or gunshot wound or anything?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Did the medical examiner's office eventually receive all of the bones and the human remains back at your office from the pound lab?
Yes, we did.
You mentioned earlier that during your x-ray you saw those projectile fragments from that projectile embedded in the skull and you didn't do anything with them.
Correct.
Were those fragments removed by the anthropology lab and sent back to you?
Yes.
And how were they packaged?
They were separately packaged with the remains that came back to us.
Showing you photograph 22 of States 19. What does this show?
So that is a bag with the fragment within it that has the pound lab case number 3C18, and you can see that it's sealed at the top.
Photograph 23 of States 19. What does this show?
That is upon initially removing the fragment that they recovered.
And did you actually remove it?
Yes, I would have removed it from that bag.
And what happened when you removed it after you?
So between taking that photograph and turning it over to take an additional photograph, it fragmented.
Okay. Just broke apart?
It just broke apart. Gentle manipulation, it's just a very small, thin, brittle piece of metal in that case.
Showing you photograph 24 of States 19. What do we see here?
So that's the same fragment that unfortunately had broke apart during manipulation and prior to repackaging.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit N as in Nancy. Can you take a look at that item, open it up, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yeah, so it's currently there's a outer plastic bag which has an evidence label, a court evidence label on it. Within that bag is a manila envelope which has the medical examiner's office label and case number of 2018-0428 on it.
She was kind of like wiping her eyes there for a second. I was like, is she crying? I don't think so, right? Don't know. V. Aguilar said the defense is going with the daughter did it and not the mysterious man with the special skills, right? And Paula said, is the 16-year-old testifying? That's what's being reported, that she is expected to testify. My goodness.
My signature is present on one of the seals. And within there are fragments that appear to be substantially the same as the last image taken and displayed on the monitor there.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move N as in Nancy into evidence as 23.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Without objection, State's N will be moved into evidence as State's number 23.
During the course of your autopsy, did you examine all of the bones that were provided to you?
Yes.
Except for that single gunshot wound to the back of the skull, did you locate any other trauma to either the skull or any other bones you examined?
Not that would be considered trauma at or around the time of death, or what we call perimortem trauma. There was some damage to some of the ribs. However, that was interpreted as post-mortem trauma.
Meaning after death?
Meaning after death.
So, did you locate any evidence of a chip or a break in any of the other bones as a result of trauma, either being struck or another gunshot wound or something like that?
No.
All right, at this time, we're going to allow the jurors a comfort break. So we'll break for about 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. We're in recess.
All right.
Okay, so now we can go forward, and I think we're going to be all caught up with the stream any minute now.
So,
okay, so now we're back in real time watching along with the court feed, okay? Which was well timed because they've had their comfort break for the afternoon. Right now, Eastern time, Florida, it's 5 to 4 in the afternoon, so it's probably about an hour left or so, right? Okay. So I'm going to end the poll now. 65% say yes, you think Laurie will testify, and 36% say no. So it's pretty much stayed that kind of split. Okay. Stefan says, was that Wiggy? The one that said, oh, okay, yes, I think so. I think that was Wiggy.
apparently they were able to hear some of the discussions.
Yes.
I don't know to what extent.
All of it. Oh, are they watching us? Okay, guys. Well, this is awkward. Well, yes, Judge, we could actually hear what they were saying. Not always, but a lot of the time. I wish I could see her face now. How will she react to this when they're like, I mean, to me, just look at his body language. He's looking like, oh, crap. You can hear us? Yes, you have a hot mic, sir.
At your table. So if you have discussions at your table, please press the mute button.
He's here? No?
There should be a red button on the microphone.
Oh, well, does it stop?
I do not know, sir.
You have to hold it down.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
all right, so...
I got you.
So I was just informed during the recess that
very well.
The discussions were being picked.
Oh, very well. Yes, we heard all that gossip. Every time someone's going to take the stand, she's like, this is the one that did this and this. Like, oh, okay, filling in her defense attorney of who they are. entranced, said, do you think she will testify against? I do think so. I think she's a little bit like Aliyah Bulaban. I think she might. It will be quite a performance if she does. Sure. Okay, so if she does, that'll be like, oh man, can't wait to see that.
Picked up to some extent.
Very well. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. All right, are we ready for the jurors?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please call in the jury. Thank you.
Look, she's... Is she hanging her head in shame? Yes. Everybody point in now. We heard your conversation. To me, their body language, they look embarrassed. I don't know. Do they look embarrassed? Sunny in Ale says, are you an iTech cert? Like, do you have a degree? Do you know that your microphone is not muted? It's so funny, given the whole context of everything. Of course, the case is not funny. We have funny moments to cope with these cases, right? This is like, oh my goodness, okay.
You can if you'd like to.
Yeah, we could still hear you. It's still happening. Okay, so the jury's coming back in, but the mic is still not muted, so I don't know what they're gonna say now. Who knows? Yeah, Jan says, who snitched on us? And answered, the courts absolutely mirror or monitor social media. They do. We've covered quite a few trials, and then afterwards, sometimes people email like, by the way, and I'm like, oh, you were watching, huh? So yeah, I think they heard that we can hear, because we definitely can.
Please be seated. I see that all the jurors have returned after recess. Thank you again for your attention today. Please proceed.
Just a few more questions for you, Doctor. I think when we left off, you indicated that you saw no indication at all from your analysis of all of the bones in the skull of any other trauma, injury, other gunshot wound, except for that single gunshot wound to the back of the skull, correct?
Correct. No other perimortem injury that would be related to the death.
You mentioned that there were some fractures in the skull around that gunshot entrance wound. Were those fractures caused by that single gunshot wound entrance?
Yes.
We see on TV, CSI, that Abby from CSI can tell you that these bones were buried on this date, this month, this year. Is that real?
No, unfortunately.
Are you able to do that?
No.
Are you able to determine, with great generality, when, based on the condition of the bones, they would have been buried?
To a very limited extent, with very broad potential ranges.
And what are those ranges or parameters?
Well, again, it depends on the individual case. So in this particular case, I would have to depend really on the anthropology examination, because they deal with primarily bones.
Better question to ask them?
It probably would be a better question to ask them, because they can go into detail as to how they came to that.
Fair enough. Did you determine the cause of death in this case?
Yes.
What was the cause of death of Michael Shaver?
In my opinion, gunshot wound of head.
And what did you determine the manner of death to be?
My opinion, homicide.
Thank you, Doctor. No other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bailiff, if you could move the screen aside, please.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw.
Afternoon.
Pleasure seeing you.
You too.
Recall me taking your deposition some time ago?
I do.
Okay, we did that by Zoom, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, I gained certain information from you. And part of that information I was able to glean, was it not, that you rely on multiple sources to conduct an investigation, an investigative autopsy such as this.
Sure. As part of the process of coming to an opinion of cause and manner of death, I pieced together lots of information from lots of different sources. Part of that is the autopsy, but there are other things.
You use reports such as police reports, incident reports, correct?
When those are available, yes, or discussions with law enforcement.
Okay, so you usually look to law enforcement. You have somebody inside doing investigative work, correct?
When you say inside, you mean inside the
medical examiner's office?
That's correct. So the medical examiner's office itself, we have our own investigators that do investigation as well.
Okay. And you rely on other reports generated in other agencies, such as the pound, as you discussed in this case, correct?
Sometimes, yes, certainly as it applies to this case.
So it's not just your opinion you're relying on the opinions and conclusions of other individuals, correct?
I bring together as much information as I possibly can to reach my opinions and my conclusions.
Yeah, that's just a yes or a no question. You rely on other people's conclusions as well.
I also rely on additional information. It's not always their conclusions, but it's sometimes their interpretations.
Okay. You rely on dental examinations, FDLE reports, correct?
For certain parts of the investigation, yes.
Well, we know you relied on other documents and reports in this case, correct?
Yes, there were additional reports that were generated in this case that, again, add into the totality of the information for the case.
Okay. We know our discussions, it takes you about an hour or so to do one of these investigations, correct?
About an hour or so to do the autopsy or the physical examination of the bones, and it varies a good bit depending on the nature of the case. But for an examination of bones, it might take on the order of an hour, especially if they are already clean and dry.
An hour or two, correct?
Roughly,
That's
yes.
a fair statement.
Sure.
And in this case, when you received the bones that you did this autopsy upon, they were in a skeletal state, correct?
Yes.
There was no soft tissue on the body, correct?
Correct.
The internal organs had deteriorated, correct?
Correct.
So any injuries to the internal organs were not visible, correct?
Correct, because those organs were no longer present. They had decomposed.
Correct. So you don't know the degree of any combat or any altercation that occurred by looking at other evidence, correct?
Correct, in the sense that there is no soft tissue to examine in this case.
Correct. Now, you'd spoken about the gunshot entry wound. Where was that located?
In approximately the middle of the back of his head.
Okay, and it's my understanding from our previous discussions you were unable to determine whether the person was sitting or standing, correct?
Correct.
You weren't able to line up and figure out where or not anybody had approached the subject, correct?
Correct. Those are issues of the circumstances of the death.
Okay.
And there's no anatomic finding that tells me in this case his position.
You weren't able to discern the height of the individual that had engaged Mr. Shaver, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was the skeleton in full state? Were there broken portions of it?
It was almost complete, but it was disarticulated.
Did you reconstruct the skull?
The skull was actually almost completely intact. There were fractures, but it had not come apart at that point. During the examination at the Pound Lab, there was some separation of those fracture lines, but it was almost complete to my recollection. There may have been some small pieces above the orbits on the inside that were absent, but the majority, certainly the outer part of the cranium, was almost complete.
Okay, do you have 23? The fragments? On your table, or is it clerk have them? Clerk have them?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's in evidence, I think, is 23, correct?
Yes.
Are those the fragments that you testified to?
These are the additional small fragments that were recovered by the Pound Lab.
Okay.
And those were located in what portion of the body?
In the skull.
Okay. Do you know where in the skull?
I don't know. I do not know precisely where. The X-rays showed one fragment that was most likely adhered to the inner table, but there was a fragment that was very close to the entrance wound. I'd have to refer to their report for exactly where they recovered that fragment. So the particle of radiopaque material that they ultimately recovered was associated with the entrance defect. So it's basically right at that entrance fracture. Basically a portion of the projectile split off and basically went into the bone as it was entering the skull.
Okay. There was no soft tissue in the neck, correct?
Correct.
There was no analysis of any entry potential through the neck region, correct?
Not through the soft tissue, because there was no soft tissue to examine. The bones, however, were...
Were there any meteorological tests done on the metal itself to connect it to the remaining fragment?
Not by me.
Okay.
Basically, those fragments are turned over to law enforcement for any...
Do you know whether or not you received any report data dealing with that subject?
I did not receive any report data. To my recollection, I have not been presented any such report. However, we normally wouldn't get such a report if such existed.
Okay. So when you say that the death was caused by homicide and it was caused by one wound, you're unable to testify with all certainty whether or not there was any other injury to any internal organ or an entrance through a neck or another region through soft tissue, correct?
Correct. So if there was an additional injury or injuries that were solely through soft tissue and did not involve bone, then I would have no way of knowing about those.
Very well. Now, this may sound kind of a silly proposition in one respect, but when you do an autopsy, you don't have, particularly absent any brain or other soft tissue in the body, you don't know whether or not this man was suffering from any kind of psychological issues, correct?
So even during a regular autopsy, generally we cannot infer a psychiatric illness from the autopsy findings alone. That depends on the preceding history, medical history or other history that would give us most of that information. We can infer an element of brain damage, but that's not the same as saying someone has a psychiatric disorder.
So really the autopsy is limited to the physical structure. It doesn't entertain any consideration about the circumstances how the individual was shot, correct?
So there's more than one component here. So the autopsy itself, yes, we're looking at the anatomic or physical findings, and sometimes we can correlate those with history and circumstances or scene findings and those kinds of things. But the autopsy itself is focused primarily on gathering anatomic physical data that we can then look at and try to correlate with the remainder of the case.
And in the report that you constructed in this case, there's a section that deals with death information, and I think it was noted visual, correct?
I'm sorry, could you?
The date of death, it was just defined really based on information other people had supplied, correct?
So there is no specific date of death on the autopsy report. Instead, we have what's called a date found. So that's the date he was actually located. Okay. Now, you may be referring to the investigator's report, which may have a date of death present. Any such date, in fact, it has when he was originally found as the date of death, being March 9th, 2018. So that's date found. That's not intended to be the date. It's not an opinion of when he actually died.
There were no burn marks on the body or the structure, correct?
Not that identified, no.
Indicating it had been in a fire, correct?
Correct.
Was there any evidence that the body had been moved?
So the fact that the body was recovered buried is an indication that the body had been moved at some point. However, it's also true that it's possible that he received his fatal injury while within the grave somehow. But those findings are really based on the totality of the circumstances, not just the anatomic findings.
So you can't tell where Mr. Shaver was shot?
Correct. I can't tell where he was physically located at the time that he was shot.
Okay. Now, was there any, in your report, any indication of any injuries or damage to the teeth of Michael Shaver?
To the teeth?
Right.
Not to my recollection, but I will look through the odontology report briefly. There was no noted perimortem injury, and there were evidence of restorations or dental work that had been done, and some of the teeth were missing. However, no known perimortem injury.
Okay, so there were some teeth missing, correct?
Yes.
You know, they've been broken, moving the body, post-mortem, pre-mortem.
Again, I am referring to the odontology and anthropology reports that also involve the teeth. I would have to review the photographs to say as to which were missing post-mortem versus which were missing ante-mortem. Basically, the difference there is that if a tooth goes missing or falls out or gets knocked out, say years before death, then the bone tends to heal over and there's no socket left. Whereas if the bone falls out at the time of death or after, then there's an empty socket there. It is very, very common for teeth to fall out in the decomposition or skeletonized stage because there's no soft tissue still holding those teeth in place. So a little bump sometimes can knock those loose.
Could they be loosened or knocked out, transporting the body?
It's possible.
Okay. And were there any missing teeth or damaged teeth?
Not injured or damaged teeth that I noted that would be considered perimortem injury around the time of death.
They're referring you to your report, I think it's 305. Is this your report?
No, this is the Pound Lab report.
Okay. Do they indicate, or is there any indication there of any damage to any teeth?
I'm just going to read the page that you presented to me.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to your deposition instead.
Sure.
Okay. Page 45, if I just fly it to you. I want you to look on line 25.
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection?
So just reading from that, line 25 says absence of teeth number 1, number 16, number 17, and number 32 due to loss/extraction or agenesis, meaning, just for interpretation, that those were removed or absent well before death. And just looking just above that, I was referencing the anthropology report, so it's in there somewhere.
Okay. So there's some missing teeth, though, correct?
Sure.
So I think the defense is trying to show that the victim shot himself. Okay, then. Interesting strategy. If you plan on having the daughter testify. Okay, then. Where's this going?
Now, when you use the word post-mortem, you're talking about after death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you assess that issue and reach any conclusions whether there was any post-mortem damage to the body or injuries?
There were some injuries to the ribs that were post-mortem. Again, that depend largely on the anthropology report for that.
Tell me what the post-mortem injury to the ribs was.
So I'm turning to page 4 of 23 of the anthropology report. At the bottom of that page is a section called post-mortem damage. And within that, they describe post-mortem breakage of multiple ribs. I can read that report if you'd like me to, or
I have your deposition here.
okay.
If you'd like to refresh your recollection on page 46, line 8, 9, and 10.
So reading from the highlighted section of 8, 9, and 10, quote, it says there is post-mortem breakage on multiple 9 ribs, comma, okay. Oh wait, that's your question. That was the question from you. My answer was yes.
Okay. So there was injury to the ribs after death.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And that post-mortem injury to the ribs, could that be associated with transporting the body from one location to another?
So the interpretation or the determination of whether an injury is post-mortem or not depends on a few different things. I largely would depend on the anthropology consultant to address those issues, but the most common finding that I see that distinguishes an antemortem or perimortem injury from a clearly postmortem injury is a difference in coloration of the break. So if an injury occurs around the time of death, then the surface of the broken bone, so the broken edge, will have basically the same coloration as the rest of the surface of the bone because it's going through the same process. It's being exposed to the same environment. Whereas a bone that fractures post-mortem or well after that is usually a lighter color because it's cleaner. It hasn't been exposed to the same processes. It hasn't been exposed to the elements the same way or the decomposition process the same way. However, in this particular case, again, I would depend on the anthropologist to distinguish precisely what they meant by the postmortem breaks. They do describe within their report that the margins of at least some of the breaks are lighter in color than the surrounding bone. So for this to occur during the manipulation phase or the phase of moving a body, it would most likely be well after death. In other words, far enough after death for there to be a difference in the environmental exposure. So probably not hours, but probably a much longer time frame.
Okay. Would it create a difference in the color of the ribs?
If that postmortem interval is long enough before that secondary post-mortem break occurs.
Was there any findings that there was any difference in the coloration of the ribs to suggest there was post-mortem damage to the ribs?
Yes, that's how again, I'm referring to the anthropology report here.
That's fine. I know when I spoke with you with your knowledge independent of the report.
Sure. So within their report, they describe the margins of the fractures or the breaks in the bone are lighter in color than the surrounding bone, which is an indication of being separated in time.
Right. So there was
sorry to pause in with eyes closed. I don't know if it ever really works that well to get so abrasive with the witnesses on the stand. Like, does that ever work? I don't think so. You know, I know he's doing his job. The defense attorney is trying very hard to confuse. It seems like at this point, theories are changing up, strategies are changing up. But damn, like the way that he speaks to this doctor, oh my goodness. And he's like the nicest guy, right? Just can't imagine. You know, the jury, they're still human. They're seeing all this like, oh man. Like what kind of cross-examination is this? It's getting very very like agitated, right?
An indication that sometime past the death of Michael Shaver, there should have been, or there could have been movement in the body, correct?
Yes.
To account for that discoloration or difference in color on the ribs, correct?
Well, something caused the break. So the difference in color is where the break is. That newly exposed break point. It's lighter in color because it hasn't been exposed to the same things as the rest of the bone.
And there was on rib number 9, there was a break mid-shaft, correct?
Yes.
And this would indicate, could occur possibly by movement of the body as well, correct?
At some point, yes.
Okay. And there was damage to the sternal ends of the ribs as well, as to 4, 8, 18, and 10, correct?
Right ribs 4, 8, and 10, yes.
Okay. And what that means is that the ends of those portions of the ribs that was fractured was not subject to the same environment as the first of the bone around it, correct?
Of the unfractured bone around it, correct.
Correct. And that would indicate damage to the body after death, correct?
At least damage to that rib, yes.
Correct. When you use the word perimortem, that you're using that word or phraseology to refer to injury at or around the time of death, correct?
Yes.
And in examination of the body and the records, you discovered that the body had what are referred to as buccal fractures, correct?
During my review of the anthropology report, they described that, yes.
Mm-hmm. And a buccal fracture is where one side of the rib breaks or fractures and not the other, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah, where the body would be of this, the ribs would be of the same tension or tenderness, correct, throughout.
Well, it basically means that there's two sides of a rib, and one side buckles or fractures, whereas the other side doesn't show anything.
And that usually occurs at the time or about the time of death, correct?
Again, although that usually is the case, in this particular case is interpreted by the anthropologist. Again, I'm depending on their report, that because the fracture margins are a different color, they interpreted that as post-mortem.
Okay. So that would occur after death indication, correct?
By their interpretation, yes.
Correct.
He's got such a high tolerance for patience, this Dr. Kyle Shaw. He's so patient and so nice. What I'm saying is, most patient doctor ever is starting to get a little bit impatient. It's just like, oh man, like how many questions is this guy gonna ask me? Like what now? Now tell us again about like, oh. And I know the defense attorney is just doing his job. I know so is Dr. Shaw. It's just like, ooh, this is getting. I understand. I can understand how he feels at this point.
Does the composition of the soil impact any coloration of the bones?
Although I believe it can, I'd have to defer to the anthropologist on that question.
Have you ever seen a body in one soil and it ingrains within it or pulls within the bone itself, the composition of the soil creating a coloration in the bones themselves?
I would only speak to coloration, not to composition.
That's what I mean.
But yes, coloration, if the surface color of the bone is generally going to be closer to the surface color of the soil that's on it. However, there's a lot of different things that can potentially go into that and alter those things.
Okay. Do you know if there was any analysis of the soil composition that the body had been recovered in?
Not that I know of, but I wouldn't normally know that.
Okay. Well, you received reports from other agencies, police reports and the Pound and FDLE, etc. Did you receive any report from FDLE analyzing any soil compounds?
I was not presented with a report when these materials were provided to me later. I received these materials after I moved on from the District 5 Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. And it's your position that the body may have been dead for months to several years, correct?
That I would defer
defer to the anthropologist in that case. However, for an individual to be completely skeletonized and dry, normally that would be at least several months, if not longer, from my personal experience.
Did you ever make a statement contrary to that?
Not to my recollection.
Okay.
Show you page 41 of your deposition, given on line 18.
Line 18 is the question, so that's from you. So their conclusion was the body has been dead several months to several years, correct? Answer, that's how I interpret that, yes. So that's my interpretation of how it was presented in the anthropology report, which I deferred to.
So as Mr. Buxman asked you, as you said here, offer your scientific opinions and statements.
You don't know how long the body had been in the ground, correct?
Not precisely, no.
Okay. And any statement took by law enforcement would be their conjecture on outside evidence, correct? Not scientific evidence.
They'd have to address where they're getting that information.
Right.
If they're being specific.
After your report, did you speak to law enforcement ever again?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with the state?
Yes, I'm sure I did at some point.
Okay. Refer you to your deposition, page 52, line 20.
Mr. Wiggs, can you show us the deposition that you have, because the deposition I have only has 27 pages.
All right, I'll show it to you.
So line 20, question.
Just one moment, please.
Yeah, let me show it.
If the state could view the deposition before the witness answers.
That's one of the court orders that was made to run the
Line 20, question. Did you speak with Mr. Amatuccio at all? Answer from me about this case. Question, yes, sir. Answer, I don't recall having done so. If I did, I don't recall. I certainly don't recall a lengthy conversation about this case. If I did, it was probably quite a long time ago.
Okay.
That was at the time of deposition. I did speak with them following deposition.
So prior to your deposition,
And after the shaver had been arrested, you hadn't spoken to the state again?
Not up to that point, not to my recollection, no.
Okay.
one moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness. So sorry, I'm just typing here because somebody's asking. Tori, you were asking when was the fire pit built? And I was saying summer 2016 to be more specific. They say the fire pit near where his body was found was constructed around March of 2016 and a concrete slab poured in September of 2016 by Laurie Shaver and her new boyfriend. And this is based on Facebook posts that she made showing off this supposed fire pit that she was building. Okay.
Sold by the anthropology lab packaged sent to you. Those were metal fragments from a projectile, not skull bone fragments, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also talked with Mr. Wiggs about some missing teeth, and you said that those missing teeth, according to the anthropology report, were antemortem, meaning they were missing prior to death.
Correct.
Okay. Finally, you talked a lot about the post-mortem rib fractures. And Mr. Wiggs is asking you if those could have been caused by moving of the body, and you indicated that likely those were well after death because of the difference in coloration.
Yes.
Okay. Would it be unusual for a buried body to, when the body begins to decompose and the supporting tissue around the ribs starts to deteriorate, for that weight to cause rib fractures?
That would, to my understanding and my experience, that would not be unusual. I would defer to the anthropologist's experience with that as well.
Thank you, Doctor. No other questions.
Mr. Wiggs?
No, thank you, Judge.
May the witness be excused from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Oh, shame. Dr. Kyle Short. Okay, thank you. You too. Shame. That was a lot. That was intense. Oh, my goodness.
I believe this is someone else's.
Oh.
I think this is yours. And
State calls Dr. Samantha Coberly.
Good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Please let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right. Please state your full legal name and spell your name as well.
Full legal name is Samantha Whitney Coberly. The last name is spelled Coberly.
Okay. All right. And Samantha, Samantha?
Correct.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I am Dr. Samantha Coberly.
Where do you work now?
I currently am a forensic anthropologist contracting with the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam.
You live in Hawaii now?
Correct.
What do you do on a day-to-day basis with the POW?
We are tasked with identifying the unaccounted for service individuals who have been lost in past conflicts. So I am the forensic anthropology analyst doing the work there.
How long have you been doing that kind of work?
Since 2021. It's about 3.5 years.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job?
Yes. So I was at University of Florida for my PhD, graduated in 2020. I also have bachelor's degrees in criminal justice and sociology. In addition, I've taken numerous classes in forensic anthropology, as well as my experience at the Pound Lab and at Wichita State University, where I worked in that lab as well. And then I've worked several years now at the DPAA.
So before you worked where you do now, you worked at the Pound Lab at University of Florida?
Correct.
What did you do there?
I was a forensic analyst. So what I would do is I'd be assigned a case. I would do the inventory, take photos, do any analysis that we have, which is biological profile, age, sex, ancestry, stature, any trauma analysis, time since death, pathology, antemortem that may help in identification, and all of that I would write in my report. At the time, I was also the lab coordinator, which meant I accessioned all the remains into the lab, and I coordinated with law enforcement and medical examiner offices.
Are you also an adjunct professor at UF?
No, I was an adjunct professor at Newman University.
I apologize. Thank you. Were you a part of any research programs in the area of anthropology?
Yes, so I've done a number of research primarily on gunshot trauma. My dissertation was on gunshot trauma to the postcranium, but I've also done work on gunshot trauma to the cranium, including looking at suicide versus non-suicide.
And the cranium is the skull?
Yes, just for kind of a vocab, the cranium is just the head without the mandible, and the skull is the mandible and the head.
Were you the recipient of any honors doing that kind of work?
I got a number of awards to help me towards my dissertation on that, so yes.
Have you also done research presentations and received grants to do the type of work you've been talking about?
Yes, I've presented a number of times at our national conference in various cities.
You've also been published?
Yes, I have published an article and hope to publish in the future.
When did you start at the Pound Lab in Gainesville?
2015.
You mentioned the term forensic anthropology. What does that mean? What does it involve?
So anthropology is basically the study of people. It's very broad. very large study, and it's split into basically 4 groups. You have like cultural, which is living people, archaeology, the past, and then we have biological anthropology, which is study of the body. And forensic anthropology falls under that because we're looking at basically the skeleton in order to help with our identification and help us to determine what happened to the individual. So we're looking at that kind of branch of the anthropological field as a whole.
During your work at the Pound Lab in Gainesville, were you the author of various reports on different cases that involved remains being brought to the Pound Lab for analysis?
Yes.
Did you also go out to some of the scenes and assist in the excavation process?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, I request permission to allow the witness to provide opinion testimony in the area of forensic anthropology.
Any objection?
No objection.
And without objection, the request is granted.
When human remains were delivered to the Pound Lab at University of Florida, were they assigned a unique Pound Lab case number?
Yes.
And how are those case numbers structured?
They are a alphanumeric case number, so they have a number, which is the month in which it was received, a alphabet letter, and that's the sequence in which they were received in the lab, and then another number, which is the year. So in this case, it'd be 3C18, and it was the 3rd case in the month of March in 2018.
Let me direct your attention to March 22nd of 2018. Did the Pound Lab receive some human remains that were excavated from a location in Lake County, and did those remains come from the 5th District Medical Examiner's Office at Leesburg?
Yes.
And who was the medical examiner associated with that case?
Dr. Shaw.
How did those remains get to or arrive at the Pound Lab in Gainesville?
They were brought to us with an investigator from the District 5 office.
And was there a unique medical examiner case number associated with those remains as well?
Correct.
What was that number?
2018-00428 or 2018-0428. It was written differently in different areas.
Okay. Describe the remains that were sent to you.
So the remains that got sent to us are a nearly complete skeleton in good condition. The remains did have some soil staining, brown coloration, but otherwise very little post-mortem damage with that. They also, at the time, were fully skeletonized with no odor of decomposition.
And what's the significance of being fully skeletonized with no odor of decomposition?
This means that several months had passed by that point. It's gone through the entire decomposition process, and sometimes that smell will linger for a little bit, so we know it's fully gone in that. But we also know that they're still in good condition, because over time, bone does break down. We start to lose the cortical bone or the overlayer, you lose the ends of the bones, meaning it's still in good condition, but there has been fully decomped.
So in this case, the bones were still in good condition?
Yes.
And this may be an unfair question, but how long does it take bones to begin to deteriorate beyond the condition that you saw? Does that make sense?
Yes. So this is a complex question because it is very, very specific to a bunch of variables. Time of year, insect activities, soil acidity, all of that can affect these remains. I have seen remains here in Florida where you're looking at a decade and the bones are starting to break down and crumble. I've seen cases from Korea that are still beautiful. So it's very determinant on multiple conditions.
A lot of variables at play.
A lot of variables.
Is that why it's often difficult to give a precise date of when the body was buried?
Yes, that's why we tend to give a pretty broad range.
Understood. You said that you received most of a skeleton. Were there some small bones that were missing from the skeleton?
Yes, predominantly in the hands and the body of the hyoid. These bones are pretty small, and ones like the ones in the wrist oftentimes can be confused with like stones.
Okay. What is a hyoid?
The hyoid is the one in your throat. So it's basically structured in there, and we found the greater wings of it, but not the body. So it's like the little U-shaped one that's in your throat.
You said those bones are very small and can sometimes be missed.
Yes.
Okay. Did those missing bones affect your ability to do an analysis in this case in any way?
No. We typically don't do analyses on these bones because they're so small, so we don't use them in biological profile. And I believe I have a statement in my report saying we can't determine trauma on those missing bones, but it's unlikely that they would have had.
We've heard a little bit about the femur bone in this case. Can you briefly describe what was done with the femur once you received it, what you did with it, and then when you sent it back?
So we received the femur, and I did a initial analysis on that. So what I did is I basically looked for any trauma, any pathology on it, both visually and microscopically. And then it was packaged in a bag and sent back with Investigator Griffiths to be tested for DNA. We like to use bones that don't have any pathology or trauma on them when we send it for DNA. So this was an intact bone that got sent.
And you saw no signs of trauma to the femur at all?
No.
And how did you determine that? Just by looking at it, or did you do some kind of microscopic analysis?
Both. Generally, gunshot trauma to the femur is fairly noticeable. It tends to, when it hits the shaft, kind of explode. But I wanted to be thorough, and it could have been like the bullet passed briefly, so I looked at it under the microscope as well.
Found nothing?
No, I did not find anything.
How was the femur packaged and to be sent back to the medical examiner's office?
It was placed in a bag with our case number on it.
I'm showing you. We only have a few photos in this. I'm showing you State's exhibit, photo 15 of State's exhibit 19. What does this show?
That shows the femur that was sent back.
Is that your case number 3C18?
Yes.
Is that your handwriting?
That is.
Okay. And did you also send a letter to the medical examiner's office indicating,
yes,
basically, here's your femur back?
Yes.
Based on your analysis of all of the bones and the condition of them, you said there's a lot of variables that play into this decision, but were you able to give a rough estimate of how long the body would have been buried?
Yes, I gave the estimate as several months to several years prior to arrival at the Pound Lab.
Were you able to tell the gender of the person, the bones?
Yes.
How?
I looked at the hip bones, which is one of the most diagnostic areas for telling male versus females. We have basically morphological or shape differences between the two. And looking at those, I was able to determine that the individual was male.
Were you able to tell the approximate age of the person?
Yes.
Well, first of all, what was the approximate age?
It was young to middle age.
And what does middle age mean?
Kind of like mid to late 30s, early 40s in that case.
How do you determine that?
So age in adults is slightly more difficult than in children, because with children we're basically looking at how your body grows and how your epiphyses, or those growth plates, fuse. The last bone to fuse in the body is your clavicle or your collarbone, and about your mid to late 20s. He was fully fused, which means we know he had hit that about late 20 mark. After that, we basically look at how your body kind of deteriorates over time. So we look at changes. In this case, I used a method looking at the pubic symphysis, which is the two hip bones, the joint there that kind of rubs on that. And when you're young, it's all nice and billowy and pretty looking, and then as you age, it gets worn down. And so using that, I was able to get kind of a age range for this individual.
Were you able to determine an approximate or a parameter of the height of this person?
Yes. Using, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I used the bones of the legs, because those are what contributes to the height the most. It was put into a discriminant function analysis, and I was given a height range. Looking at my report, it was a mean age of 66.1 inches, or about 5'6", with a range of 5'2" to 5'10". And we do a range because people can have different proportions to their bodies. They may have like a long torso and short legs, or long legs and short torso. So we like to give that range to get, and in this case, 95% of the population covered by this.
Are the remains consistent with being a male born on January 14th of 1982 and who had been killed and buried around November of 2015?
Yes.
Except for the skull that we'll talk about in a minute, did you find any evidence of trauma to any of the other bones that you examined?
No.
And how?
Double tap. They tend to be oval shaped.
Sorry, that happens sometimes when we're just catching up on the stream and then it just like refreshes itself. So we're about 7 minutes behind. Stand by.
Do you recognize the photos in that exhibit?
Yes.
Come through and look at them for me. And generally, what do they show?
They show the perimortem trauma to the cranium.
Do they fairly accurately depict the trauma that you talked about to the cranium or the
Yes.
skull?
Yes.
Okay. This time, state will move AA into evidence as states. I'm sorry, I don't remember the next.
23.
23, Your Honor.
24. Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states A will be moved into evidence as states number 24.
24, thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Explain to the jury the condition of the skull. Oh, sorry, the cranium.
So the cranium was fragmented. We can say comminuted, which means there's more than 2 fragments at the time. So there was the fragments. And on the back of the head, the occipital was a pretty well-defined defect.
And I'm showing you photograph 1 of states 24. Can you describe to the jury what you're talking about in light of what you just said?
So as you can kind of see...
If it'll help you step, with the court's permission, if the witness could step down and kind of...
Certainly, you may move about the courtroom.
So we have a very well-defined, very circular defect here, and that is very typical of gunshot wounds. So it basically punctures in, and then we have associated with that is radiating fracture. So when it hits the cranium, it basically causes like a mini explosion, and the cranium fractures due to the high energy being spread throughout the cranium.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So here is the defect itself, a bone missing chip here.
That's okay. It's a touch screen. I didn't warn you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the fractures that we see surrounding that gunshot entrance wound, were they caused by the gunshot entrance wound?
Yes.
Those are separate injuries because it was hit or something to that effect?
Yes.
How do you determine that?
With lots of study of gunshot wounds, basically. But like I said, what happens is the energy when it hits radiates outwards. So this versus, say, blunt force trauma, you would see basically an indentation. Think of like a baseball bat hitting a window. You have that smushed in appearance and kind of a spider web weaving. Versus this, where you have the fractures kind of radiating outwards.
And did you become aware that Dr. Shaw, the medical examiner, actually recovered a projectile from the inside of the skull?
I did not know that at the time and discovered that later.
Okay. That's all obviously consistent with what you found, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you photograph 2 of states 24. What do we see here?
This is the internal surface of the cranium at that defect. And why this is important is this internal beveling here, which is just like bone chipping that goes throughout. That is what shows us that it was an entrance gunshot wound, and that it was a gunshot wound. This is basically textbook example of that. It's basically when the projectile hits, okay, like a funnel in there, and so the bone around that is chipped out. If it was an exit wound, that bone chipping would be on the outer surface.
Did you locate any kind of an exit wound?
No.
Okay. Did you locate some projectile or bullet fragments inside the skull?
Yes.
I'm showing you photograph 1 of states 24 again. Where were those projectile fragments located when you looked through the cranium?
There is one located right here, and then a couple that are not shown in this photo here, which were in the facial region.
How'd you find them?
Visually. And radiographically after I noticed it visually.
And showing you photograph 3 of state 24. What do we see here?
So this is that loose bone that is right by the defect, and this is the piece of bullet that is right there, and it was removed during analysis and photographed.
And photograph 4 of States 24. What do we see here?
So I radiographed a number of the fragments once I noticed the fragment articulated. This is that same fragment again. You can kind of see in this photo the radio opaque kind of darker white spot. That is a bullet fragment. And then this is part of the facial region, the kind of in your sinuses. And there was another fragment.
Is that all consistent with the single gunshot wound to the back of the head and the bullet fragmenting and where you go? Okay. And by radiograph, is that basically an X-ray?
Yes.
What did you do with those fragments?
They were placed.
I will say it again. I wish we could see, but now we can't see. And now I don't know where to sit. I don't know where. I'm trying to sit between them. Over here feels awkward. I don't want to be right here by his ear. I don't know. I'm just here, okay? We'll be here. How about here? Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Placed in the bag and returned to your straight cut.
And showing you photograph 22 of States 19. Is this what does this photograph show?
The bag that was returned and sealed.
Does that also have your pound lab case number on it?
Yes.
In your handwriting?
Yes.
Did you notice any other trauma? We've already talked about the other bones. Did any other trauma to the skull besides that single gunshot wound and the effects of that single gunshot wound?
No, all the trauma that was on the cranium could be associated with that defect.
Let's assume the second gunshot was fired into the same hole as the first. Just let's say that happened. Would you be able to notice that?
Yes.
How?
So think about all of the variables that go into the gunshot wound. Distance, angle of the person to the target, air resistance, did the bullet tumble? All of that affects it. If you're saying two separate shots managed to go through the same hole, it means all those variables had to be identical. Even in cases where there's two gunshots, basically a colloquial term double tap, they tend to be oval shaped or figure 8 shaped defects rather than that perfect round hole.
And that's not what we have here? No. Okay. You got some, thank you. Did you see any evidence of blunt force trauma to the head?
No.
Let's try this down. Okay. Did you notice some post-mortem injuries to the ribs in this case?
Let me check my report real quick. Yes, there was post-mortem breakage on multiple ribs.
Number one, how do you know it's post-mortem, meaning after death?
Yes. So with post-mortem, the breakage tends to be different. Less right angles, less curvatures, but also in this case we see color differences. As I mentioned before, the remains have been soil stained. They're brown in color. And when it breaks, those new break lines are the old color of the bone rather than the new color. So we can see those differences between the two.
When you say post-mortem, are you talking 10 minutes after death or months to years potentially after death?
Months to years. Basically, bone can remain green and greasy for a period of time after.
You said these bones were soil stained?
Yes.
But the areas of the post-mortem breakage to the ribs were not?
Yes.
They were a different color?
Yes.
Is that consistent with those ribs breaking after the body had been placed in the hole?
I cannot speak to that, but most likely yes, because it would have happened after decomp.
Okay, so the body would have had to have decomposed before.
Yeah.
I understand that. So it's not like those rib fractures could have been caused by somebody moving a body and...
Unlikely, no.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I have no other questions. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Picking up on post-mortem.
Yes.
Your position doesn't sound definitive as to all the ways in which post-mortem damage can occur to the ribs, correct?
Yeah, there's multiple ways in which postmortem damage can. However, if it was recent, I'm sorry.
Okay. It can occur multiple ways,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Okay. Moving the body can cause post-mortem damage, correct?
No, it's still within the perimortem interval. If it was within probably a couple weeks before that.
Okay. Say the body is moved after death. Can that cause injury or post-mortem damage to the ribs?
It can, but it will look like perimortem injuries.
Now, you received the body, or the body that you examined,
It had been in a decomposed state, correct?
It was fully skeletonized when it arrived to us.
So you weren't able to analyze the body with any soft tissue upon it, correct? So logically, you weren't able to assess whether or not there was any injury or damage to the body in any other locations other than the fracture that you examined in the rear of the skull, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there was some limitations on your ability to really conduct and reach the conclusions that you have, correct?
I was basically basing it on skeletal analysis, correct.
Okay. When you're speaking about the bones and the condition of the body, you made a statement that the body could have been dead for several months to several years, correct?
Correct.
And then the state represented to you, was it consistent, the condition, with the body having been dead from November 17th backwards, correct?
Can you rephrase that question?
The state used the date of November, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you gave an opinion on it, stating that the injuries or the body condition or the bone condition was consistent with the body having been dead from November 17th, I believe, backwards, correct?
I honestly don't understand your question, but...
Okay. Could you date the date of death?
No, I'd have to give the range like I did.
Do you have any idea when the body, when Mr. Shaver died?
No.
Okay. So any representation, it died from this date backwards, you couldn't reach a conclusion on that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Have nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Any redirect?
When Mr. Leigh started his cross-examination, he was talking about the ways post-mortem injuries could have occurred. He said you weren't real definitive. He started to give an answer. What were you going to say?
So basically, like I mentioned, when decomposition happens, the bones don't just like automatically become brittle and discolored from soil. That's a process that takes a long time. And so there's a period of time, even when they're dead, that the remains will still act as if the individual is still alive. You'd get basically perimortem fractures, even though they happened after death. And we would see that. We would see that they had perimortem characteristics. Versus the ribs that I saw were very definitively post-mortem. And like I said, they'd happened after a period of time because there was that color difference.
After decomposition process had been done?
Yes.
And proceeded into the decomposition process?
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay. Talking about the decomposition process and injury to the body post-mortem, the amount of force after death can affect the injury to the rib cavity, correct?
There could be force to that. Things like cow stepping on the body, but it also could be just over time your body just kind of falls apart.
The weight of the soil.
Yeah, the weight of the soil.
Stepping on the soil, correct?
Even excavation could be.
So there's no really firm conclusion that you can reach as to when the damage was done to the ribs other than this post-mortem, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, come on up.
Oh, we got a little sidebar. Sorry, let me take the noise off for you for a second. I've muted it for you. I can hear it. Tell us to put it back on.
Please call your next witness.
Edgar Perez.
And I we can get a good look at her. Because that's what we want, right? Just like, okay, yeah, look, you look over your shoulder. Cover. Sorry that sounds so biased, okay? Sorry about that. So they're going to have another witness now. I wonder if that's why they approached, like, okay, let's just have one more witness. We're scheduling because it's 5 p.m. there. It's 5 p.m. right now. So they can't go on for too much longer, I would assume. So today, I mean, there's already been 16 witnesses. Sure, that's a lot of witnesses for day 2. Yesterday was jury selection and then opening statements and the first witness. Already, like this trial is, oh my goodness, it's so fast. Okay, yeah, you look over your shoulder. Who's going to be here now?
All right, good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Please state your full name for the record and spell your name as well, please.
Yes, my name is Edgar Perez. That's E-D-G-A-R. Last name P-E-R-E-Z.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes, my name is Edgar Perez, and I am currently employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Biology and DNA section of the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
How long have you worked there?
Approximately 17 years.
What do you do for them?
So currently I am one of the statewide assistant quality managers, particularly over the biology and DNA discipline, but when I worked this case, I was a crime laboratory analyst.
What would you do as a crime laboratory analyst?
So my duties as a crime laboratory analyst include processing items of evidence for the presence of body fluids, such as blood, semen, or saliva, in order to try to determine a good source of DNA. Once I'm able to isolate one of these stains, I would take a portion of it through a DNA process to generate a DNA profile that allows me to include or exclude an individual as a donor to that stain.
Can you describe to the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job?
I have 3 Bachelor of Science degrees from the University of Central Florida, 1 in chemistry, 1 in molecular and microbiology, and 1 in biology. I also have a Master's of Science degree from the University of Florida in pharmaceutical sciences with a focus on forensic serology and DNA, and also a graduate certificate in forensic death investigation, also from the University of Florida.
Have you been permitted in the past to give opinion testimony in a court of law regarding DNA analysis?
I have.
How many times?
About 40 times.
DNA is kind of well understood at this point in time, but can you give the jury a very general, brief explanation of what DNA is?
Yes. DNA is an acronym, stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is a genetic blueprint that makes you who you are. You get half of it from your mother and half from your father, and that's what makes you very unique. It's found in virtually every single cell of your body, and it's very specific to you. Now, the fact that it's found in every cell in the body means that we could leave it behind pretty easily. And so it makes it useful forensically if you're able to obtain a piece of evidence, and then we can generate DNA profiles from it. Now, there are no 2 individuals in this world that have the same DNA profile, except for identical twins.
Can you explain to the jury the general process that you go through when doing a DNA analysis? Say you get a piece of evidence, a known DNA standard. What do you do with it?
A known DNA standard is typically a swab from the inside of the mouth. It's like a Q-tip. And the reason it's taken from the inside of the mouth is that there's a lot of skin cells in there that are easy to slough off. So when it's collected, what I do is I take a small cutting of that Q-tip and I put it into a tube with chemicals, and I take it through a process known as extraction. And just like it sounds, I'm trying to extract or get that DNA out of those skin cells. The next portion of the testing is known as quantitation, where I'm trying to determine the quantity or the amount of DNA that's in that sample. And the reason I'm trying to do this is because the process of generating a DNA profile is very sensitive, and those instruments require specific amounts of DNA. For that reason, the third portion of this is called amplification, and that is akin to a molecular xeroxing process. So what I'm doing is I'm taking a sample of DNA and I'm making millions and millions of copies of that DNA. And the last portion of it is going to be genetic analysis, where that sample is then taken through an instrument to be able to develop a DNA profile that I can then compare to question samples.
And what's a DNA profile?
So a DNA profile is a composite of, like I said, half of your DNA comes from your mother and half comes from your father. What I look at is something called a short tandem repeat profile, or STR DNA analysis. And And what it does is it counts the number of times that specific areas of the DNA repeat, and you get half of that copy from your mother and you get half from your father. And so you end up with 2 numbers. And I look at 21 locations to be able to determine what your specific DNA profile type is at each one of those locations.
So once you get that DNA profile from a known standard, can you then take that profile and compare it to unknown standards collected from a crime scene to see if they are consistent?
Yes.
What kind of results can you get when you do that comparison?
With a single source profile, you could get a match, meaning that all the locations that I'm looking at match exactly. You could have a partial DNA profile, so you could have a match as well to partial profiles. If it's a DNA mixture, you could have an inclusion, because it's like a puzzle. There's multiple peoples in a sample, so you can only be included into a mixture. You could have an exclusion, meaning that you may not be present in that sample based on the visual comparison. You could also have a result that's determined to be a no determination, meaning that I can't include or exclude you as a donor.
Let's talk about DNA or something in a swab from a crime scene, and you try to analyze that for the presence of DNA. Are you always able to get DNA?
Not always.
Why not?
So it varies. Depends on the source of the material. If we're talking about a concentrated body fluid, my expectation is that I would be able to develop some type of DNA result from it. With other types of samples that are left out in the environment, exposure to things like heat, humidity, moisture, bacteria, ultraviolet light, harsh chemicals can degrade DNA over time. And so the expectation is even if you have a really robust sample from blood or semen, if you leave it out in the environment, it's going to degrade over time.
Is there anything in your analysis or your testing method that could cause DNA from changing from one profile to another profile?
No, there's nothing in my testing or any process that I perform in the laboratory that would be able to change a DNA profile.
Do you, as well as your lab, go through proficiency testing to make sure you know what you're doing and you're doing the process correctly?
Yes, all analysts are required to do proficiency testing every 6 months.
Were you provided some evidence collected in the case of State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, Lake County Sheriff's Office case 180025431?
I was.
I want to start with some questions pertaining to the identification of the victim in this case. Were you provided a buccal swab or a known DNA standard from a person named Douglas Shaver?
Yes, I was.
Showing you wasn't introducing evidence in State's Exhibit 8. You analyzed that item for the presence of DNA.
I did.
And did you use the same process, that 4-step process you just described to the jury?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain DNA information or a DNA profile from the known standards of Douglas Shaver?
Yes, I obtained a complete DNA profile from the sample.
So now that you have a complete DNA profile from Douglas Shaver, are you able to compare that profile to something collected at the scene to see if those profiles match, or if, let's say in this case, a femur bone originated from a biological child of Douglas Shaver?
Yes.
How do you do that?
For a sample from a femur, I would take a small cutting of the bone and subject it to a DNA extraction process very similar to this one, with some additional chemicals and steps to be able to remove the calcium, because the calcium in the bone can prevent me from getting a DNA profile downstream in my testing. But once I'm able to take that sample from the femur all the way forward through DNA, I would end up generating a DNA profile if it's a viable sample. And then I can get that DNA profile and compare it to the one from this standard or the Q-tip from the inside of the mouth and make comparisons to it.
Did you in fact receive a femur bone from the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Showing photograph 21 of States 19 as well as showing you States 22. Do you recognize?
They might show the bone again. I'm not sure. Let's just see.
That item.
I do.
And is that the femur bone that you analyzed?
That'd be correct.
Did you in fact take cuttings from that femur or take portions of that femur bone to use in your DNA analysis?
Yes.
Did you perform DNA analysis on those portions of the femur bone that you removed?
I did.
And what were your results?
From the femur bone, I was able to obtain a complete DNA profile that was consistent with originating from a male individual.
How do you know it came from a male?
As part of the DNA process, there is an area that's called a melanogenin, and it's a sex-determining marker. Basically, if you have an X and an X, you're a female. If you have an X and a Y, biologically, you are considered a male.
So did you then compare that male DNA profile that you obtained from the femur to the known DNA standards obtained from Douglas Shaver?
Yes, in this particular situation, that would consist of me doing a parentage type of analysis, since I am dealing with a sample that is from an alleged parent to an alleged biological child.
So how are you able to then tell whether the femur bone was from a biological child of Douglas Shaver by doing this analysis?
Yeah, so when the DNA profile was obtained from the femur bone, it was compared to the profile from Douglas Shaver, and during that comparison, it was determined that it's consistent with being the biological child of Douglas Shaver. And the single parentage index, which is an odds ratio, comparing the probability of the observed profile that was obtained from Michael Douglas Shaver coming from the biological parent versus some other unrelated random individual in the population. And that probability was 21,000. Now, I also did a single parentage probability of exclusion calculation, which is the chance that a random individual will be correctly excluded as a biological parent, and that is approximately 99.99%.
So is it fair to say the DNA from the femur bone is consistent with coming from the biological child of Douglas Shaver?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to stipulation by the parties, the state will move into evidence State's Exhibit Q, which is a DNA standard taken from the defendant, Laurie Shaver.
All right, without objection, State's Q will come into evidence as State's number 25.
Thank you. Give us the clerk first, and I'll give it back to you. Did you receive a DNA standard from Laurie Shaver?
I did.
Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA to see if you could develop a DNA profile?
I did, and I obtained a complete DNA profile from the sample as well.
You're referring to some other pieces of evidence that you received from the Lake County Sheriff's Office. Did you receive some fingernail and toenails collected from the scene of a grave in which a skeleton was located? Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
So it was introduced in evidence in State's Exhibit 21. Did you analyze?
Let's see if the mic is still a hot mic. Susie said, "My first live in the Grizzly Den has been so amazing. I pulled an all-nighter at 7 a.m. in Australia, and I can't hold my eyes open any longer. Thank you, G and the Mods and Grizzly." Thank you so much, Susie, for being with us all night. Oh my goodness. I hope you rest well. There are people from all over the world here, so that is amazing. That's amazing to hear. So have a wonderful day ahead. Hope you get some good rest, and then maybe we'll see you later. Okay, let's hear.
Analyze those finger and toenails for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
When these samples were submitted through the DNA process, they went through the process of quantitation that I described before to figure out the amount of DNA in the sample, and unfortunately, those samples failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA to go forward through the complete DNA analysis process.
So there was just not enough DNA there for you to even do any kind of analysis?
That's correct.
Well, if we know their finger and toenails, how could that be?
It depends on the condition of them. If we're dealing with a sample that was exposed to environmental conditions like I previously described, DNA that could be found in the nail bed could be degrading over time, or there may just not be any DNA there present.
The DNA degrade over time even if a body was buried under the ground and not in the direct heat and things like that?
Yes, there are soil humectants and bacteria that would eventually start degrading the DNA.
So is that at all surprising that you weren't able to find sufficient DNA from those finger and toenails to do any kind of a comparison?
Not at all.
Were you also provided some boxer shorts and some other shorts to analyze for the presence of DNA?
I was.
Showing you was introduced in State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, for this specific item, when I'm describing the boxer the shorts, the black shorts, I did test for the presence of semen on there, and it failed to give chemical indications for the presence of semen. A sample was also taken from that item for DNA, and it was, again, submitted through the DNA process through quantitation. It failed to demonstrate sufficient amounts of DNA at quantitation to go forward with a complete DNA process.
Again, considering that those shorts were found buried in the ground, does that surprise you?
No, it does not.
Did you do any analysis of the underwear, the boxer shorts?
There was no examinations performed on the underwear due to the condition of the exhibit.
What was wrong with it? What do you mean by the condition?
The exhibit was decomposed and shredded. There's just absolutely no way that I could conceivably swab any portion of it for DNA.
Did you analyze a blue tarp provided to you for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
Show you has been introduced to State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And how did you analyze that blue tarp for the presence of DNA?
So the blue tarp would have been swabbed with a similar swab as it's used inside of to collect the inside of the mouth. It's just a giant Q-tip. I would swab the surface of the item to collect any type of DNA that could have been transferred onto the item, and then subjected it to the DNA analysis process.
What were your results when you tried to lift DNA from this tarp?
When the sample was sent through the DNA process, it reached a point of quantitation, and when it got there wasn't sufficient amounts of DNA to go forward with the DNA process.
Again, considering that tarp was buried in the ground, does that surprise you at all that there was insufficient DNA for you to even analyze?
No, it does not.
Showing you a green strap and a container with some other debris collected from the grave site. State's Exhibit 3. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
Similar to with the blue tarp, the sample went through up to quantitation, and there was insufficient amounts of DNA to go forward with STR DNA analysis.
And that was from what item did you attempt to extract DNA?
This would have been the green nylon strap, and there's a white elastic strap as well.
Did you analyze the items contained in the Tupperware at all?
No, the exhibit that was listed as miscellaneous items from the gravesite was not examined.
Why not?
There was no way of me collecting DNA from those items, and the expectation is that I would not obtain DNA profiles from the condition of them.
I'm showing you a swab taken from the exterior track of a sliding glass door, State's Exhibit 17. Did you analyze that item from the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
Well, there were no STR DNA results obtained from this exhibit.
What does that mean?
That means that there was not even a single peak present when it was taken through the entire DNA process.
So no DNA at all in that swab?
No.
Showing you a swab from a stain below the sliding glass door under the back porch, State's Exhibit 18. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find?
So the sample went through the DNA process, it reached the point of quantitation, and it was determined that there was insufficient amounts of DNA to go forward with the DNA analysis process.
Considering that this sample was collected on the exterior of the house, does that surprise you?
No, it does not.
For the same reasons you previously described?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 16, a swab taken from the interior sliding door track from the sliding glass door of the residence. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
I did.
And what did you find?
So this particular sample demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male.
And what does that mean?
When I obtained a mixture, like I was saying, you get half of the DNA from your mother and half from your father. I'm only expecting 2 pieces of DNA information at each location that I look at. If I see more than 2 pieces of information at multiple locations, it gives me an indication that there are multiple donors to that sample, or multiple DNA profiles. So it's creating effectively a DNA puzzle.
In this case, you indicated that there were 3 donors?
Yes, that's correct.
And one of the donors was male?
Yes, at least 1 donor was a male.
And how did you determine that at least one donor was male?
But in the DNA process, you can only see the XX or the XY once. It's not like different males have different Y chromosomes. So if there is a male in a sample, I can only tell that there's at least one because of the presence of the Y chromosome.
Are you sometimes able to separate out the DNA profiles contained in a mixture and compare it to known DNA samples?
Yes, it's possible.
Briefly, how do you do that?
So it's not the process of necessarily picking out individuals from a sample, but more so what I do is I use a software called StarMix. It's a computational software that does biological and mathematical calculations to see what best explains a DNA mixture. And so when you take the DNA sample, the DNA mixture, and put it into the software, it does hundreds of thousands of calculations to see what type of DNA combinations fit at each one of those locations, given that it's a 3-person mixture.
Are you able to tell the source of the DNA that you found on that swab? Meaning, was it saliva, blood, sweat, semen, things like that?
No, I would not be able to tell you the source.
Did you compare the known profile of Douglas Shaver to the mixture that you found on the swab from the interior portion of the sliding glass door?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
Douglas Shaver was excluded as a contributor to that mixed DNA profile.
He was excluded?
Yes.
Meaning Douglas Shaver's DNA could not have been part of that mixture?
Based on his DNA profile, it's not conceivable that it fits into that mixture as it stands.
Did you compare the DNA profile from the femur, purportedly the femur of Michael Shaver, to the DNA mixture you found from the swab from the interior of that sliding glass door?
I did.
And what were your results?
The comparison of the profile from Michael Douglas Shaver failed to demonstrate sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion. Therefore, I can't make any determinations as to the presence of Michael Douglas Shaver on this item.
So what do you mean by failed to give general or statistical support? Sorry.
In that particular situation, the statistical calculation that I performed was not sufficiently high enough for me to reach an area that I can conclusively tell you that somebody is present in a sample or is not adventitiously or falsely included into the sample.
So bottom line, you can't tell scientifically if Michael Shaver was a contributor to that mixture, correct?
No, I cannot.
Did you compare the known DNA profile of Laurie Shaver to the mixture from that swab in the interior of the sliding glass door?
I did.
What were your results?
So Laurie Shaver was included as a possible contributor to this DNA mixture, and it was approximately 3.1 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Laurie Shaver and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals.
Did you also analyze a piece of vinyl laminate flooring recovered from a fire pit, showing Stacie Turner 6?
Yes, I did.
And before we get to the laminate flooring, if this, referring back to the swab from the interior sliding glass door, would a profile consistent with Laurie Shaver's DNA be included in that mixture, would that be surprising considering that this was her house and she lived there?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Referring to the laminate flooring that we just talked about, did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Of this particular item?
Presence of blood.
Yes. So I did a serological test for the presence of blood.
And what does that involve?
It's basically a chemical color change test. So I would take a small piece of filter paper or a cotton tip swab and take a small rubbing from the item to get some transfer of any stains that I see on the item. And then I would perform the chemical color change test to see if it gives me chemical indications for the possible presence of blood.
What were the results of that chemical blood test?
So this particular exhibit failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Did you do any further DNA analysis on that item?
No, I did not.
Why not?
At that point, if I don't have an indication of the presence of a fluid, then I'm not expecting to get any DNA except for any extraneous type that might be there. And given that it's a piece of random material from the environment, who knows what you can pick up from it if you swab it.
Thank you, sir. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Perez, how are you doing, sir?
Hey, good. Yourself?
Good, good. Recall I took your deposition
Yes.
several years ago.
It was. It's been some time, yeah.
Yeah, it has been a while. I had your report, reviewed it, and discussed it with you at your deposition. And throughout your direct examination, the state talked to you about multiple exhibits, items that were found in the gravesite, correct?
That's correct.
And you used the terminology degraded versus none, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it not a fact that there could have been DNA present, or there might have been DNA present at some time, but what you were able to examine didn't have any DNA on it?
It's a possibility.
Okay. So aside from saying that the evidence was degraded, it may be that it never had any DNA on it, correct?
Yes, there is a possibility that there was not DNA on an object.
Okay. So when the state's asked you, does it surprise you, does it surprise you, does it surprise you, and you've stated, no, not given the condition of the item, it may be the item may never have had any DNA on it, correct?
Yes, that is a possibility.
Okay. So we're looking at your report. Do you have a copy of your report before you?
I do.
Okay. Let's go to the door, okay? In the rear track, were you ever able to determine anybody's DNA in that region of the track?
Could you determine which report and which exhibit?
Let me see. Number 23. Okay. What was your conclusion?
The only comparison that I was able to provide an inclusion for was for the profile of Laurie Shaver, to that mixture of 3 donors.
Okay, there was 3 donors, including at least 1 male contributor.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Whose known male contributor profiles were you supplied?
I was given the DNA profile from Douglas Shaver, and then the profile from the femur, which was also a male individual, which was represented as being Michael Douglas Shaver.
Those were the only profiles that were provided by the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And that was recovered, to your understanding, on the lower region of the doorway, correct?
Based on the description from the item, yes. I was never there when it was collected, so I have to go based on what the contributing agency wrote for the description of the evidence.
Right. So on the blue tarp that we spoke about, there was no DNA recovered, correct? Just to make this clear.
There was insufficient amounts of DNA to go forward with DNA.
Insufficient meaning, again, as we've spoken, there may never have been any, correct?
So in this particular sample, when I took it through the quantitation process, there was an indication of potentially DNA being present, but if it doesn't hit a specific threshold, the sample doesn't go forward for DNA analysis.
Okay. So there was a lack of evidence on that item, correct?
Yes.
And every item that was supplied to you dealing with the gravesite, none of those had any profile hits for Laurie Shaver, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. The linoleum or the flooring that was supplied to you, that had no profile or hit of any DNA containing Laurie Shaver, correct?
For that piece of the floor tile, I only tested it for blood, and I stopped processing after it didn't give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Okay. Were there any hairs found in the gravesite location that were supplied to you?
I believe Exhibit 22, there were hairs associated with that exhibit.
Okay. And did they yield any kind of profile of any individual?
So for the hairs that I examined from the exhibit, which were the swabs from the stain on the siding below the sliding door under the back porch. So there were some apparent hairs that were also submitted with that. I looked at those hairs under the microscope, and they were not suitable to go forward with DNA processing.
Okay. So the hairs couldn't even yield any DNA profile, correct?
Based on the analysis that I performed in the lab, those hairs were not suitable to go forward. That's not to say that there are other laboratories that may potentially do other types of testing on hairs, but based on the limitations that I have in the laboratory, I couldn't test those hairs.
Were those sent to any other laboratory for further testing?
Not.
Did you test any object in the house that was supplied to you that contained any DNA from Laurie Shaver?
There were no exhibits that had any association to Laurie Shaver except for that one from the interior lower track of the sliding door, which was Exhibit 23.
Correct. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, John.
All right, redirect.
Very briefly. The hairs that you talked about, you said were not suitable. Is that because they were
Yeah, so when I look at it microscopically, I examine the root to see if it's in the correct stage of growth or if it has follicular material, meaning there's skin cells that were pulled off from your scalp onto the hair. And I didn't notice either of these, so the hairs were not sent forward for DNA analysis because those are the two characteristics that I look at when I'm taking hairs for DNA.
Thank you, sir. No other questions.
Mr. Wiggs?
No, nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Well, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right, yes, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you again for your time and attention today. Again, should you see the attorneys out and about today or tonight, they have been instructed to ignore you, so please don't hold that against them. Please do not discuss the case with anyone, including each other. Please do not view any media, whether it's TV, news, internet, and please do not do any research. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock in the jury assembly room. Thank you and have a good night.
See if anything else happens when the jury's gone.
Your Honor. Yes, so we just have a brief conversation about kind of how the rest of the week is going to go.
Certainly.
So we are pretty much on schedule. There were two witnesses that I was hoping to get in today that were going to be fairly short, but obviously when I knew that we were calling the DNA analyst at 4:45, I sent them home, told them to come back in the morning. So far we are pretty much on track from what I've been telling the court as far as where we are going to be.
How many more witnesses do you have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, probably about 15.
15.
Which would include a couple. That number 15 includes one that's going to be called twice, so 14 people.
Interesting. I'd read before the trial started, the media had reported there'll be about 100 witnesses. Oh, okay. So only like 15 more. They'll be done by the end of the week at this rate, right?
About 15 witnesses.
All right.
So I think we are still definitely on track to turn it over to the defense on Thursday.
Thursday.
It would be first thing on Thursday, but I would anticipate that they could start putting on their defense sometime on Thursday.
Possibly Thursday afternoon.
I think they'll be able to start Thursday morning, but I can give you a better update about that maybe at lunch tomorrow, and also Mr. Wiggs. And we do anticipate rebuttal. If Mr. Wiggs has any sort of approximate time, I'm not asking him to tell me who his witnesses are going to be or anything like that, but if he has an approximate amount of time of how long he thinks it's going to take to put on his defense.
So there are no time restrictions upon you, Mr. Wiggs, but if you can give an estimate, there are no time restrictions.
I listed Mr. Connor, okay, the tech guy. There'll be as well. I don't know if Laurie intends to testify or not. Travis, he would be called. Mr. Narvaez. So we have like 5 witnesses, and they're going to be relatively brief. The longest one would be probably Isabel and Mr. Connor. Okay.
So
it's probably one day.
One day.
I would envision.
So it's unlikely that will conclude on Thursday, but unlikely that we will conclude Thursday, but potentially on Friday.
Yeah, there'd be Kelly Johnson. He was a line-up witness for the minor.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Also, just
and again, Mr. Wiggs, take as much time as you need. No time restrictions have been placed upon you, so
thank you, Judge.
As much time as you need.
I would ask that Thursday, when you're done with whatever is being presented to the jury, that we spend a little bit of time with the charge conference. Obviously, we can't do a final one until Ms. Shaver makes her determination determination whether or not she's going to testify, but there are some proposed instructions by Mr. Wiggs that we're going to have to discuss. And I would just like to at least start that process at the conclusion of Thursday to keep us on track and on schedule. I will also say that I anticipate having a motion filed as it relates to Ms. Johnson's testimony probably tomorrow morning that I'll present to the court about those issues that came up during yesterday. I will have that completed and we can discuss that at some other time outside the presence of the jury. Those are kind of just the procedural issues that I wanted to go through and just make sure everyone is on the same page and kind of go from there.
All right, is there anything further?
Nothing today, Judge.
Okay, we'll adjourn. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 8:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
Oh my goodness. Okay, this trial, this is a supersonic trial, everyone. My word. Okay, let's just see. She's gonna, I think the cameras will go off any minute. Sure. So I'm gonna recap that quickly now. Okay. Yeah, this feed is about to stop any minute. Now, Sonia said, I enjoyed this so much. Great people, good conversations. Grizzly True Crime. Can't wait until I can become a supporter of your channel. Thank you so much. Just remember, just watching my videos is a great source of support. You can like and share and things like that. Of course, if you want to become a member or on Patreon is even better, then come over there. And thank you so much. Wow. Okay, so that I'm just like so shocked at how fast this trial has gone. Are you also? It's like, okay, so the state, what was reported before the trial was there might be about 100 witnesses for the state, but it seems more like 32 if I'm doing my math right, okay? It sounds like they've been through about 17, but maybe that was just today. Maybe it's 18. So it's probably going to be 33, okay? About. And they said one or two of them will testify twice, if I heard that correctly as well. And then they said they're going to turn this over to the defense, so the state will rest according to the schedule that they're now projecting forward. Okay, the state will rest sometime on Thursday morning. And then the defense will present their case. And I'm going to speculate. I think that Laurie might testify, hey. That's going to be very interesting if she does. And maybe we'll be here for a whole another week. Who knows? So the defense says they'll have about 5 witnesses. Wow, so it could really be early next week, you know, Monday, I don't know, Monday, Tuesday, that we're on verdict watch or something. We shall see. Okay, Sonia, thank you so much. You're so sweet. Do you like Patreon? Is that an app I have to get? If you go to grizzlytruecrime.com, if anyone has any questions, you can go to the support page and all the answers are there. Or there's also an FAQ section. Thank you so much, mods, for being here for it. I know it's long hours when we do these trials, but at least it's defluffed, right? We could just skip through all the fluff, all the breaks and things. So that was a really great day with you. Thank you so much for spending the day with me. I will see you all again tomorrow. If you missed any of these witnesses today, I'm always just scribbling, you know. And then I'm going to do some timestamps for you now. And it doesn't matter what time of day or night it is for me. I always like to do timestamps for you afterwards so that you can easily navigate through the trial day and just find what you need to see. I would highly recommend, if you didn't see yesterday, just watch the first bit, like watch the PCA, right? Read through the probable cause affidavit. And then the crazy video, oh my word, that the defense attorney and the defendant had put out there on YouTube. It's still out there on YouTube. So go and check that one out, okay? You don't want to miss that. So I will see you all tomorrow again around the same time that we'll start, which I can't remember. I have to convert to all the different time zones. It's around 5 p.m. for me, somewhere there. And then I'll see you there for day 3. Okay, looking forward to it with you and stay safe. Bye, everyone.